नमस्कार.
Iba na sa pandan. Wala na kayo.
वॉलंटियर को बोलना.
हाँ, आ गया. आ गया.
You were doing about for yourself. Like talking. Comfortable idea. on the photo mark है
हाँ
लेकिन ना कलर से
सही
वाइट
थोड़ा डल सा नहीं लग रहा है ओके
लाइट का मैं लगा टेस्ट करवा रहा हूँ
हाँ हाँ लाइट हाँ
वो लाइट अब सामने डाला ना
ठीक है यही रखियो बस क्या कट आउट करेगा ठीक है
सुनी नहीं ना बोलो आधा एक घंटे पहले सुनी बात कर रहे सुनी ना
बाकी सब
इधर कैसे जाते हैं
Yes, thank you. Hi, are we all ready? Yes, are we? Okay, can I have you round of applause with everyone out here? Thank you so much for coming here and giving your wonderful time to us. Well, a very, very warm welcome to one and all. I am Rashika Pradhan and I wholeheartedly welcome you to D2C Insider Regional Summit 2024. Can we have you round of applause everyone out here? Well, I am thrilled to be hosting this fabulous, wonderful event. Well, the history of D2C Insider community and its growth, led by the community members, was founded by the Honorable Mr. Abhishek Shah. Can we have huge shout out for the powerhouse, the magnet, the energy? No, I can't hear the shout outs. Can we have huge shout out everyone out here? Well, it just started in 2019 as a small WhatsApp group. D2C Insider has evolved into a leading community with 3,000 brand founders, 500 plus enabler founders, and 500 plus investors. Well, our influence is evident as nearly 60% of D2C brand pitching on Shark Tank are part of our network. Isn't that fabulous? Well, our vision is to accelerate the growth of D2C ecosystem by providing access, networking, knowledge, and capital to our D2C brands and enablers. And our mission is to support 10,000 D2C brands and enablers in India by 2025. We organize a lot of events, including Women CXO Meet, Regional CXO Meet, D2C Insider Regional Summit, Elevate Super 30, and D2C Insider Angels to help all the D2C brands and enablers to raise capital from fellow founders and make the community self-sufficient in raising early capital. Well, we also have our newsletters and intro boards to keep everyone informed and connected. Well, let me go through the summit's agenda. And this is going to include 4 workshops, a pitchathon, a 5 chat, 3 insightful panel discussions, and it is going to conclude with networking mixer followed by dinner. Well, this summit is very, very special. Why? Because it is, inclusive of network. You can connect with around 3,000 brand founders here, 500 plus enabler founders here, and 500 plus investors. You have expert insights here. You can gain valuable strategies from all the sessions that are going to be happening here. Then you have collaborative opportunities that are going to happen. You can discover a lot of potential collaborators, investors, mentors, and innovative showcases so that you can explore the latest trends that are happening and innovations that are happening in D2C space. And right now is the time to thank all our very, very special partners who have supported us with the D2C Insider Regional Summit. Our partners are co-partner Amazon Shipping and Bitspeed. Can we have huge round of applause, everyone out here? Our supporting partners, Unicommerce, Go Quick and Tech7. Ecosystem partner, TIE, Mumbai, Head Start Mumbai, Bold Start, JITO, media and PR partner, startupnews.fi, media partner, and PRtainment, PR partner, photography partner, Capture Emotions. And right now, let's dive into the day with our power-packed workshops. Are you ready for our workshops? Yes? I can't see a yes, I can't hear a yes. From my right side, are you ready for the workshops?
Yes.
From my left side, are you ready for the workshops?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for being with me. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is with pleasure that I invite you to our first workshop titled How to Grow Your Brand on Marketplaces While Still Staying Profitable. Well, this workshop is designed to provide valuable insights into the strategic approach required to increase visibility, optimize operations, and maximize customer satisfaction while ensuring profitability. While implementing the correct strategies and maintaining a proactive approach to monitoring and adjusting your methods, you will be able to effectively grow your brand on a lot of marketplaces while safeguarding your profitability. Well, let us delve into the intricacies of the brand growth and the profitability in the dynamic world of e-commerce with our esteemed speakers. Sujata Biswas and Tanya Biswas are distinguished speakers for this workshop, the esteemed co-founders of Suja. They are makers of simple and humble designs using their very own known fabrics to make our souls sing with joy. Sujata Biswas and Tanya Biswas, with their wealth of experience and expertise in the field of e-commerce and brand development, they are very well equipped to share invaluable knowledge and practical strategies to help you navigate the competitive landscape of online market. Thank you so much, everyone, and let's now embark on this journey of the workshop. Can we have huge shout out again, everyone out here?
Good morning, everyone. Good responsibility for starting the show with a lot of energy and enthusiasm. And I go free to do that for you.
Yeah, I do justice for in this. So we start with our marketplace journey, which is not being very, very long. And we'll just tell you a lot of things that we have done wrong and right, and probably at the end of it, you can take some takeaways and just implement them for your business. So, change. Another change. Somebody's changing.
There's a China.
Right.
Press to the screen.
वो ऊपर किया क्या इसका ऊपर किया ना अभी ऊपर आ रहा है
Yeah, but there's no moving. Sorry.
Clearly, we haven't done the workshop.
Okay, so today's agenda is to talk about beyond sales and number. I know everyone is looking at numbers, everyone wants to achieve a number in marketplace. And why do we usually go to marketplace? Because somebody is doing something for you, right? So the marketplace will be taking off the load of shipping fast, and as you know how the consumer is, right? I'm ordering it now, it has to reach me in 10 minutes time or max a day's time, right? Cannot be more than that, and it's super fast. Businesses, small businesses, it's so difficult for us to achieve that because we do not control logistics, we do not control a lot of things. We're dependent on enablers for that.
But honestly, one of the biggest things that we get from our space is the tech, which they have invested hugely on, and I think that's something that for us to build ourselves is going to take a lot of money, a lot of effort, and also a lot of plugins which we don't know if it's right or wrong. Again, there's so many plugins that to validate what is right for you. By the time you see your funnel, it's quite late. So marketplaces have done that and achieved that, and I think to leverage that is a great idea.
But we are going to talk a lot about beyond sales and numbers, so what we have done, what we have looked at, and how we have decided to put our products in which all marketplaces. Oh my. Sorry. Then we talk about reducing pilferage, which is another big major problem which we look at. Returns, RTOs, something which we deal with every day, and how we work on reducing pilferage, which is leakages, RTOs, and we talk about that. It's mostly ops. We talk about smart marketing, keep track of money, which is another thing, right? A lot of times I've spoken to a lot of small businesses who say that they are a marketplace, we have done this right, but at the end of it, when we reconcile, we look at the financials and it doesn't make sense. The numbers don't make sense because we have ended up losing money. These have not kept a track. Either I have not made sure that the TAC is achieved. There are a lot of reductions that have happened, and the way marketplaces calculate how the money is reaching your bank, if your accounts team or your account is not on top of it, you end up losing money at the end of the year. That's what you realize. So talk about that.
And also, like for reconciliation, I think it's a purely disciplined thing to track on marketplace. There are a lot of agencies who do that for you, but I know a couple of them have shut it themselves because it takes a lot of manpower to crack the reconciliation. I think you just get that right to understand whether your pricing and the strategies are right. We should be up there.
Then we spill our secret sauce, something which we feel we have done absolutely right, and hence it's working well for us. We talk about that. Moving on. We can't see.
No, I think this is again, we have mentioned about why the marketplace, like we all know should be there. I'll tell you about Zula's journey. We started in 2016.
I'll go ahead.
And we were very strict about not being on marketplace. We were of the opinion that you don't make good money there, or the brands that are there, I'm not really the brand who is going to be at the same playing level because of the kind of product, the kind of pricing.
So this is a price war, right? And we stayed away from that for the longest time, thinking we'll beat and we'll not be able to make sense of it. So our products might not do justice there. And hence, if you see our journey, we started pretty late. We started in 2021, and we have grown since then. If you see the next chart, and the first one is our online growth. So our online has grown, and our marketplaces have also grown, but we've tried to make sure that it's profitable, and I'll talk to you about that soon. One biggest thing that we would talk about from the beginning, from something that we go to learn is, we picked marketplace one after the other. We didn't plan it like there are 10 marketplaces and now we go on all 10. We didn't do that. How we pick marketplaces is first figuring out where do we have like-minded products. So for example, our biggest presence is on Myntra, followed by Nykaa and Ajio. That's what worked for us because we felt there are brands who are similar to us who are there, present there. And we put our products there, we tested whether it's making sense for us, and then we started putting and going ahead with other, like Tata Labs, we went to Amara Earth, we are present in marketplaces like that.
And honestly, when we started being on marketplace, we had already built the brand, and it was not very difficult for us to put our foot on the door, and we could easily get a chance to display our products. There are a lot of questions. A lot of times we get a question that how can I approach these brands because they do not entertain brands who don't have a big name, who have just started. It's pretty difficult to crack that. And for us, it was easier because we went late, we could negotiate better, we had a marketing power. Also, social media presence works, right? For example, if you, as a brand, if you're already present on social media, and you have a very, very strong presence there, follower base there, then what marketplace look at it as a win-win. So basically, what are you bringing on table when you are entering a marketplace? Then look at if you also bring in some kind of customer, if you have a loyalty, if there's a customer base already looking out for you. So that's one thing that we could leverage on. And a lot of brands who we talk to now, we first say that you should try to have a website. A lot of brands don't have a website but have a social media presence and also get their foot inside marketplaces. It's kind of like an egg and chicken story. What do you do first? Some brands we know that have started on marketplaces and have grown fantastically well, and then they have gone ahead and started their own social media presence and their brands. So what you do really is very, very different strategy. But for now, because it is already a chaotic place and it's not easy to get an access and entry into marketplace, my recommendation or our recommendation is to have a very good brand presence on social media, have a website, because you have to figure out a way that the customers are interchanging. Basically, your customers are going to them, that's a win-win for them, and making sure that if somebody has discovered your marketplace, come to you. So why should they come to you? Because data is power, right? And in marketplaces, you do not get the data. So that's the biggest thing that's a difference, right? If you have people come to your website, you at least get their data, you know where they are from. You can tweak your products, send mailers, retain them. But for marketplaces, it's never that. There's a lot of products, a lot of brands, customers are fickle. They would switch on to the next product immediately once they see that, okay, there's a price difference or there's a different quality that they're offering or a different product they're offering. So, very important bit is that to understand when you're present on a marketplace, you want the customers who are discovering you there to come to your social media page or come to your website and shop. So you get the data. We have seen a lot of examples from brands. For example, Chuba, just taking an example because that's what stayed with me when we were in these schools we were discussing constantly. That when they had a small array of products on Amazon and people and the bestsellers and people used to head to the website to see more array of arrangement of products. There are a lot of brands who do that even now in the fashion business, in the apparel business. They have a smaller selection of products on the marketplace so that when people are happy with the feel and they've bought it once, they want more options, they go to the website. That's kind of cool that they get to become loyal to a brand. I think it also depends a lot on the quality check, the tag, the return policy you follow. We'll talk about that in the later segment about what policies we have followed to make sure that they are safe from losing our money. So we have reduced our return days, number of return days. We're making 2 right now, but we are still getting great orders and still making money. Yeah.
So beyond sales and number is what we started with, right? It's increased brand visibility, and that's what I meant by making sure the customer flow is there from both marketplace to your website and vice versa. Then there is increased customer base. You're making your customers experience your product with the best of services offered by the marketplaces and the speed of delivery. So these are something that you go to marketplace for, and I'm sure all of us know by now that because you all want to leverage, you want to make sure that all the eggs are not in the same basket. So you have different channels of making money. One is your website, either you're offline, so you have your stores, you're present on marketplaces, then you have different models like wholesalers, stockists. If you have that, you've got that very well. So we go to reduce pilferages where So reduce pilferage. So here, so there are different, so there are different policies and different marketplace. So if you are a brand which is new to marketplace, please go through the terms and conditions. First, you have to understand that what are the terms written is what kind of recordings to a brand would a marketplace want from you so that they return you the money in case you have a defective product return or a product which is not yours at all. It's somebody else's product completely, which looks exactly alike. So there are various problems that brands face, especially when it comes to returns. One, there is just a control in return. When, for example, if you are shipping it from your own warehouse, it comes back to your own warehouse. There's a checking team who's recording the moment the parcel opens. So you have a problem, you escalate the problem within a given time frame, and you get the money back. But then there are models where you actually ship the products to their warehouses. Let's say you have shipped the products to the marketplace warehouse, then you do not have control over that. But then how do you reconcile it? How do you make sure your terms are tight enough?
It's also like,
Yeah.
what is right? When you give your product to the marketplace warehouses, the data comes in the end of the month. So then again, reconciling, understanding what is left in the warehouses, what money you made, how many orders you got. I think that's a cycle that you have to constantly follow. You have to really be on top of it. I think for us, for workforce, we kept the marketplace warehouse and be completely separate so that the processes, the kind of management they have to do is very different than the app and website that we have. So that one thing has helped us a lot. Having set cameras to record everything that they require and following the tag for each marketplace is very, very important. I think that's why we make sure that the return policy, the tag about all these marketplaces, we negotiate, we discuss and make it the same so that the confusion amongst the team is quite lesser. Hence, just if it's across marketplaces, 2 days return time, we keep it the same, we make sure it's the same.
Smart marketing. This is one thing that you can only push it more and more. Something that you might ignore is that using the power of the brand, the marketplace. So, for example, every marketplace has a massive follower base. How do you make sure that there is a huge brand? Both the brands are getting value out of it. You have to figure out different ways of doing it through stories, posts. Whenever there is an event going on a marketplace, making sure that either as a founder, your face is there on their page, or making sure that your products are on display. It is a very, very different constant communication you have to have with the social team of theirs. It is not an operational challenge. It's not somebody like an account manager will do it for you, but your social team need to do it with their social team. So that's something that a lot of brands do not think of leveraging, but it's something that is super critical. For example, we took over Amala Earth's page on a particular day. So that day what we did is we showed all our operations. We did the whole shoot, how we pack, what are the products that are there, what are we following, what kind of product we put in on Amala Earth, which is specific to Amala Earth and not in any other marketplace. Making sure, telling customers that we are selling exclusive products there. So we took over the whole page, making sure that Amala Earth's customer know about our processes, our story, our journey. So that's something that is very, very critical.
That the relationship you build with the marketplace teams has to be very personal, and they should know that you are my priority, and hence they will make you your priority, their priority. Constantly asking for things. We never thought that we can really do that. But once we started doing that in one marketplace, we realized everyone has a team, everyone is looking out for brands. Because there are so many brands with them. How many brands can they make them wait? If you push them so much, or if you ask and you ask the right questions, you get the right answers and also you will get the right help. We have done that with Vitra. We always, their stylists or their influencers who are registered with them, they pick up products to style. They come to the stores, they style up products, and they also give us space for lights, etc. So I think these also happen only because we met the team, we asked for things. It can happen with all the brands. There's so many marketplaces, and we must see which marketplace is the fit for our product. It could so happen that I can only be with Amala Earth because it costs match so much, and then the customers also will return products lesser. My hassle will be lesser. I can make much more money or profits through just one market.
So a lot of times what happens is to look at volume, right? Marketplace means volume. A lot of brands are friendly. So we do a lot of meetings, right? Internal meetings, a lot of brands. And the first question they say, Do we look at marketplace of volumes or do we look at quality? So you should never forget that you have to look at volume for sure. That's where the top line is. But you have to make sure that the money is also coming in. There are lesser returns. That's what Tanya meant by Amala, our returns are low, right? Making sure that making sure that all the marketplaces, every marketplace know that your priority is that there are lower returns, lesser RTO, and constantly telling them that it's super important. And so that's what you have to do. The pricing has to be right, making sure that all the terms and conditions of every marketplace, each and every marketplace, is such that you have to maintain the whole price parity across your website and marketplace, and also making sure that all the terms and conditions is making it is right when it comes to the pricing that you have done. So basically, your pricing has to work for each and every marketplace, irrespective of the policies that we have.
Guys, we revise our pricing again and again, constantly watch it because the team grows. Sometimes volume also doesn't grow as much as the team has grown. To revisit it, and we are very shamelessly we tell people that okay, this is not making sense for us. We may have to increase the pricing. We also tell the teams earlier in marketplace we had given up our integrity because we were a brand that we always said that we don't give discounts, we don't heavily discount our products. We were against it. But when we went to marketplace, when the ask was that initially that you have to give minimum 35% discount, we increased the MRP, we gave a 35% discount. They are big mistakes. Because just because everybody is doing it doesn't mean we have to do it. We have to understand what our brand stands for. Just because they say, oh, my biggest, selling price, the volumes will increase if the price range is between 2,000 to 2,500. But if my product can't be there, I cannot compromise on the quality or say that okay, on website I can select this, on marketplace I can select that. Because the customers are not foolish is something that we should never forget. There was a price. You cannot have price. No, you cannot not maintain price parity. You have to make sure similar products across every place is similar. Why are we saying this? I think one of the questions you might ask, because most of the brands have same products across the whole channel, right? Website, marketplace, and because there are systems like Unicommerce and Keynote, right? ERPs, great automated systems. People make sure that everything is similar. But Suta's secret sauce, which will come to the end, is that we have different products in marketplace and on our website and app. And it's a very, very conscious decision. Why we have taken it is, again, because we wanted customer data to interchange. We want our customers to go there on marketplace, we're fine with that, but we want to make sure that if someone has shopped with Myntra or Nykaa or Amazon, wherever they've seen us, they come to us because they would want more products and we will offer different products. And that's a strategy that we have applied. A lot of people don't do that. We have done that because it works for us, and hence constantly we are saying price parity maintenance. I think that's one question you might have, and hence some clarity. Yeah, and we realized after so this was very initially in 2019, I think, when we started. But we realized when we didn't have discount at all, the bestsellers stayed the bestsellers. Nothing changed, and that's one thing we should not try to heavily compete with everyone out there, and also making sure you stand out. Offering what you can offer the best is what we stand for, and when there are heavy discount phases like the EORS, the big billion sales of the marketplaces, we participate there.
One is discounting, another one is marketing on marketplace, right? So every marketplace, they have different routes. So one of the routes could be that an X percentage of your revenue goes to marketing. So these are non-negotiables for some brands. They will tell you that okay, 2% of whatever you sell has to be put in back to marketing, and hence your sales will increase year on year, and that's the promise that they show. But there are some things that you can do. Is one, of course, there are great dashboards for a lot of marketplaces. So they'll give you the whole back end of how exactly where you're putting in money, and whether you're putting on widgets. Then there are banners. You can bid for. You can put money there. You can say that okay, after the money goes beyond this, I will not put in money. What take care of is when I was saying that you have to make money in every marketplace is that you should know your ROAS. If you decide that your ROAS cannot come down, let's say 20x, you have decided it is going to be 20x and it cannot come down below that, you have to make sure that that is what is communicated and that stops. Then your spend doesn't happen. Some marketplaces you don't have control on, but some marketplaces you do control that. And hence tracking that is very, very important, because the moment your sale is not as per your market spends, you immediately start bleeding. And that's why keeping a track is very important. And also the thing is that every marketplace will close their calculations on at a particular date, right? Once it's sealed, it's sealed. You cannot go back and ask for it. Same with not following tag, the penalties that you incur, if you are asking for money when there's a defective product, everything has a date. So if the team is not on top of it, and if you're not tracking your marketing budget with the kind of ROAS that you're getting, you are going to lose money there. And hence what we're saying, you need to be extremely vigilant when it comes to marketplace, because if you're getting so much benefit from a marketplace, there'll also be a lot of conditions that come with it. If you're not sure of the conditions, you will start losing money and you'll not know it unless it's too late.
Also, for marketing, having discussions with the teams, understanding what they want from your brand. There are agencies also who provide services for just marketplace marketing. We haven't tried that honestly, but doing it in-house also isn't that difficult. Just managing the kind of money you're spending and constantly talking to the teams. Not every marketplace has a great backend, but the couple of them that's there, you can always track it yourself.
Okay, cannot emphasize more on great shoots. Whenever you are doing ads, make sure the first image, the shoots, the banners, everything has the best of shoots, and you are good to go.
Guys, again, negotiate with what you want, what your brand stands for with every marketplace. Earlier we used to have solid background shoots, but we negotiated, we requested, repeated, we tried hard, and then we can put the images that we do put on website, which is the lifestyle photographs. And again, it changed everything. The sales increased way more. I think constantly asking for things because none of the rules are written in stone.
I think we forget that. I think what happens is they look like giants, and they are giants. We are a small brand. It just looks like that, you can't ask for things. But then that's the mistake that we do. Constantly asking, constantly telling what you feel, constantly saying that, okay, what you're doing might not work for me, and this is what I think works for me. It's the best way to go about it. Remember, it's a partnership and not somebody controlling or somebody just selling a product and doing a favor on you. It's never that. So
yeah, and I always like telling people that if I win, you win, right? So I'm doing it for winning, for both of us. So that's the point we should never forget, and then start talking.
cool. Thank you so much.
Great. That's all from us. I hope we added some value in this, something else.
Not letting go so far.
Yes, also, we are around for a while now, so we can talk.
Yeah, the next thing we can just ask us. Oh, yeah.
How are you dealing with the next one?
Wow. Let's talk.
I wish there was an answer, but I'll tell you there are like a couple of things, 3 things that we do. One is reshooting it first because we feel that it could have gone wrong for whatever reason, and hence it's gone.
We have done that. I think with our whole the Stitch Garment launch that we did on Marketplace, the shoot was we went horribly wrong, and it was a Marketplace for the longest time. We reshot it, and we were not patient enough to put it because we lost a lot of money. We put in a lot of money because the stock was stuck there for a long time. We put them on the website, and it was literally sold out. So these are a couple of things that
That's fun because we work with saris, we can upcycle it. So this is an upcycled sari. Even that one is an upcycled one. So with these kind of products, we can do it. These are patchwork, effective saris which were at the warehouse. Now it's a bestseller. We just have cut and stuck it together. Otherwise, we upcycle it to mats, etc. We have also, there's one brand who, it's a shoe brand, I'm not making them, but they have said that the dead stock, they put it on marketplace like Flipkart, etc., where you can do deep discounting and also not dilute the brand's name by putting deep discounts on your website. So there are different places and things that you can
So first should be reshoot when you do not lose money. Trying to retain your profit and no lose it, and second would be deep discounting. Third would be done a lot of things now. Yeah, we do exchange of products in different places, different marketplaces. Just trying different places because there could be different audience altogether who might come and discover and like your product and buy it.
Yeah, and also if you define, I think the definition of dead stock for different brands is different. If you catch it early on, You can also, if you have wholesalers, you can give a little more discount and finish a lot of good like that. But we have never discarded anything yet, so yeah, that's the last one. That's the worst option ever. All right, thank you so much for the patience.
Thank you so much, Sujata and Tanya, for sharing your experiences with us and well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is with great anticipation and excitement that we transition to our second workshop for the day titled Transforming the Online Experience, 4 Ways to Delight Your Customers. Where this workshop, it aims to shed light on the transformative strategies that are required to create a seamless and personalized journey that goes above and beyond customer expectations. Well, as we have learned by emphasizing personalization, ease of navigation, responsive customer service, and post-purchase engagement, business can elevate online experience for their customers, leaving lasting impression on them. And without further ado, it is an honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for this workshop, the founder of Helene Cooper Luxury, Mrs. Helene Cooper. Can we have huge round of applause, everyone out here with a wealth of knowledge and expertise in delivering exceptional online experiences. It is going to be a wonderful workshop. Let's have it. Let's all raise our hands together and give a shout out, everyone out here. Come on.
Thank you very much. I wish I had help in my hands. Well, thank you, and well, good morning to you all. Are you awake? Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I want to do today is to just share with you a few ideas of how you can learn some lessons from luxury and how these hacks are going to help you not only satisfy your customers, but also to really, really delight them. So hopefully that's going to be a topic that tweaks your belt. I'm talking to you whether you have your own D2C selling website, whether you are a marketplace, or whether you're looking at omnichannel or are already in omnichannel with physical stores. All of this is relevant. So who is this Brit with the weird hair that's standing in front of you? So I have 38 years experience in business. I've worked with blue chip, SME and startup businesses around the world. In fact, the only continent I've never worked in is South America, so there's still time. I was one of the original .com entrepreneurs, so yes, I am that old. I'm very sorry, this is their guide. I achieved £1 million of sales with an online luxury heritage brand in 1 year. That brand, by the way, is 1,100 years old and serves the kings and queens of the UK. I also was the global managing director for an international $50 million omnichannel business in the organic health, wellness, and beauty sector. But the most important thing, the reason why I'm here today, is because in 2021, I decided to come to India with all of that knowledge to share it with Indian brands that I want to see grow. I am not interested at all in international brands. Forget it. They already have all the support they need, okay? So what I want to do is to share my knowledge and the knowledge of my trainers to actually help Indian brands do better, grow faster, and actually participate in the premium and luxury marketplaces. Why am I talking about luxury? Because I'm sure all of you are thinking, mine's not a luxury brand. Forget it. Even if you are not a luxury brand, you can use some of the luxury experience and hacks that actually make this something that will make you the best brand in your sector. That's why I'm here. The luxury market in India is growing enormously. Bain & Co are saying that by 2030, it's going to be 3.5 times larger than it is today. That's pretty significant. That's an $85 to $90 billion market right here in India within the next few years. And within that, because luxury market rises everybody up,
The premium market, the bridge to luxury market, is going to grow within the next 3 years to be 1.5 to 2 billion. That's where you play. That's where you're going to be active. So you need to think about how you can take some lessons from the growing luxury market and play more in that sector. The other thing, second fact, is that there are over 15,000 ultra high net worth individuals in India. A lot are concentrated right here in Mumbai, and an increasing number of women. And women are big shoppers. I know, I'm one. So, when the luxury market grows, everybody grows. But at the same time, you know, the expectation of the non-luxury customer increases. They want better service, they want a better experience. Everything increases. If you aren't going to be able to deliver on both of those, you probably aren't going to have much of a future. And shock horror, the high net worth and the ultra high net worth consumer doesn't only shop in Ferragamo and Louis Vuitton. You'll find them in Zara. You might even find them on your own website, in your own store. They are expecting the same sort of level of service as they get in the high-end luxury. So you need to be able to respond. If you're thinking about the lower part of the triangle here, products, quality, delivery, that's fine for now. But increasingly, what you're going to have to think about is how are you going to deliver a far superior, excellent customer service? How are you going to engage with them? If you haven't got a thought about that at the moment, you need to start thinking about it right now. Otherwise, you'll become irrelevant. Because on some surveys that we've done with UK and Indian online shoppers, I have to tell you that the online shopping experience is disappointing. Now, I know when my parents used to use the D word with me, that was worse than any other. And I use it on my kids now. Disappointing. You don't want to be disappointing. But what's disappointing is that the support during the sales purchase phase and the after-sales services, disappointing. The use of technology, which should be amazing for an online business, is actually being used to avoid talking to customers. It's disappointing. The delivery and the way it's delivered, the packaging, the care that's taken of the product that's arriving at the customer's house is disappointing. And finally, the communications from brands is extremely disappointing. There is nothing worse than being made to feel like you're a walking wallet before you've even received your last order from that customer. You're asking them to spend more? Why do that? You wouldn't expect to run down the street after them in a shop and say, come back and buy some more. It just isn't going to happen. It's disappointing. When you have a good experience as an average customer, non-luxury customer, it takes 6.5 good experiences for them to become loyal to you. It takes more if you are going to be one of the high net worth customers, about 7.6 good experiences. The bad news is, it only takes just over 2 bad experiences to lose an average customer and under 2 to lose a high net worth customer. So you're walking a very fine line. It doesn't take much to annoy them. So there are 5 questions I think we should be asking ourselves. First of all, do we truly, truly understand our customers? Do we know them as individuals? How do we make them feel and how do we want to make them feel? Is the brand experience something which is consistent and excellent across all the touch points that you have? How are we making the most of digital innovation? You're at the forefront of technology, or you should be, so make more of that. And are we aligned with our customers' values, interests, and concerns? There are 3 critical emotions in any business: faith, hope, and love. Faith is that your customer believes you. They believe you're going to give them a good product. They believe that you're going to give them a product which delivers on the promise that you've offered them. They believe that you have the credibility and the knowledge to be able to do that. They hope that what you sell to them will allow them to achieve their ambition. but it is actually going to make them thinner, make them more beautiful, give them better skin, help them have higher reputation and status amongst their peer group. That's their hope. And if you deliver on that, and you deliver on the product, then they will start to love you. And we all need customers to love us. Too many times I see brands that don't love their customers, and their customers don't love them. So you need to build that love, and love builds over time. And the problem with love is if you break their heart, if you fail on the promise, if you don't deliver, and a lot of luxury brands are in this now, you fail to deliver what's expected, you've broken their heart, they never come back. They will not forgive you. So don't break a heart. And don't think that loyalty cards are love, because they're not. Loyalty cards are entirely transactional. You give me your data, I'll give you a reward. But that's a reward to spend with me again. That's not love, that is transactional. What you need to do is to get from a transactional relationship to an emotional relationship, because emotion is where love sits. There was some research done last year now, and these were areas that were considered to be most important. And I've compared here the luxury customers' responses and the non-luxury. So they want more effective customer support. The luxury customer, of course, wants a little bit more, but look, 79% of non-luxury customers would like more effective support from their D2Cs. They want a better physical experience. So if you have a store, even with all the money that luxury brands put into their new Louis Vuitton store in JWP, they still want more. And even a non-luxury customer wants more. They want help in making decisions. We don't offer that online enough. And they want past interactions to recognize them as individuals, so it actually improves the performance and the conversation that you're going to have with them. You have to be customer obsessed. So, to paraphrase my mate JWK, ask not what your customer can do for you, but what can you do for your customer? You can give them a better experience. So we're going to go through a few of the lessons of luxury and some of the ideas and hacks that you're going to be able to bring into your business that will actually improve that experience for your customers. Now, these are 4 areas that luxury do very well. They build relationships, they actually tell fabulous brand stories that are memorable, they have an empowered team, highly trained, and they also indulge in personalization. Offline luxury generally does all of those really, really well. They're not very good at online luxury, actually. And that's one of the big issues. Over 70% of luxury customers do not like their luxury brand when they're buying it online. They really don't. The non-luxury offline stores get some of it right, but so much of the non-luxury online is disappointing that they don't build relationships that are personal. They don't tell brand stories in a way that are memorable and convincing, and they're not empowering their team. So I'm going to go through those 4 and tell you one idea for each of them that you might be able to make work in your business. In building relationships, luxury brands know their customer personally. They are not a data set. They are not an invented persona. They know them by name. They know what's happening in their life. They have a long-term focus metric. Lifetime value is one of the most important things in luxury. Do you know the lifetime value of your customers, or is it 1 in, 1 out? And they have direct in-person contact. That's not a text, it's not an email, it's a phone call, or it's a WhatsApp message before a phone call. People buy from people. They want to talk, they want human connection. So one idea for your guys, if you are having any sort of connection, whatever that might be, instead of texting or instead of sending an email, pick up the phone. If they have just placed an order, call them to say thank you. Thank you for placing. Was it for a special occasion? How else could we help? Did you get everything you wanted? Talk to them. But it's not the point to sell more. If you're talking about brand storytelling, create a world that's really memorable for them. It's desirable. Use video. You know, we've all seen the luxury brands advertising videos. They're like mini Hollywood films or Bollywood films. They are actually used to engage the customer. They bring the customer into their world. And it's any brand story is told from the customer's point of view. So don't just tell the customer what you want. Tell them how you want them to feel, how you're expecting them to be able to engage with you. It's about emotions. So I weep at most homepages at the moment because they are a shopping page. It just brings up your shop. That is the perfect time when someone clicks on that link for you to show them something which is more engaging. Could you use video? How emotionally engaging is it? It should not be your shop page. Have you got an empowered team? So in luxury, an empowered team has the ability to make decisions quickly. The front face to the customer is not the manager, it is the person that they're talking to. You have to be able to trust your team. The issues there are resolved very quickly and generously. No questions asked. You cannot have, oh, well, maybe it's outside 30 days, or maybe, oh, no, well, we don't do that now. No questions asked, repair and replacement. And highly trained and confident teams. They know how to interact with the customer, how to have conversations, how to actually engage with them. So maybe you just need to give permission for individuals to act. The way we help brands is to actually help create a framework of the options for remedial action or rewarding action. Give them something to work within, but don't rely on a script, because a script is only about hard sell. It's a fact. It doesn't allow for any conversation. And the fourth area around personalization, luxury brands and the brand ambassadors have a little black book of contacts, so they know what happened previously with that customer. They make a note of it. More often than not, it's online. Go beyond the sales floor. Quite often you'll find that a brand ambassador knows so much about that customer that they will send them a quick message or a quick call to them to say, hey, have you seen that this musician that you love is actually doing a concert next week? Or have you seen that this event's happening, this art gallery is opening? They actually go beyond the sales floor. Every conversation is not about the sale to that brand. They build that relationship. And they also provide different shopping services. So during COVID, for example, luxury brands who thrive on that face-to-face retail actually had to change the way they worked. And so they would have curated selections of items taken to the customer's house, carefully cleaned. The customer could try them on. They could do a WhatsApp call video so they could actually see how it worked. Always, always, the brand ambassador would put a little bit of extra stuff in there that they hadn't actually asked for. It could be a belt, it could be a bag, it could be anything like that. But that home shopping service still remains part of the way that luxury brands operate now. It's very, very important. So could you establish a shared online database? Because that means that when the customer calls or talks to you, it doesn't matter who they talk to, you bring up their name immediately. Every interaction, every comment, every query, every product order is actually brought in. And something like Monday.com is a really, really cost-effective way of doing that. And it can be shared across the enterprise at a very low price. It needs to be a seamless experience across all of those touch points. So those are just 4 areas, 4 ideas that actually you could bring into your business if you want to make that customer experience excellent. Learn from luxury. Because if you want to grow more, you have to sell more. Yeah, we wouldn't disagree. If you want to sell more, you need to train more. No. If you want to grow faster, you have to train better. And that's why we're here. Nobody does what we do the way that we do it. And we're bringing all of the playbook of the international brands so that domestic Indian brands will grow and grow faster and better. And if you want your marketing budget to have more impact, training and marketing are 2 sides of the same coin. That's the impact, 50-50. If you don't do enough marketing, you're not getting people onto your website or into your store. If you get them into your store and people are not trained, your marketing is being wasted. So you have to have both of these things. But look at the difference in investment. A very small proportion of your marketing that's put over to training will actually make all of your marketing marketing and your ROI significantly higher. So think about training as being an investment and not a cost. Any questions? Oh, really? Go home now. Yes, have we got a mic there? Hi.
Just a quick question. It was interesting that you mentioned that they pick up the phone and then have a conversation. Typically, people who buy luxury on a regular basis are extremely busy and really value their privacy, right? Is that a safe assumption? So, I mean, even regular folks don't like people calling them. Nowadays, it's all about text. So, how do you navigate that little balance between privacy and being really busy and then having these unsolicited calls?
So it's about building the relationship. So, you know, eventually what happens, it takes time, you can't do this overnight, okay? But eventually what will happen is that yours is the call they do pick up because they know it's of some value. If you call them with nothing or you just phone them up for a sale, forget it, they'll not pick up your call again. But actually if it's kind of, I see that this is going on, or just to let you know that that bag that you really liked has come back in. It could be anything like that. There's a reason to contact. And it's a regular contact as well. It's not too frequent, but it actually is a value-adding conversation. You would not delete a friend from a phone call because you want to have that conversation. That's where you want to get to in the relationship with the customer. All too often, brands, on and offline, only call the customer to get them to buy something. They don't understand what it is that they really want, and their interest is wider than that. So you have to get beyond the sale to get to the sale. Okay? Makes sense? Okay. Anything else? Can't be Santa. Anybody else?
Any more questions?
Yes. One question there. With the mic.
Hi. I just wanted to ask you, since you have worked internationally globally with all and now you've come to India and we're seeing a huge trajectory for the luxury brands. What is the one, I would say, difference you find in Indian luxury brands from a consumer experience than from your international brands? I'm talking about the pure luxury brands of India, not the ones where, you know, they are just...
If I'm being extremely harsh, it's because they are still trading. They're still transactional. They haven't yet understood what an experience for the customer needs. It's nothing to do with investment in nice stores or whatever. Of course, has to happen. It's nothing to do with having more people in the store. Of course, you have to have a good ratio of staff to customer. It's the mindset. Every one of our clients that works with us, they retain their staff longer, the staff are more motivated, the client comes back again and again, the repeat purchase level is extremely high, the conversion level is high. But it's because they've learned how to talk to the customer. And it is a skill, it's not something that we're all very comfortable with, but we have all the training resource to be able to help do that. So that is the biggest difference. All the international brands focus entirely on those selling skills, which, by the way, are not selling, they're choosing to apply. That's a huge difference, huge. Okay? So let me just finish. I will be here all day, and probably most of the night. Some numbers. I've given you 5 questions you have to ask yourself about your brand. I've given you 4 ideas, little hacks that you might be able to bring into your business that are going to help to really delight your customers rather than just give you a decent customer satisfaction score. There are 3 emotions, faith, hope, and love, and the greatest is love. And you need to get them to love you, because if they don't, you're on a losing streak. You have 2 choices. You want to grow, you don't want to grow. If you want to grow, you have to invest in training, you have to make the experience right so that your customers keep coming back, because it's a lot more expensive to keep recruiting new customers that you tee off than to keep getting customers coming back to you again and again. That's a better ROI for any sort of marketing and training spend. So if you want to talk to us, it's a call. There's a number, or come to me, I have my cards. What I'm going to be doing is actually giving you 10 people in here. I'm here till Monday evening late. and then I fly back to London. So if you want to talk to me about training might help you grow your business, to grow your business faster, to enhance the customer experience, just DM me. I'm going to give you a different number on my card. It's kind of 989 888 3464. The first 10 people to DM me through WhatsApp, then we'll make an appointment. Okay? Whether you're an investor, whether you're pure play online, whether you're a marketplace, training and the customer experience agreements. Thank you for listening.
So thank you so much, and I would request you to stay back and stay with us. And right now is the time to give away the goodie bag, Kelly Cooper. And ma'am, I would request you to stay back with us, please. Okay. So I hope all of you all loved how she shared her experience, and it is really going to be very, very helpful for us. And right now, I would also like to request Tanya and Sujata to please join us on stage to receive the goodie bag. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone out here? And I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Shah to give away the goodie bag. Can we have huge, huge round of applause, please?
Big clap, guys.
Thank you so much for joining with us on stage. And as we transition to the next workshop of the day titled D2C Growth Hacking, Innovative Strategies to Scale Your Brand Rapidly, we are poised to delve into the realm of leveraging creative and efficient tactics to drive rapid growth and expansion for D2C brands. Well, it is my honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for this workshop, none other than Mr. Rishabh Sadia, the CEO and co-founder of Plix. Can we have warm applause? He is well positioned to share his valuable insights with us. Can we have huge shout out, and let's begin this fabulous workshop.
Like just understand out here with the different type of people I'm interacting with. I like to make it. I think there's an issue. So I just like to understand the type of people I'm interacting with, how many founders or marketing enthusiasts we have. If you guys are comfortable raising your hands, so just understand who I'm talking to. Okay, there are lots of founders and marketing enthusiasts. So good, that's a good set of people I like to talk to. So what I'm going to focus on is, so I think I spent a lot of time in my 0 to 1 journey, and I struggled a lot. And I've seen a lot of D2C brands struggle in the 0 to 1 journey. I think 0 to 1 is much more difficult to build and get through, and 1 to 10 is easier. In fact, like I'll be honest, we might have spent a lot of time in our 0 to 1 around 2 years, but by 1 to 10 took a year, and maybe 10 to 100 is taken 6 months, right? We've rapidly scaled post that. So what I feel is usually what happens is, and specifically what happens is in your 0 to 1, right? You don't know what is the right thing to do. There are like hundreds of marketing activities which people will recommend you, and companies will come and pitch you. But what I strongly recommend is, if you're an online present brand, right, and you have to invest your money in marketing, there are 2 things you should focus on. One is obviously organic, which you build through content. But if you're looking at paid, right, only focus on Facebook and Instagram. That's when you get your real ROI. This is what I strongly recommend. In fact, even today, when maybe Plix spends like maybe 7-8 crores a month on marketing, I spend 95% of my budget on Facebook, right? Because that's where the audience is. Google is good for retargeting, but you should strongly recommend to spend it on Facebook and Instagram. In fact, this might differ from category to category, but I have seen that Amazon and Flipkart marketplaces also do not give me the ROI which a Facebook will give me. Specifically if you get a content playwright, right? People say marketplaces are great for ROI, at least in the health and personal care category. you will see better ROI coming in from your Facebook and Instagram than Amazon or Flipkart. Limit down your budgets on marketplaces is something else I will recommend. Right, specifically what happens is, like there's, so why I tell you Amazon, Flipkart does not work well is most D2C brands are working in new innovative categories, right? You're launching something which is new, right? You're not launching a generic chocolate, or you're not launching something which is available, right? You'll add value by adding a certain ingredient, making it clean, natural, or some value add will be there, right? For which there is not a lot of search volume on Amazon marketplaces. So that's why it doesn't make sense to spend on categories. Those keywords will also not be there. But you rather create awareness with video content, create hook rates of what do you call ads which have great hook rates. That does well. And in fact, like I said, right, even today we don't spend a lot of money on even Amazon and Flipkart. I yet see maximum incremental value for my money and my budgets coming on Amazon, Facebook. So I'll just talk a little bit more on how you should look at Facebook and Instagram if you guys are looking to scale it up. The biggest needle mover I feel for Facebook is that you need to have a great content plan, right? Everything and solely depends on your content strategy. And in fact, at Plix, right, I'll be honest, we have maybe more than a 30 to 40 member team on graphic, video, and content. And people handle social. That's how important it is, right? My R&D team is smaller, my marketplace team is smaller, my supply chain team combined will not equal what my content team does. Because that's what it is. Like, and it drives amazing volume. Just to give you an example, we had one video which went viral and it's currently at 89 million views. It's got me 80,000 followers, most organic followers in the last 20 days, right? And I'll be honest, it took me around 2 years to get to 80,000 followers. So one video will change the game. I mean, it's not that, that video is like magic. I'll actually show it on my phone for you guys to understand. My phone is there. Can you give me a phone? It's a very simple video just comparing 3 foods and 1 food. Right? But it does that. And we took the same video and made like 5 other videos, all 5 of them went viral. Right? And we have like maybe those videos are doing like some 120 million views. I'm not sure how much you guys will be able to see from this, but so that's how important I feel content strategy is. I'll also walk you through a time when we were struggling. So we had raised capital and we were not doing well, right? And what changed the game? Yeah, so Plix runs in the plant-based nutrition space. I'm showing you. It's a video. It's not a product video. It's got 90 million views. It is just 3 different foods and it's comparing it to like one, right? And what has calories. But it's the audience I want to target. Right? People who want to be healthy. I start retargeting us phenomenally well, and we've seen like 20-30% growth just last month. So what you don't realize is you don't need to do like massive investments or like 1 crore brand films to meet the middle, right? You can, and it's a short with my content team from 1%. So what I'm trying to say is, you can take your phone today, create some fantastic content, and the probability of it going viral is quite high. So also I'll tell you is, honestly, Instagram now is also moving towards an algorithm where they are not focusing on giving you reach if you have high followers. If your video is well ranked, good, has good book rate, goal rate, and even if you don't have a lot of followers, your video can go viral. We've seen, and we've seen it honestly, is that we work with influencers who have 2,000, 5,000 followers. Also, and their videos started in 100K, 200K. It started happening. It's moving more to TikTok kind of way, where you don't need to have followers, but if you create good content, Instagram will start boosting it. So, and that's just talking on virality and an organic point of view. So that does well. Also, just talking on content and how important content is. At one point of time, I'll be honest, we were burning around 1 crore a month. We just raised capital and we weren't doing well. So we grew fantastically from maybe like a 30 lakh a month brand to 3 crore a month brand, and we raised capital. And you know what happens with capital, right? Then your investors, everybody wanted to grow fast, so you start deploying a lot of money. And we did that, we started burning a lot of money. We hired talent, but didn't solve it. But one fine day, we took a video live. It was a very simple video of a girl dancing and showing the product ACV in a fit way. My CAC came down from 1200 to 400. And I was like, wow, right? So again, it was a video which was cost me 2,000-3,000 rupees, but that's what changed the game. And I'll be honest, we started scaling 20%. We realized this is the type of content that works. I got all of my team to start making this type of content, and we started scaling. Today, maybe Flix is doing north of 400 to 300 crores in terms of monthly revenue. And I'll be honest, it's all on content. The moment we get the right content, we execute it, we create multiple different personas on the same content, and it works well. So you can be a small brand with no money, no capital, you don't need it, right? All you need is a good video editor. If you don't know how to create videos, I recommend you learn. If you don't have the capital, or hire somebody who's good at social, and you can start moving. Figure out one video. I'm telling you, it's just about one video which will give you a CAC, which is scalable, and then you can start scaling. So that's what I say. So this is, I think, what I've really said. Right? Until you're not a 100 crore brand, do not run. A lot of companies also do is they run top funnel ads and mid funnel ads, and then they will finally do bottom funnel. Don't go on the bullshit. Just run conversion or ads, and that works. Even today, I think now we're going to start doing branding and everything, but at a smaller scale, just optimize your ads for purchase. That will do well, right? Don't bother about doing anything else. Just optimize for purchase. Ask Facebook to find you the customer who wants to buy the product. Not look at the product, not look at your content, not do an add to cart. If anyone understands performance marketing, you guys will understand. Whenever people have questions, please ask during this. Okay? Right? That's what I do well. Just optimize for bottom funnel. Right? I think basic hygiene is you don't need to have complicated ad structures like 100 ad sets and like 5,000 ads. You can just run, if you're a brand spending less than 10,000 a day, just run one campaign on ASC, no retargeting, let the Instagram algorithm optimize for that, and it will do wonders. It's very simple. I'll be honest now, there are agencies, I think you guys will hate me, but the true fact is, you don't need a fancy agency to run your ad campaigns. Meta has made everything simple with AI. It's a simple ASC campaign, put 4 videos in, optimize for purchase, let Meta do the targeting, all your problems are solved. I'll be honest, we run like massive budgets and we have just 2 people running like a 7-8 crore budget. But they don't need it. In fact, most of them spend time in giving feedback to editors, if this hook is working, try this card, different cards, etc., which is done and understanding what products are profitable is different. But running an ad account from ad is not needed at this point of time. So very simple ad structure. I think test for incrementality, click on acquisition is, I think once you are maybe spending maybe more than 1 crore a month or 2 crores a month, these are things. I think at this point of time the scale is, the audience I'm talking to, I think will have a lot less, the scales are not focused on that. Yes, like I said, right, I think retargeting does not work. Like I was saying, just keep one ad, Meta will retarget from inside. Do not spend money on Google. Google will show you fantastic ROAS on shopping campaigns, but it's just based on your brand keyword, which is just based on money. You shut down all of that. I used to spend 1 lakh a day on Google on just Google shopping because it shows that fantastic 6x ROAS. You made it 0. My revenue didn't change. So imagine I'm saying 30 lakhs a month, 3.6 crores a year. So you need to understand your metrics well, see what's working, test incrementality, do well. Yeah, I think one golden rule I'll tell you is do not invest on Instagram ads for a product which is less than 1,000 rupees. It's a waste of time. It's not going to get you your ROI. You will only burn money, and you will go down downward spiral that maybe my customer in 6 months will bring back LTV to me and stuff like that. It does not happen, right? Indian customers are frivolous. They might not buy. You cannot let your campaign be optimized. You're losing money on your first order, right? Fundamentally, that is something you need to understand, and that's what you need to focus on. The golden metric is my first order needs to make money, right? And this is what I tell everyone in my team. Everyone knows this, and even today, right? We only focus on this metric. Whether we launch a new product, if the first order does not make money, we will not scale our campaigns. So focus on high ROI. I'll tell you why high ROI, right? If you're selling a 500 rupee product and you have 50% gross margins, you barely have 250 rupees to afford a CAC. You're not going to get. Today's world is extremely competitive. In 250 rupees, your CAC is not going to come. Even if it comes, it will come at 1,000 rupees budget a day. The moment you scale it to 5,000, it's going to go away. And like, honestly, as a D2C brand, you don't scale, right? You want your product, your campaigns to spend 10,000, 20,000, 1 lakh a day. There is no way you're going to be able to get a 250 rupee CAC. You can get the best ad in the world, it's not going to happen, right? So focus on high ROI. If your product is a 500 rupee product, sell 3 of them, right? Sell 1,500 rupees worth of product. That will solve your problem. And it works like, you guys will be shocked, right? I sell coconut water online, right? And coconut water is a 20 rupee product. And you wonder, right? How do I do? I sell literally a pack of 30 or a pack of 60. and people buy it. You'll be surprised. We do maybe 3 lakhs a day just on coconut water. That's like 1 crore a month. Like if you look at places, Amazon coconut water, it's the best-selling product on Amazon. It's a powdered coconut water, not even a bottled coconut water. They're beating brands like Dabur, Real, Tropicana online. Why? Because we solve for AOV, right? I have more money to spend than Dabur has on online, on what do you call it? On coconut water, because I can do AOV. So that's the magic here, right? Do not waste time if it's a 500 rupee product. Increase your AOV. People will buy pack of 3. It's not that customer, your cap will be lower if what you call, you put a lower price point. Maybe yes, but you will not make money, you will not be able to scale it, so it's redundant, right? You want to solve for at any scale. So that's why it's very important to solve for AOV. That's why I said small ticket sizes don't work, optimize for bundles. Build on open targeting. Yeah, I think this. Also, most brands are building for Bharat, right? And building for India, right? And that's why I think you should focus on. Blix is also a very value conscious brand. Like most of products will be at a price point of 10, 20 pieces of it, right? And that's why I say open targeting works very well if you're doing that. 50% of my revenue comes from tier 2, right? That's where I see value because tier 1 is very competitive. Right? Tier 10 compete with everybody, right? Tier 2 consumers have, they don't have showrooms to go to. They want their aspiration to buy a tier 1 brand, a Metro City brand. It works better there. Content is a new targeting. I cannot emphasize more on how important content is. So one very important thing I tell is you need to test your creators. So what I mean by this is whenever you're running an ad, what I recommend is there is something called as a hold rate and a hook rate. So hold rate is basically if your ad has 100 impressions, how many people are watching your ad for the first 3 seconds, right? And you should aim for 50% of that. So if people are glancing through the ad, should be so good that 50% are watching. Right? If you can optimize that, and that's what works. So at Blix, we focus on getting 80% of ads at this metric, which is the whole rate of 50%. It has to be a non-stopping hook, right? Which is very important. That's fine. How much time do I have now? 6 minutes. I think Amazon, Flipkart, there are a couple of hygiene things like do not invest in brand keywords. Make sure you negotiate your brand keyword out of it. It's not going to make sense. People want to buy a product, will buy a product. Focus on non-brand. Yeah, and always invest in targeting on non-brand keywords. I think I spoke on this, right? Do not invest in Google at this point of time if you're on a 0-1 journey. Don't do shopping campaigns. Again, shopping campaigns I recommend doesn't work for like the health and personal care category. I think in apparel it might get work, right? Because it's a lot discovery based. So don't take this. It's also a lot of this is based on category experience. So just keep that in mind. Try, test, and learn is what I would say. So a couple of things which I do is, which I recommend every brand to do is, I at the night, even today, right, at 12:13 at night, I will what we call Usab. Like a literal like a Panya entrepreneur, I will sit and see how much money did I make, what is my gross revenue, what is my net revenue, I spent 20 lakhs on ads, how much money did I make in terms of CM, after moving operational expenses, am I profitable today or not? If I'm burning money at that level, I will reduce my ad spends. Because boss, I don't want to live burning money. I've been through that phase that I was burning a crore a month and I couldn't get sleep, right? You take better decisions when you are not burning capital, you are efficient. I do that stuff every day, even today, and we see whether you're profitable or not. If you're not, we make changes and put it out. So I'm going to keep the last 5 minutes for questions if anybody has, and then we can move forward. So guys, if anybody has any questions, I can see one here and there. Your audience t-shirt here.
So, catalog ad versus non-catalog ad.
Can't hear.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Catalog ad versus non-catalog ad, especially when you have a lot of SKUs. Any recommendation on Facebook?
So it depends. Can you give me context? What type of company are you running?
We are running an export operation for D2C
Sports.
Exports, yeah.
Exports. And what type of category do you know?
We have food, we have clothing, we have shoes, we have.
So in that, I think when you have maybe 200, 500 SKUs, you don't have a US SKU strategy. Maybe catalog ads will work. Is what I would say. But you have to figure it out. Try and test and learn. But I've seen, at least in my perspective, I have a US SKU strategy. So I invest all my money on one product, and I don't run catalogs at all because they don't work for me. But you have to try and test and see what works. I would strongly recommend is every company, or even if it's a massive catalog, you will have one hero, right? I would recommend you to figure out how to run ads on that. and maybe then you get to small budgets retargeting on catalog. But I've not been able to scale catalogs. I don't get the ROAS I get from like running a product-specific campaign, which is optimized, content optimized for that. And that winner, pick up that winner is what I would say.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, someone else wanted it. We'll later on. Okay, go on, you can ask.
What do you consider good ROAS? Like, it's a
It
very
depends on company to company, right? I would say is, see, anyone promising 10x ROAS, right, that's bullshit. It's not possible. I look at ROAS from a prospecting new customer angle, and my goal is I need to just do 2.5x. As long as I do more than 2.5x on trade revenue attribution, I'm happy. That's what I care for. Because I'm making money on 2.5. I break even at 2, I make money at 2.5x. That's my metric, based on your margins. If you have 50% gross margin, you need to break even at 2x, and with your operational expenses, maybe 2.5x, right? If you have a lesser gross margin business, maybe then aim for a higher ROAS. So you have to figure that out based on like what your company economics are. But yeah.
Do you have any more questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got a health and wellness brand. It's for women's health. We've got nutritional supplements and vitamins. So I've actually got 3 questions. The first question is that as a health and wellness brand, building trust is really important, especially when you're doing 0 to 1. And I've been trying to invest in influencer marketing, but it turns out to be too expensive, especially for a bootstrap brand. So how do you build trust among your customers?
So I'll be honest, right? I have never understood influencer marketing for the longest time. Maybe till like 250 crore revenue, I would barely spend any capital on influencer. Now we have a lot of profits, and I spend money to build brand awareness, top funnels, everything, which is all fine when you have capital and profits, right? Before I wouldn't do it, don't build trust, build on a landing page, right? Put social testimonials, put video testimonials, build social proof with your ads, right? No need to do influencers. Also, what I recommend is if you want to do influencers, take a bet on one influencer who you think is good. Get a fantastic piece of content with her. Her ad running will not, her putting a post on her followers will not get the ROI. Even in your wildest of best days, right? Very rarely you will see that happen. But what will work is to take her content and you run ads on it, right? That will get you ROI because most of the CAC will come in 30% because of face. But even for doing that, I think you need to first figure out your ad mechanism strategy. That has to be working. And then suppose you're getting 1,000 rupee CAC without her, you take a great face, maybe then it will come down to 700 rupees. But that's the expectation you should have, and that's the math you should do. But you will not break even by her posting a reel. You paid her 1 lakh rupees, 2 lakh ka sale nahi aane. So don't have those expectations.
Okay, perfect. I had another question. So the question was that in the health and wellness category, a lot of people consider nutraceutical supplements as pharmaceutical. In the sense that मैं खाऊंगा 15 दिन में I'll lose weight, or 15 दिन में I'll get abs. So that expectation is very tough to number one tackle and meet. So I'm sure a lot of people, even though you give good education, a lot of people will be disappointed. You know, okay, I purchased the product, I had for 2 weeks, which one, and I want to return the product. So that customer retention does not happen. What do you do in that case, and how do you manage the expectation?
We face this journey a lot, right? And you have to set expectation levels very clearly. So what I do with all my products is we send a massive card. This is written very nicely that this is not a magic pill. We show a graph from like it's more about weight management, right? So we say, with exercise, this is what you'll achieve. With exercise and diet, this is what you'll achieve. Without it, this is what you'll achieve. And we keep doing that counts in our ads, in my meeting, and I keep getting the customer, like 4 or 5 messages go out, boss, you need to do the 60 days, 90 days, right? I'll do calls. In fact, like a lot of brands, I think do this also very well. Is at least in the health and wellness space, 7 days after they receive the product, we'll call the customer, we'll explain them what to do, what not to do, what's after 60 days khana padega, 90 days khana padega. That needs to be really bombarded to the customer. Otherwise, yes, that issue will happen. People think, and it's also a function of what we do. I'll be honest, all of us do is we show magic ads, right? Yeah, this is a transformation. I mean, I'll be honest, my team also does a lot of that, right? That's why I keep pushing back and telling them expectation management has to be strong, right? Put your disclaimers correctly, inform the customers, call them, message them, and then you'll see retention happening. I didn't see that concern today, right? We see our cohorts are upward of 50-60% if I include Amazon Flipkart. There is 50% retention.
Thank you so much.
One last question. Happy to take it.
Hello. How do you handle 130 SKU together in the marketplace and on website?
How?
How do you handle 130 SKU?
How I ended up?
Yes.
So honestly, we launched, 3-4 years back, we launched one product. That did well, we launched more and more. And I think slowly we became a fairly scaled up team with having an idea. We kept building. So the focus was to target new categories, right? To grow revenue, right? Now, honestly, what happens is you also feel that there's a weight management customer who will also want something for scaling. want something for life. You want to service all of these needs, right? Because likes the brand, trust the brand, right? So that's why we now have a range of 120. 120, I think, is in different like flavors or sizes, but honestly, I think we don't have more than 50 to 80 products. But it's been over a period of like 3.5, 4 years with a big team we've been able to do. Otherwise, it's very difficult. But when I was running it single-handedly, I had one product with 4 flavors. That was like 14% off.
We can go for just one last question.
So what kind of question?
Like you said that you spend all of your money on a single product. So what do you think? How many products do we need to scale?
See, I'll be honest, and I keep telling this to, and I tell this to everybody, right? You need to find one hero product, right? And just build that there. And you'll be surprised how fast you can scale, right? We had one hero product, and in 4 months, we went from doing like 2 crores to 8 crores by just hitting hard on that product, right? Because we built the flywheel for that. We got PLF there, right? What happens is you do take time to get to the right product, which might, for which you might do, we had to launch maybe 15 products to get my first 100 crore ARR product. But when I got that, right, I just went double down on that. So brand will not solve it, right? Brand will just increase complications in supply chain, this thing. And today also the most ROI comes, right, is from my that one hero product. In fact, like whenever I'm not doing revenue, right, all of our team will brainstorm and we'll brainstorm on that hero how to scale it up. Because the jump you see there, right, 20% jump on my hero gives me 20 crore additional revenue instead of me investing time in a 10 crore product on a yearly basis and getting 10% is like 1 crore. So time value of money, efforts, to always focus on hero product strategy. That helps. Most big brands, anyone you see, right, you know them for one product, right? Marico, which has acquired us, is known for parachute. 50% of revenue comes from there. Any other brand you look at, right, it will be known for the one product. They're not known for 200 products.
Sir, I want to know that I follow your Insta and everything.
So your Insta follows more food rather than your brand is cosmetic, right? Or skincare.
So it's nutrition and skincare.
Nutrition and skincare. But almost आपने ये पहले ही सोचा था कि मैं जब ये skincare निकाल रहा हूँ तो मैं food पे ज़्यादा focus करके इन दोनों को connection करने वाला हूँ.
No, man. I'll be honest. This is all well now played out. When I started, I wanted to launch a protein company, right? We did protein, we did plant-based protein. Very soon we realized from customer insights here, people are not liking this taste and this is not a scalable product, right? So we launched something that vitamin C COVID which did very well. That also I realized very soon with COVID vitamin C will fire. But we do customer insights. We call our customers, we realized they love the form factor, which is just fizzy effervescent tablet. So we're like, which is the biggest problem to solve in weight loss? We realized apple cider vinegar liquid is the product which does not taste good. So we said we're making it with this fizzy tablet to taste good, right?
But in this product, there's such a big competition. How you deal with that competition?
That's content play. I believe there is what you call if you get a content play, right? Most big FMCG companies do not have strong digital now, right? There are very few people getting the content strategy, right? That's where you have to focus on.
How long you found your hero product? How much time you needed to find your hero product?
We did maybe 10 products we launched before I found my hero, which was nice. Right? And
which was your hero product?
We have an apple cider vinegar effervescent tablet.
Yeah.
So that's my hero. It took around a year or maybe 10 product launches. And like, I'll be honest, someone said 120, I think my head of product was telling me we've launched 200 plus products in terms of SKUs. We've cut them down to 120 because 80 of them didn't work. But we don't fall short from trying. You don't know when you try what will work for you.
So it is okay when we put 10 products and we cut down by 5 products. It doesn't harm our brand?
Not at all. Okay. Like I've moved 80 products. I mean, most guys who follow this not know. I mean, I don't know those 80 products are cut down. But it's fine. It's better to learn, right? Try, test, and learn. And in fact, one important thing is I say to my team and everybody is do small tests. If they are successful, scale them up, right? Don't spend 1 crore, spend 2 lakhs, right? Spend 10 lakhs. Then then spend 50 lakhs. Always test and learn. And one of the reasons I believe for my success is test and learn. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vishwas. I request you to stay back on stage with us. And I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Shah to join us on stage to give away the goodie bag to Mr. Rishabh. Can we have huge warm claps everyone out there?
Thank you.
So thank you so much both of you for staying on stage with us.
Okay, so good to see Rishabh and Sutta girls and everyone coming forward. And all the season founders coming forward to spend time with us. Thanks a lot, sir.
On Instagram, now we have to connect with you guys.
Well, we are now transitioning to our next highly informative workshop, the influencer effect. How to leverage social stars for brand success. Well, this workshop is designed to shed light on the impactful strategies of harnessing influencers to elevate your brand visibility, credibility, and engagement. And it is with great honor that I introduce our esteemed speakers for this workshop, Malini Agarwal, founder and creative director, and Naushad Rizwanullah, co-founder of Miss Malini Entertainment Private Limited. Can we have huge warm claps? Please extend a warm welcome to them and let this workshop commence.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone.
Well, while I get this, thank you very much for having us here today. We're very excited to share some of our insights. The placement of our session is quite interesting after what you just heard. And I think that's because, with all due respect, there are two sides of the same coin, really, right? One side is, and as we talk primarily about social media, there is a side where it's money in, money out. There's a science, there's a definite expertise there that's important to understand. That is not what we're giving you. There's another side to social media, which is your brand building, which is how do you create an identity that people come back to again and again. And also, as all of you guys know, it's not always just money in, money out, right? So that's the side that we're focusing on. Speak, but that's not my presentation. Anyway, so just a quick bit about how this is going to work. First, some introductions. Of course, Lani is no introduction. I am also Lani's business partner and co-founder of Miss Lani since day zero, you can say. She handles more of the creative, I do more of the business side of things. And the way this will work today is we are not going to do a full presentation that we normally do. We're going to go through that very quickly just to give you some of the basics. Some of the stuff might feel a bit familiar. And the reason for that is, honestly, if it looks like something you've heard before and you're tuning it out, I would urge you not to. Because one of the things we find the most with clients that we work with is that they get the big, they think about what are today's trends, what should I be doing to attract or be relevant to today's audiences, and they forget to think about the actual hygiene that really makes all the difference. So,
And just while the presentation is loading, first of all, hi everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for inviting us. I'm a very ardent reader of everything that happens in this amazing community, and I think a great example of how you create the future of a strong community is through these micro and subculture communities, which we're all part of. I know everyone's eager to learn. I will preface by saying that pretty much everything you know and believe about social media is wrong. And I first want to tell you this. And what I encourage you to do is sort of leave maybe some of your preconceived notions about influencers. We don't like that word anymore. We're content creators, as you know, behind. And I really want you to think about having a fresh slate, because I know there's so much pressure on everyone to perform and have a social media following and have enough likes and views and all of that. It's a slippery slope. So what we try to do when we have these now, opportunities to speak is not try to say sweeping statements that don't really mean anything for you. So we're going to sort of breeze through the presentation bit and try to focus on you. So we really encourage you to think about what are the real pain points and questions you have about social media. And don't worry, we won't take it personally if you ask me, does an influencer really work? Feel free. And we'll try to really look at things through your lens, be more focused on the Q&A. So is our presentation ready to go?
Are we good? Yes, okay. So just very quickly then, what to expect from what we will discuss today. Is there a direction? Okay, like Kwame said, the majority of today's session is meant to be Q&A, because we find that when we have questions is when we get the most practical information out to you. But we will be doing a very quick kind of what we learned in the last 15 years, which I'll primarily be leading for about 5 to 10 minutes. You'll be seeing a few pictures of our dog, and you'll also be seeing some shameless plugs for us as well. You'll be seeing a lot of tech issues. That process. Someone just give me a signal when you're ready. Good. Okay, so let's jump into it. The big theme you'll hear us coming back to again and again is that social media is meant to be social. You've probably heard that term by now, but we've been screaming it from the rooftops for the last 10, 15 years. The idea there is very simple, is that as we just saw, social media can on the one hand be very much a very practical, very scientific, very kind of money in, money out kind of approach, which has a very strong purpose. But we forget that the idea of social media, unlike other media platforms, is that it's on 24/7 all the time. There's conversations happening. And if you just treat it as a place where you drop in and out to make your messaging, or to get your new sale or your new discount, or talk about how great your product is, then you're really missing 90% of the point of social media. The way to be social on social media is to not just, like I said, don't just go in there and brag about yourself, about your product, how great things are going for you. Think about it as a community that you have to be a part of, so that people get to know you. Like the same way you make friends out in the real world is how you should think about social media and making friends in the virtual world. And I'll give you an example of this. As you know, we have a dog. We got him 4 years ago. He's amazing. But when we first got him, there was maybe 1 or 2 of these D2C brands who were doing specialized dog food. It was mostly otherwise packaged kibble. As a dog owner, you don't really like that idea, so you start looking at these new brands, right? When the first couple of brands came out, we were really looking at each one of them very carefully. What are their ingredients? Do they really say what they're saying? What makes them different? But today, there's about, I would say, maybe 15 to 20 of these brands, a lot of these D2C brands that have now come up. And we know now that, understanding what is raw feeding and unnatural foods, preservative-free food, that's now pretty much commonplace. So how do I choose between all these brands that bombard me on social media? And it's really based on their personalities, right? It's the ones that look like they understand me as a dog owner, that think of dog ownership the same way I do, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to be going a little quickly because of time, but I think you guys get the point. Last point here is to embrace your quirks. When we say your personality, sometimes we worry that we have to, project a really proper, clean, corporate, or whatever you might think it is. But that's not really the case, right? People remember you for the things that make you stand out. Sometimes those are your quirks. On the subject of dog food, I recently found a company that's called Barf India, which is a weird name for a dog food, right? Barf usually means vomit. But as I thought about it, that's now the brand that I remember the most. It's called, Bear Ancestral Raw Foods. But the point is, they lead into that, and now it's something I don't forget. Normally, we do a full session of this. We like to illustrate this point with these couple of posts that we have on social media. There's a trend where instead of describing yourself in kind of boring details, you talk about your favorite color, food, blah, blah, blah. And what happens when we do this, we find is that people are way more comfortable to come approach us and talk to us afterwards. We also, by the way, show you our dog. And so what we find is that by just doing this, instead of just saying, hey, this is who we are, this is why you should follow us, or believe in our social media strategy, is that this gives people so many more ways to come approach us, to talk to us, to connect with us, to want to get to know us better. And it's the same concept for brands and brand building on social media as well. Of course, in terms of credentials, why you're listening to me here, I'll just summarize the slide by saying, Mani and I have been involved in digital media, content marketing, social media marketing, of course, influencer marketing for the last 15 plus years. We've worked with hundreds of brands. In that time, we've really seen all your kind of challenges, big and small. And so what we're telling you today is based on that experience, and I hope it'll be relevant to you. Can't talk about influencers without talking about social media first, so a very brief overview of this. I'm going to breeze through these points just so we can get to the Q&A where I promise you will be talking about, and I will. There's a lot of social media platforms out there, and I think about 5 years ago, we would have advised people to be everywhere, to try and have a presence wherever you can. Today, what we see is really that, it comes down to some of these major platforms. And I'm not saying that for your brand, there's a specific niche that really works, and you shouldn't do that. But for all of us who are bootstrapped, who have limited budgets, save yourself a lot of stress and pain, just focus on where your audience is primarily living these days. The formats that work, the point of this slide, I'm not going to go through each point, is to come back to one of the earlier points I made, which is that at the end of the day, truly it's these core tenets that hold true, right? No matter what are the trends, the fads, no matter what's happening this month or next month, at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the same kind of principles, the core principles. Those of you that do SEO will know this well as well, right? There's a time when a new Google update comes out, we all rush to follow and comply, and then the next update will completely contradict that. Right? So for example, link building, whatever it was, backlinks, all that stuff. So our advice here is, again, focus on the core principle things that always work, that are timeless, and that'll serve you well. Otherwise, you might find yourself constantly going in a loop. The metrics that matter, just the main thing I want to mention here is, you see the two things are stricken out at the bottom. We still have clients that come to us today all the time who want people who have a certain follower count or they have a blue tick. That really is not the best way for you to identify which influencer to work with. You want people that obviously speak to your demographic, that are able to move them in a way that creates engagement or even conversion. And of course, you want to make sure that all adds up to a certain amount of distribution. That distribution, by the way, is not, it used to be that everyone wants the biggest guys to talk about you, but having a larger set of smaller influencers or creators can be much more effective than just trying to reach those macro numbers, those macro influencers. Sorry, Melanie, but that's true. Okay, in terms of social media tips and best practices, again, I'll breeze through these. On the topic of in-house versus agency, we always recommend going in-house, even though we are an agency that helps provide these services. And that's because the shorter the distance between your brain or your marketer's brain and your social media presence, the more authentic, the more real, the more quick you'll be able to react to things as they come up. Here, in terms of this slide, the content calendar, we all know we have to have content calendars, right? But I think the mistake we often make is that we focus only on our priorities in that calendar without thinking about our audience's priorities, right? So, like a simple example of this is we know that usually the beginning of the month when people get their salaries is a good time to hit the month to try and get them to buy stuff. Similarly, around the year, what is the mind space your audience is in? What are their priorities? And make sure your calendar fits into that, and not just them having to fit into your marketing plans and your marketing calendar. Okay, this slide here is a very interesting one, but this one takes probably an hour on its own to go through. These are really the things that Melanie has learned over the years and what has worked for her. We're showing it because in the Q&A you'll see her referring to a lot of this. I would recommend you take a picture of this if you want, but this is really kind of the interesting meat of her experience that we're going to try and surface in the Q&A. Okay, now, influencers, that was the topic. So there are many, many ways to work with influencers. I think the common misconception is that the only way to do something with them is that I pay them and then they'll talk about me on their social media, and that's about it. As you can see, there are a myriad of ways that you can get them to engage with your product, to speak about your product, and of course, eventually evangelize your product. Won't go through this full list here for you, but the idea is that you can get very creative in a way that you engage these people. At the bottom, you'll see there's a couple of things that I put in bold, and this is where my shameless promotion will come in. Because Melanie and I have been spending some time the last year and a half, and we realized that in addition to the online brand building that we're doing for your products or your services, nothing quite beats the offline touch of meeting a customer face to face. And when you combine the power of your offline marketing with your online marketing with offline activities, that's when you can really kind of build that connection with influencers, especially, right? Because influencers are so used to now being reached out to on digital, being paid for stuff on digital, that when a brand can establish an online real presence connection with them, it makes a huge difference. This is something we do a lot of now at Miss Melanie Creative Company, where our company lives. And this includes everything from brand promotions, launch events, tentpole celebrations, workshops, panels, you name it. You can turn it into an event. You can turn it into something that attracts and engages a creator or celebrity. These are just some of the faces that we're able to bring out, just purely because we're giving them a nice experience, a nice opportunity to meet you, and a memorable situation that they then inevitably end up posting about organically for free That's, I know, there's a lot of questions about budgets and how do you get influencers to talk about you. These are some of the roundabout ways you can, start thinking about engaging them beyond just I'll pay you, now you do me as a favor. Some best practices, I'll spend a little of time here on this one. You might have heard some of these, but important to understand, please prioritize fit over fame. You really need to spend some time researching what are the influencers that matter to you and your brand and your audience. And that's not always an obvious answer. Be sure that you're being clear and detailed in your expectations from them and your expectations from the campaign that you'll be doing with them. Very often, we see that, in principle, the idea seems like seems great. Okay, you'll talk about this part of my product and you'll put up a content piece, it'll be great. And then once everything is shot and done, the brand realizes that, hey, you're missing this, you're missing that. That just becomes a very contentious kind of relationship with creators that we want to avoid, because at the end of the day, they are creative types. And that's why they have a following, is because they have a vision. But you need to be able to work within that to get your message out. Define goals, set benchmarks, add your sponsor tags, make sure you do all that. Hygiene, very important. Don'ts is, again, don't prioritize followers or engagement. I'm saying this over and over again because we work with macros all the way to nanos. You see that that narrative has been changed. Don't micromanage, don't underestimate macros, as I said, and please don't ask for virality. Nobody can give it to you, and nobody can promise it. People can do a good job of giving you good content, but no one can make you a viral video on command. AI, this is another whole different session, but if you're not looking at AI in your social media marketing and in your influencer marketing, you are behind. So all I will say is please start paying attention to these AI tools, Gen AI tools, ChatGPT. It'll make your lives much easier. And if you're interested in this, I have my contact details at the end. We're putting together a workshop on AI brands and various aspects of using AI that can be relevant to you. Do shoot me an email, and I'll make sure that I keep you informed of what we're doing the next. I promised you pictures of my dog. Here he is. He's adorable, and he takes the pressure off me sometimes when I'm presenting. And now, as promised, we'll get to Q&A. How much time do we have? Did I do that fast enough? 8 minutes. Okay. So 8 minutes, guys, over to you. And
so thank you so much, Nashad, for breezing through. Give him a round of applause. That's not easy to run through such a long presentation. I just want to start by saying I know social media can be so intimidating, and you hear so many different things about it. But I'm going to start by giving you a really hot tip. We're doing social media wrong. And I learned this the hard way. I didn't know automatically either. But the whole point of social media is to be social. And if you are spending all your time opening your Instagram and looking at your pages and looking at your numbers and looking at your comments and looking at your followers, you are doing social media wrong. Social media is meant to be a way to amplify your ability to connect with people on a scale that is not otherwise humanly possible. And what we do is we open our Instagram, we open our LinkedIn, and we just look at who came to our page, who came and engaged with us. And we are not actually being social at all. And you are in this big bad world of social media with influencers with millions of followers who are singing and dancing in front of their ring light. So what chance does your brand really hold of making a splash and being memorable? Remember, the most memorable brand will be the person or the personality that you infuse into your brand. So use your social media as your into virtual mind space. So as opposed to spending so much time on worrying about what content is going up on your page, think about the personality you have infused into your social media handle and how they are engaging with potential customers. So I will leave you with that thought, and then I would love for it to be focused more on Q&A. Tell me where you're stuck, what your problems are, and we'll try to help you.
Yeah, one more thing I'll just add to that point that I forgot to get to is when we talk about engaging, people often think, hey, but I'm replying to all the comments on my posts, I'm doing all that. You mean, don't just do that. Go to other people's posts, see what they're writing, comment on them, and don't just comment and say, hey, check out my product. Say, hey, funny post, I like this, or whatever it is. The point is, people will then see you as an active member of the community and not just someone who's there for their own purposes. So yes, any questions?
I see a brave hand over there. And please use this opportunity to shamelessly plug your Instagram so people follow you.
Hi, Varni. Actually, I want to ask you, what works best when we are collaborating with influencers or 50 micro-influencers or a single celebrity influencer in the same influencer?
So tell me, what is your brand?
We are in personalized gifting.
Your what?
Personalized
Personalized
gifting.
gifting. So you have to think about who your client audience is. So what kind of personalized gifting? Is it like all kinds, or is it more like baby gifting or occasion based?
It's all kind like occasional, baby, corporate, parent, everything.
So then you have to think about who are the people who are probably going to engage the most in your product. I think that you have a really great fit for obviously special occasions. If you think about who are the ones who like to do bulk gifting, like I run a community called Girl Tribe, right? So a lot of moms do it for Black presents. You have special occasions, all of those things. So I think for you, a micro community and micro influencers are probably the best bet. Because if you think about it, what is, when you're buying a particular product, whose advice will you take to buy that product, right? So when you're looking at the kind of product that you're selling, you have to think about who is the person whose advice they would take to do that, to buy that product. And I think what happens is a lot of brands tend to repeat the same content with multiple influencers, and after a while it kind of becomes a blind spot. So it's really important that you think about how to stand out. What is your USP? If I were to ask you to define, it's something that we do in the calendar that we showed you, is to define your one-word bio. When I went to Malaysia Social Media Week, they asked everyone to identify what is that one core USP that you have that makes you stand out. If you had to describe what is unique about your gifting that's different from everyone else, if you identify that, then really lean into that in your messaging.
Hi, so actually I have a female fashion brand and it's fairly new. The thing is, my products are mostly under 1,000 rupees, and whenever I tried to get into influencer marketing, I was actually intimidated because there are so many people out there, and instead of you reaching out to them, like slowly as you grow your account, they start reaching out to you that they would be interested in collaborating and stuff like that. So I know there are softwares out there to understand what is their reach, what is their engagement, but how do you make the right pick? Because I have tried with a lot of people, even paid, even barter, even micro, nano, every type of them. Not definitely the ultra luxury ones, because my product value is less. But somehow I don't think I get the results that I'm aiming for. I don't want the sales or my followers to rise, but that kind of content that they're putting out there is not even getting engagement on my account.
Can I ask you, what would you say is the USP of your brand? What makes it unique? Is it just the price point, or is it what kind of
It's
fashion?
quality at that price point and the kind of variety that you're getting at the same place in that price range, yeah.
So I think one of the biggest mistakes I see with a lot of fashion brands is that when they just do gifting, for instance, that OOTD and someone's wearing it, it's just another outfit on a person, right? So again, like, I don't know if your influencer marketing strategy really leans in to the fact that you're getting a certain quality at that price. There's a pretty, I forget the name of this pretty audacious brand that has really leaned into the fact that some of the biggest brands, luxury brands in the world, are using the same materials, and you're getting it at that much of a difference in price. So if you really lean into that messaging, then you're going to get the right eyeballs for it. And I think you also have to think about who is that bargain shopper, or who is the person who's looking for this particular quality who will know the difference, and how is that messaging going across. And I think that, the best way to know if influencers' engagement and audience is correct is you have to look at not just the views, because views can be bought, followers can be bought. It's really to see what is the interaction and engagement in their comments. That's usually a good way to go about it. And also, if you see nowadays, everyone has a broadcast channel. So you can see how many people have subscribed and leaned in and want to hear what they have to say. That's also a good indicator for them.
Thank you.
Hi. So I run a home and lifestyle brand, and I have two questions. The first one is, for a young brand, which social media platform apart from Instagram should be a priority? Should Twitter be explored at all? Should YouTube be explored at all? Like, you're also thinking of doing long-term videos, showing the BTS of how it is building a brand, right? So where should the energies go into, like apart from Instagram?
So I can imagine it must be exhausting to think about doing all of this. I personally feel that YouTube is super saturated. And if you think about the fact that you live and breathe your brand, right? But your consumer is probably not that interested in the backstory of how the products were made. They probably want to know the livability factor. They want to picture a certain lifestyle. So if you're doing content like that, so we had done something for Pepper Fry, which is home invasions, right? So we had celebrity conversations where we would go into the house and obviously place those products there. So you have to really think about the fact that when does someone buy your brand? Now, Shah touched upon this. Everyone has two clocks. One is their internal clock. I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth. What product do I use in the shower and I go to work? then there's the external clock, what's happening, Christmas, Diwali, all these different things. So you have to lean into that time of year when people are doing their home shopping or doing specific gifting. So we recently helped Zai Khan's wife Malaika launch EOM, which is Essence of Malaika, her furniture brand. And we really leaned into the idea of friends hanging out, spending time and creating those memories there. So even if you do want to have sort of a long form video strategy, I would actually rethink that a bit. Short format, people's attention spans are very short. If you see now, there's more and more YouTube shorts. So even if you're going to do YouTube, I would encourage you to maybe look at YouTube shorts, Instagram shorts. Snapchat is actually a great platform as well. You also have to think about how old is your consumer and where do they hang out and what encourages them to buy things. So I think these are the kind of things that if you DM me, I'll probably give you a little more specific strategic advice. But I don't think, X or, X Twitter is probably the right platform for you.
One thing we do know though is because of how long we've been doing this, we work very closely with all the platforms. And so they let us in on their kind of ideas, their plans for the year. We know that this year specifically, Meta is really going to be leaning into threads. So they conquered Instagram, they conquered WhatsApp, threads. Has quietly been growing a large but significant audience. They're now past, there was an initial launch, and they slumped a bit now to pass those numbers. So you'll see us also launching a show on threads soon. So think about that if you are looking for the next potential.
And one of the things I would advise everyone honestly to do is you have to build your community slowly. I've written a book which I think you guys are going to get a copy of called Under the Influence. And the big problem that we've created for ourselves is we've created this sort of greed for a number, and we're just collecting people, but we don't even know who we're collecting, and which is why you don't see that ROI, because you're just looking at the follower count. But how often do you actually look at even if there's 3 likes on a post, do you even know who those 3 people are? There's a very famous theory about how to build a brand. You just need 1,000 true fans, your true loyal fans. And I touch about a concept called the Dunbar theory, about 150 meaningful connections. So I would encourage everyone, use your Instagram to create a community. You can create a broadcast channel. You can also create WhatsApp communities. D2C is a great example of that, where people are opting in. And the way to do that is a couple of things, right? You can give people some kind of motivation to join a community. Maybe a lean-in, a special discount, special offers, a first look, a first chance. And everyone kind of has that FOMO, that feeling of FOMO, that I don't want to miss the chance. And if you create a little bit of that FOMO, like a limited edition of your product or a first opportunity, I would really encourage you, as Naushad said, don't look, especially for new brands starting out, don't look at your macro influencer game. I say that sitting here, but it's true. What you have to do is your consumer can be your greatest champion. How many people here, by the way, sidebar, raise your hand if you think you're an influencer. I ask you to open your Instagram today. If you have more than 1 follower, you're an influencer. You're influencing someone, and I think I should understood that, right? I think it's really important to understand that you build that community 1 person at a time and lean into that. And like Naushad gave that example, when we create this online brand for ourselves, we take the human aspect out of it. Remember that your online persona, your Instagram brand, is your virtual identity. And you have to infuse it with as much personality and as much quirk, as much of that cool kid vibe as possible. It's a very old example I always give of how this girl had once tweeted Kit Kat Oreo saying, "I must really love chocolate." And they challenged each other to a game of tic-tac-toe, and that really endeared them to their fans. So it's really important that you create that 1-by-1 community and start that broadcast channel and start collecting people there, because those are going to be your biggest champions. Because they are already an existing consumer. They're already somebody who's influencing someone else in their life. So I would go into a much more micro strategy going forward, and you'll see much greater results.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, I had one question, so maybe off topic, but I think you guys have been like a pioneer of creating a personal brand, right? You started as a blogger, and you evolved into an influencer, content creator, all of that, right? So I think a new trend which we're seeing with founders in the last few years, and you must have also noticed, right? I think nowadays people say your personal brand makes your brand, right? So you see a lot of founders now becoming influencers, to say so. Especially on LinkedIn, you'll see that, right? And thanks to Shark Tank, founders have become cool suddenly, right? When Pere look at it, yeah, founder founder bन गया, right? So now it's like founders are cool. So what advice do you have to a lot of founders here? Is that the hack to now building a brand, where you build your personal brand and then that drives your brand? Because like someone just said, right, there's so much noise, there's so much glitter, how do you like make a brand?
I think that's a great question, and I think it's so true. And we discussed this, right? Like Anupam has become the Shah Rukh Khan of Shark Tank. I think that the important thing here is to understand that yes, you are absolutely, like Naushad said, the best champion for your brand, and you should become the spokesperson for it. And if you look at now, influencers are no longer just beauty, entertainment, fashion, lifestyle. They are influencing on so many topics, whether they're doctors, lawyers, people in finance. So what I would recommend that you do is think about what is that knowledge or some skill set that you can offer. I think there are three sort of genres influencers. You have the entertainer, you have the curator, and the educator. So as someone who is a founder of a brand, you can be a great educator in the topic that you know best. So for example, like you said, you have a lifestyle and home brand, or you have a gifting brand. If you start imparting knowledge from things that you yourself have learned on what is something that people should know about when they're buying certain types of furniture, or what is something you should know about gifting, or what is the right amount of money you should spend on a particular kind of return gift or anything like that. Start imparting that knowledge. We used to live in a world where everything is to be blinders on and let's not share information. Now that term is gatekeeping, right? Don't gatekeep your knowledge, because the more knowledge you share, the more people will think of you as a reliable source, and that in turn will turn people into your consumer.
And I think this is especially relevant in the D2C space, where I think founders have generally a really personal connection to the products they're launching, or a very good personal story to tell as to why they've launched this product. And that's why I think this trend of founders becoming more involved in the marketing or selling their products can really make a big difference, especially if it's something that's close to your heart.
Yeah, you just mentioned that if you're not doing AI in SM marketing, you're missing out something. Can you please suggest some AI tools that early stage startup D2C brand should?
Yeah, so the when I do these trainings and when I talk to people that are going to help them, even our own teams, the easiest one to get into is really ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT does so many things for you, and what can you do with it? First of all, Google it. There's enough online resources about this stuff, but even a simple thing like, hey, this is who I am, this is my brand, I'm uploading my presentation that I have, or any information you have about this now you've learned about me. Now knowing this, tell me what should be my social media calendar for the next 12 months. Be detailed, give me the format, give me the template, give me the duration, and within a minute and a half, it'll give you a full 1 year calendar of content that you can put out. Then you can deep dive further. If you like this particular piece, give me the actual script for this piece of content. We'll write the script for you. It's just the kind of things that we already do that take maybe 2 to 3 weeks to be done in a day or two. Right? Just then imagine that.
There were some tools you had mentioned in your presentation, but you just.
Sorry?
There were some tools you had mentioned in your presentation, you just passed by it. So
there are social media scheduling tools like Hootsuite. Those aren't AI tools, but they all have AI integrated into them now. But my point on that one was that you'll be, the moment you start researching tools, you'll get a million tools advertised to you, right? It's very overwhelming. My point on that is actually don't get too bogged down in that. Just think about the couple of things that you need help with, find those tools. The rest is really, mostly a manual job anyway. But AI is the thing that can make your manual tasks a lot faster, a lot smarter. And that's why I recommend starting.
And actually, Naushad is going to be launching a series of workshops on this, and I highly recommend that you take them. I think the big thing about ChatGPT sounds really overwhelming, but you really have to look at ChatGPT as your most efficient, non-complaining employee. Literally, one thing Naushad excels at is you can actually program personalities into ChatGPT and say, hey, like we have Events Ekta, who is a personality that he's built saying that you are a very experienced event organizer. So now whenever Events Ekta pulls up any ideas for me, she does it from a wealth of knowledge, literally like moving her, where she has researched everything to do with events on the internet and comes through that lens. So don't be intimidated by the idea of ChatGPT, just think of it as a really efficient employee.
Yeah, and just quickly on this, if you're going to use ChatGPT, so a great parallel I've heard, it's like having Einstein living in your basement, but this is an Einstein that can do everything, right? He's a chef, he's an engineer, he's a scientist, he's a marketer. So when you use it, just make sure when you start your chat that you say, hey, for this session, I want you to take on the persona of a 30-year-old experienced marketer, or I want to take the persona of an expert at events, so that it can frame that narrow kind of response for you. But a great thing that people don't do is often flip it. So like, for example, when we're pitching to a client, we'll use ChatGPT to help us come up with ideas. Then I'll open a new chat and I'll say, hey, you are the marketing manager at XYZ company. Here is the marketing plan I'm giving you. What are some of the questions you might have? Or why might you not like this? So then now you've got Ray telling you, well, these are things you might anticipate come up in your meeting, in your pitch. So use these personas both for you, but also to replicate who you're going to be dealing with so you can anticipate kind of their questions.
And as AI gets more and more intelligent, you can literally ask it anything. You can say, answer this question in song format like Puppy Larry. Literally you can, and it'll do that for you. So you can literally plan your content and your content. All the questions that you have today, you can literally ask ChatGPT, but make sure you ask them to answer as a specific person who you trust. So if you are a young brand of any kind, think about the larger brand and say, if you, so suppose you're like a brand, a skincare brand, and say, okay, if you are Body Shop starting now, and you want to lean into the fact that you're cruelty-free, what are the things that you would say in your messaging? You get a lot of answers.
And obligatory disclaimer, AI has its issues. You can't completely switch off your brain. Please do look at and monitor whatever it's giving you to make sure it's giving you the right stuff, but I promise you it'll be quicker, it'll be pretty good stuff.
So simple two questions. When and how much percentage? So I'm not at one. We are the pre-launch stage. So we are the lab-grown diamond jewelry brand. So when we should use the influencer marketing and how much percentage we need to get out of all the budgets?
So I can take that actually, and I think there was a point made earlier that influencer marketing, when is a very good question. And influencer marketing will do some things, but it won't do other things for you. It's not going to help you find, for example, your product market fit. It's not going to help you find all those important things from 0 to 1, right? So I don't know if now is the right time necessarily for you to get involved in influencer marketing. Once you have a better sense that, okay, this is the product you're going for, this is the direction you're going for, this is the audience you're going after, and you know that with more certainty, then I would suggest you start looking at who can help you get there. And even then, it's actually a very interesting question that we're going to think about a bit, but I think it's probably when you're a bit more mature as a brand, I would say today.
I also think this is a great opportunity to again use nano micro influencers. The beautiful thing about the fact that this is such a booming industry, when we started there was just us, but now there's so many people hungry to do it. You can really lean into the nano micro market. So you can actually even put up a post or something saying that we are looking for people to test out our products if you're a nano micro influencer, and do it sort of in a private space instead of doing it all over the internet to start with, and understand your product market fit, like Roshan said, but with people who become your loyal customers. Everyone likes that first early access, that feeling of that they got to be part of something. And you can literally start from your first circle of people. Like when you start, you have to think again of social media as like a new school you've joined and new friends you want to make. And how did you go about doing that? You start one person at a time. And the greatest example I give to people is that the mistake we make, and I'm sure you notice this yourselves, that you'll see, okay, you have that checkbox, someone commented on my post, I've replied. Do you ever actually reply in a way that continues the conversation? Or do you just say something that kind of is just, it's my tick mark, I replied, now I don't really want to get into a conversation with this person, so I'm trying to end it as quickly as possible. But flip that, in real life, if you met someone and they said something to you, would you just, or heart, leave? You wouldn't, right? You would ask something back. And I always give this example of, as a brand, if you are just going around posting about your own brand, or just leaving that heart or a thumbs up, you're that terrible person in school who just came to somebody's party, talked about himself, got drunk, put up his pictures and left without knowing anyone else there. Nobody wants to be that person's friend. The most important way to become memorable as your foot in the door to interact with people, and you'll see a big difference in your own engagement and how people perceive your brand.
Thanks. I got when how much. Let's say I have some budget. So how much I need to put on.
Yeah, honestly, I can't give you like a generic answer. It really depends on your circumstance, your objectives, your goals. But I would agree with the point that I wouldn't look at influencer marketing as something that's going to give you an immediate sale. It's more of a brand building, perception building. The same way a billboard on the highway, right? No one sees that immediately, pulls out their phone and buys something. But the next time they're shopping for something, they might remember, yes, that brand. And so, influencer marketing is it's when you have that budget that isn't going to be so get immediate sale.
And honestly, once you have that hero product that you were hearing about in the previous session, and you know what it is that you are selling that is going to make a difference, then you just want people to know about it. But if you don't know yet what part of your product works, we all are founders, we've all had to pivot our business multiple times. So figure out what is that product, and I would really lean into building your micro community. And if there's somewhere that I would encourage you to spend at least start up money, is to build that community from scratch and say, okay, who are the people who would be, depending on what your product is, be the first people who would benefit the most from it. Because every product, the reason people buy it, right? If they buy a lifestyle or a fashion product, is to look good, to feel good, to be a certain way. And then there's certain products that are, must-haves in their life. So identify what part of that wheel, internal or external, that you're servicing, and then find those people, tribe of yours, and build that community. And you can DM me and I'll give you some more advice. It's very exciting to have new brands being born.
Thanks.
I'm a co-founder of a skincare brand called Skindulge. Now the challenge that we face is whether it's macro or a higher level influencer, is that when we go through the profile, we see a lot of engagement in previous posts, and based on those comments and engagement, we actually approach them and go and close a deal. Now the problem that we face is that the same influencer who's getting better engagement previously not being able to give it on our product or our kind of deal or anything like that. And I don't know, is it that they're boosting the previous post and that's why it's getting coming?
Can I ask you a little bit about your skincare brand? What's unique about your skincare?
So our products are pretty hybrid, we talk about the face wash. Apparently, we are India's first and only loose-based face wash. So there's a uniqueness in our product, and the other product is a toner plus serum plus moisturizer all in one bottle. So people don't have to hustle and run around picking up multiple products. So these are unique factors. Also, it's unisex, vegan, cruelty-free, etc. So we are finding a challenge in obviously we do pay good influencers, but when we see that the engagements are dipping, whatever, maybe the previous 10 posts we studied and they had a good engagement, and now it's dipping.
Absolutely. So it's highly possible that some posts are being boosted, but I would say again, for a brand like yours that has, the thing is, skincare is a very personal choice, right? And I would maybe from the same influencer buy a bar of chocolate, but I may not trust them with skincare because my skincare routine or my requirements.
I'm just cutting in because I'm talking about skincare influencer, beauty influencer themselves.
No, I get that, but I think it's also, and the truth is that there are so many beauty influencers, skincare influencers talking about a new brand every day, right? So you have to really think about the fact that, and it's the same thing, right? It's market awareness, creating market awareness that look, okay, this well-known acclaimed skincare influencer is also talking about my brand. So I'm creating awareness, saying that my picture on Miss Malini was next to Shah Rukh Khan, right? I'll be giving validation in that sense. But I think too, when you want to really, and I feel this very strongly about skincare especially, is you really have to find the person who feels strongly about the texture of their, I'm definitely going to try your product because I've always wanted a loose-based. And that's the thing that caught my attention. Now I have to look deeper into what is the instruction or what are the do's and don'ts you're telling your influencer to use when they're talking about a product, and how it's coming across for me to really give you an insightful answer to this. But I think my guess would be you really have to find the audience that cares about these things, who doesn't have time for a 10-step skincare routine, so likes the idea of a quick fix. Because the people who are selling 10-step skincare are consistently banging into our heads that one fix-all is not the solution. So you also have to battle that messaging. So I would think about trying to find a community of super fans, and I think especially for your product, your best bet would be using people people who are fans of the product for the reason that they use it. Because I will then say, okay, I like the idea of a post, but is it going to be too dry? I have a lot of those follow-up questions. Now, is that influencer going to be answering those questions? I'm not sure.
And to your question, not to oversimplify this, but I think we all know that the moment an influencer is being branded in the piece of content, the platforms will increase its distribution. So you'll have to expect that you can't compare organic posts with branded posts. The second thing I would say is, I mentioned it's always better to do your social media in-house. When it comes to some things like influencer marketing, there is a bit of a science to it. There is a bit of a experience to know that this kind of content will do better within the world of influencer content. So I would encourage you to work with an agency. And there are now agencies that work specifically with small brands, micros and nano's, and maybe already. But for everyone at large, influencer marketing is a little more difficult than it might sound. It's a lot harder. It's not just finding people who you like and then convincing them to work with you. The whole campaign, putting it together, understanding how to post it, when to post it, what kind of messaging will work, is there is a bit of science to it.
And the other thing that we found, and Nasha touched about this, is that more and more increasingly, because we spend so much time online on Zoom, this virtual world, the in-person experience is really priceless. Like we recently did something with Dove and we saw the difference where nano, micro, macro influencers came together, touched and felt the product, had that human experience, and left with that feeling. Because again, things like skincare, it really matters how it smells, it really matters how it feels. And I think that increasingly, even if you can't, maybe I'm happy to help you explore this even set up, small experientials or test runs with a loyal audience of yours in person, and use that to create content. Because I think that's a very important thing, to have real people in the content, and I've seen that especially with Girl Tribe. Because just like when you see movie stars and their flawless skin, it's really hard to believe that this is the product that they're probably using. They probably are doing 15 facials a week. So I think getting the real people narrative is really, really valuable for brands like yours. Thank you so much.
Do we have any more questions? Pass the mic.
So, again, influence again when we are present on the social media, when our brand is on the social media.
Sorry, cut.
Yeah,
when we are on the social media, many influencers DM us for their. Is it a positive sign that people are leaving us, and how much entertain we should वो influencer को कितना entertain करना चाहिए और कितना barrier रखना चाहिए?
So
because every day there are 10-20 DMing us that we want to associate with your brand, we want to do a deal or collab with you. तो इनको कितना बार रखना चाहिए और how much we should entertain them?
I'll answer your question because one, the fact people are dating you is a great sign, because that means there's awareness about your brand and you're clearly selling. What is your brand?
I'm in a normal cosmetic brand, so I have facial serums in one brand and other shelf products. But many people now, often even college students DM us that they want either the barter system or they want some pocket deal. So should we entertain those influencers or should we give them chance?
I can't give you a blanket answer, but I think you have to do your research there, right? You have to look at the handles, because nowadays the dream, like you said, of every college kid is to also become an influencer. And how do you do that? Because you don't have the budgets to go and buy everything. It's very common practice to DM a brand, and like I hit this. It's kind of like all the boys who say hi, hello on Instagram, DM. Maybe she'll reply, maybe she won't. It's kind of like that. It's like blind dating almost. So it's a good sign that they're reaching out to you, but obviously don't entertain everyone. I think you have to maybe think about it strategically. And if you're seeing that it's a good market fit for you to have that college crowd, maybe get in touch with the college itself and do some sort of on-ground activity as an opportunity for many people to try your product rather than that one person. Because obviously that one person is just trying to get the free product and write about it, and may not translate for you into a sale. So you have to do your research, go social media page out, look at the engagement, see what kind of traction you have. I don't think, honestly, the very new startup college student writing about your product is going to sell the product, but it's great that they're aware of it. You can think about a little different kind of strategy to see how do you reach more people in their moment.
So every influencer we should answer them. It will be a good sign.
Don't have time to answer every influencer. I think one of the things you can do is also automate the process. If you know in your Instagram, you can have some automated replies.
Okay.
So you can even set up some automated replies that if you're interested, and a great way to create a database is to create an automated reply. If you are a nano micro influencer looking for a collab, please fill this Google form. आपका email, phone number सब मिल जाएगा. So this or when you want to do some list or database, you have that. So use this incoming DMs to your benefit.
Because always I think on the back, if I don't answer, it will happen to my brand. I should answer something. But if the answers, then
it's difficult. But you can automate a lot of this. So if you DM me in Malayalam, I'll tell you how to set it up. It's very simple to set up the process where you can actually have a couple of different ways. That this is a special discount price. Here's if you want influencer looking for barter collab. If you're looking for pay, then start collecting the information, and then when you have mind space, spend that time and see, okay, let me go through their handles and see kiske saath kya kare.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, do we have any more questions?
Over here.
We have a healthy, organic, ready-to-eat brand. Does influencers work for product?
Certain influencers would for sure, but I think that you have to really lead into think about who are the people that would consume your product, first of all, right? And I would look at it a different way. Who are the people who care about this, healthy living, eating, organic, eating, whatever the key aspects of your brand are, and what do you think they are interested in on social media? Who are the kind of people they follow, right? So more than likely they're into some kind of fitness, they're probably into some kind of holistic living or some aspect of that. And then you have to go and approach them. And a lot of times I found, especially in my friend circle, at a certain age, or if you have PCOS, or you have certain things, that's when you make a lifestyle shift for health and for wellness. The great thing is there's a lot of young doctors who are now online who suggest sort of these kind of remedies or a change in diet and lifestyle. Because you want to see some results. So I would then say those are the kind of influencers who would probably work best. But there's, you have to sort of look at who is your audience following to find the right people.
I would also add, at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned how in the dog food space, there's now a lot of competition. Organic, healthy snacks, that's a pretty popular space as well, D2C. So I think this is also an opportunity for you to think about, okay, if I don't want to lean into the organic, healthy aspect, like Nani said, maybe you're using influencers to kind of set the personality of your brand instead, right? So if you want to be the quirky, funny, healthy snack food, then you hire some comedian or some funny influencers to create content on your snacks. If you want to be more the serious, fitness, athletic, all that, you get some more sports personality. So instead of just thinking about like how can I promote the fact that I'm healthy and organic, think about maybe the ways to build your brand using influencers that are more personality driven than products.
And actually, there's a great example of this. Dr. Vedya's grandson decided to launch a product called Live It Up, which is basically a liver tonic, right? But he's launched it as a hangover preventive. And he actually used, got a whole new market for his product because people don't think about having a 52 or having something to protect the liver, now have a reason to consume this product. So very good point, Shana, is to say that why would they want to care about that healthy snack? Because the perception of healthy snacks is it probably doesn't taste good. And there's a billion people saying, well, this is my delicious tasting healthy snack. But who is that person? Are there people who are very mindful of what they eat, who are probably bought into the idea? But your bigger challenge is in converting people like me who eat a lot of junk, right? Then why will I care even though I should? By giving me a valid reason to switch to something that makes a lifestyle change easy and comfortable to do. Because it can be an intimidating thing.
Follow-up question. If I had a rupee to spend, if I had a rupee to spend, should I be spending on creating or rather engaging with influencers, or should I be spending on creating videos that clearly show the USP of my product and post?
What is the USP of your product?
There are 20 lists of
If it was one hero thing, so suppose I said your product is a human being, right?
Yeah.
And you had to set this human being up on a date with a girl, right? What is that one thing that you would be like, this is the best quality of this product?
It tastes out of the world.
It tastes out of the world. Okay, so you should lean into that for sure. Now, how do you showcase that? Again, I'm going to lean into.
But I think the question is, if you really had to choose between, let's say, performance marketing or video content marketing, influencer marketing, what would you do? I mean, I think we see also this kind of mistake being made is that we think of these as one versus the other. Very often, what we think the best kind of influencer marketing is the one that complements your larger kind of marketing strategy, right? It's not that influencer marketing is going to set the tone and the direction of your entire brand. So what we often see happen is that brands will do a whole campaign and then they'll realize, we haven't done anything with influencers, so let's just get some folks talking about us. Disconnected from your other campaign, completely miss the opportunity to make those two things come together. So I don't want to give you the impression that it's one or the other in my answer. I think if you really have to choose, I would say start with your videos, get your messaging out, and then when you have the budgets, get influencers to help promote that message. Because without that initial kind of marketing, I suppose, what are the influencers talking about that's really reinforcing what they're doing?
And also, I think a big mistake people make, honestly, is that it becomes sort of your tick box. Influencer marketing karna hai, ye karna hai. And there isn't really enough thought put behind what is the messaging that you're saying. Like, I would honestly advise you to lean into an emotion in this, right? That it tastes so good, it can't be helpful. And do a sort of a challenge around it that makes people sit up and take notice. And I think that would be fun to see some quirky comedic influencers sort of leaning into that challenge. And I think that's where I would spend that rupee. I would spend that rupee when you have a great idea that you feel will catch people's attention as opposed to just doing it as something that's on your checklist.
Another question as follows. If I were to decide between an influencer, or rather I like that answer of yours, that you leave in the influencers to what your performance marketing is saying. So would we spend more on performance and then spend action on the influencer, or do the reverse?
Again, similar to the earlier question, I think it really depends on your use on the specific kind of budgets you have, the use cases you have, your products. If performance marketing, if you found a sweet spot, I think the last session was about this, where that's really generating profit for you, then I wouldn't tell you to stop doing that. I would probably tell you to put more money into that. Whereas if you've reached a point now where you feel like you're unable to kind of get more efficiencies out of performance marketing, and you feel like now I need a reason for people to not just make the first purchase, the second and third, because I built a brand that they remember, that's when I would start getting influencers involved, right? Create some personality for your brand, and to help create some recall for your brand. But those initial sales, if you've got a good system going, then I would never advise you to stop that just so you can do influence marketing.
So my question, follow on to Naushad, is you mentioned that these platforms suppress collabs or branded or boosted posts. So would you recommend that consumer content or user content not be collabed and just be standalone? Or should it still be and it will be better?
Well, so yes, the reality is that the platforms are incentivized to reduce branded content because they want you to pay to boost that, right? And there's nothing you're going to be able to do about that. But does that mean now that you shouldn't, like you say, collab? There's also a moral and ethical question there as well, right? In some countries, there are rules and laws against not declaring something as an ad or tagging it as an ad. In India, there's actually very specific guidelines, I believe. They're not laws yet, but you can get in trouble for not declaring it. It's very similar laws time. So I know, like, we often get approached by brands and say, hey, don't put the advertised tag or sponsor tag, don't collab this. We want this to look more organic. But the answer to that is one, like I said, it's a little dishonest, so you think about it.
What if it is actually user content?
Well, the second part I was going to say is that you're always better off doing whatever it is, the content, then you're fine. But the algorithms and now the AI, they're very, very smart, right? They can catch pretty much the same way that in the less sophisticated days, they can tell what's clickbait, and they can tell right away which blog or article is going to be just the crap. They can pretty much do the same now with videos, reels. So the reality is that, their position is that, hey, we're giving you this massive platform for free. why should we not make a business? So I know exactly where you're coming from, but it sucks. But net long run, we always advise you do the right thing and that you're always transparent with customers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naushad and Malini, for sharing such insights with us and sharing your experience with us. Can we have huge shout out and lots of claps here for both of them?
I'll just put the contact details there. I know Mani mentioned DMing and all that, so that's just a picture of that. You'll be able to reach out to us. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, so I would like to request all of you to take a picture meanwhile. And also, we would like to congratulate our speakers here because they have launched their new book, which is Under the Influence, and we would request signed copies.
Absolutely. I'll find a spot to sign.
Yes, thank you so much. And now I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Shah to give goodie bags to Malini and Naushad.
Hi guys. Yeah, guys, so thanks a lot to Mani and Naushad to make it here, and it's been a great pleasure to have you guys and share your insights. Guys, we have the signed copies by Mani and Naushad of the book, which will be going in goodie bags. We'll have some signed copies in our stall also outside, so you guys can grab it. I'm so sorry for the delay. There has been some logistical challenges. The book's on the way apparently. We actually wanted to sign it on the stage and give it away. We had a small Q&A planned, but somehow delivery has stood up the delivery somehow. Yeah, so it's just on the way, guys. So you will get it in your goodie bags. But this is the second time we have Malini here in our community event, and I think she's also excited you in the community, Naushad. So good to have you. And thanks a lot again, guys, for sharing your valuable time and effort and sharing your insights with the community.
I'd like to give a big round of applause to Abhishek for setting up.
Thank you to the audience. I think we did not, we forgot to thank the audience which came at 9:30, 10 o'clock. So guys, it takes a lot of effort to come on a Saturday morning. Thanks to all of you for keenly listening in and giving so much of time to all these speakers here. They've also made a lot of effort to come here. So it's great to see the knowledge sharing happening. Last time we did a panel slot in the evening, and I think this time we've done a workshop. I think this is much better. What do you think? Sharing, more interactive, sharing.
We specifically wanted to do more Q&A than anything else because when we get to actually real questions, as you saw, there's a lot of knowledge to be shared, but you can get that on Google, you can get that on YouTube. But these kinds of questions and answers we have to do.
And I would encourage you must get Naushad back to do his session on AI because I think that's really going to be very helpful for us.
Definitely. And guys, this time we are live streaming this. This is on our LinkedIn, on YouTube, everywhere. So guys who will not be able to make it also here, broader audience is able to access.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite a big group. Thank you to all the press. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you both of you, and thank you Abhishek for sharing stage with us. And right now it's the time for lunch break like you all were expecting, and I think we all deserve this lunch break. So can we have huge round of applause, and I want all of you back in an hour. So just grab your bite, have some good food, some good networking, and then we are back with Pitchathon. Thank you.
कंसोल में नजर स्टॉप कर
pitchathons, they are very, very crucial for raising investments as they serve a platform for showcasing innovation, attracting investors, and leading to further discussion and potential fundraising. This pitchathon will play a pivotal role in the fundraising process by providing entrepreneurs with an opportunity to pitch their ideas and attract investors. Essential elements for securing investors for their ventures. Well, right now is the time to introduce the jury, and I'd like to take this moment to introduce our esteemed jury sitting right here. Again, we have a huge round of applause for them. Abhiram Bhalera, We3 Ventures partner. Can we have you shout out everyone out here? Thank you so much. Shuchi Pandya, Fireside Ventures Principal. Subir Monga, Soren Investments partner. Surabhi Purvar, Titan Capital Principal. Yagnesh Sangraja, 100x VC founding partner and CFO. Pooja Shirani, DSG Consumer Partners Vice President. Kaushik Dasgupta, Spring Marketing Capital, Head Investments. Maybe have more claps everyone else. Surely deserve a round of applause. And now, let's get on. The picture is rolling. First up, ready? First up, are you ready? Yes or no? Yes. Thank you so much for being with me. Well, let me tell you one very important note for all the participants out here. Well, the pitching time given to each brand will be 15 minutes and 5 minutes will be for Q&A. So it's very important to maintain the time. Okay, now let me call upon the first entrepreneur to pitch. We have Pinkadel, and I am inviting Siddharth Patra, the founder of Pinkadel, with a round of applause everyone out here.
Hi, I'm Siddharth, and I'm the founder of Keynote. Keynote enables same-day delivery for consumer brands that orders day across all their channels. So with the onset of quick commerce, it is evident the consumer behavior is changing, and the consumers now want delivery faster. The impact is so much that even the traditional marketplaces are shifting their people to commerce. Pickender enters the Keynote. Brands can choose to store their preferred SKUs in our dark store and then collect their order management system with our WMS. Once a consumer places an order, it falls into our warehouse, we pick it, pack, and dispatch the order as per the client's standard. We offer an inventory and a non-inventory model. Like for 4 hours, we definitely use to inventory with us. For a same day, next day, we can even pick up from the current warehouse. Pick it from there and take it to our warehouse and deliver on the same day itself. For us, the entire consumer market is our market. Being used by our own website or even Amazon. So we are even on Amazon position. If you enable that, you can use us as your partner. Compared to normal traditional logistics, we are almost 10-15% more expensive. But as you take into account the marketing benefit, the increased CPRs, the higher cargo volumes, and best of all, the reduced RTO. So how will Amazon finds it as a mind-to-hand ratio, the faster the person into a product and has it designed, there's a lesser charge he rejects the order, which in turn gives you a converted order. Which in turn, a customer almost say 40% of their loss. As in for us, we started back in July of 22, with 50,000 orders monthly. Now we do almost 2 lakh monthly orders, scaled up to almost 70 lakhs monthly revenue. Over the past 6 months, we have also reduced our burn drastically from 50 lakhs monthly to being positive, EBITDA positive now. We are currently operational in Delhi and Bombay. Some of the renowned brands that we work with, Hopscotch, Bolt, Noise, Bella Vita, Baha'r, and over the next 8 months, we are targeting to do 3 things. One, take our operations to 6 cities on the metros. Also, data right now is being created for sustainability. We take that time 7 orders, and 7 order will be delivered on the same day. And third, we take our revenue 10x, that is $10 million for 1 million PR currently. The currency is 8 crores, around always 7 crores is already committed. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Too fast in the area of the pitch. So currently, we charge a client 35 rupees for delivery. That's separate from our total charges. Out of which 21 rupees gets spent on the manpower. We have something like a or at least 50 we end up with the write-up. Then 5 rupees is for the pick line and the first line. That is when we have to pick up from the client's warehouse, bring it to our location. And then we have to on the sorting to our main center and our hub rentals. These are the 10% of our currently for delivery perspective. From a fulfillment perspective, then you can see we charge 25 rupees additionally if you store the product in our out of which the biggest chunk is obviously the rental for the last one and the manpower involved. And obviously we leave with another because this is a steady state, we see this likely to increase rates plus we want the manpower cost as well and we get more operational cities in India. The biggest advantage is because our rental and manpower stays stagnant. And this number that you see in steady state is actually a 25% utilization of the plant. So at this level is where our movement is. From a competitive space, as you asked, there are in more I would say dark store identity space. There are 3 companies basically. One being us, one is another ZFW, also and then there's Blitz. All 3, to be honest, are quite similar in their work. It is more or less there in Mumbai. Blitz is there. From a traditional career perspective, delivery and strategies are not really entered this area right now. So it doesn't really, I say, more from a startup point of view.
Nothing stops, like you said, delivery is every life.
So definitely in terms of the same delivery, so we are involved with Expressway also for starting their same delivery. So what happens basically, see how these products never a sale. You see the delivery saying 25,000 Expressway saying 25,000. So if you take over the full of shipment, it is very difficult to prioritize or the daily shipment that so it becomes very difficult for them to prioritize that these things are more important to be done today and these can be prioritized. So for them, they also from a last mile center point of view, they also do a same delivery or express delivery. So definitely they can end up with that, but our view is that more than they're entering that, there might be an acquisition fully that they into this area where
becoming to make a remote business.
See, we have not really thought of that because we would like some kids and though they offer 10 minutes, we go back to 4 hours. But that is a really high cash for if we end up even offering a sales. So from the consumer side, we are still slightly better on the home basis, so we are connected with ONDC. So if you are selling on ONDC, you can still choose us to be a partner and when you order on ONDC, you're not questioning ourselves for our entry as a consumer.
Integrating with engineering to become their customized partner and then add that as a service, as an add-on service who are
we are already a partner like ship like all the aggregators that will see all the IT, all the people that will see the already a partner. But with delivery and specific thing is they can network give manpower to them, but they don't let you use your own brand. So then you become a manpower providing agency. That's the reason you're not beneficial to them.
When we say delivery goes wrong, you take the onus of that, how you protect yourself from being there.
So there are very different types of how a delivery can go. See, if you don't know about SLA and if you don't know about damage on the way, then it's not responsibility. But provided when we receive it in the dark store, we have to do the basic QCs as a warehousing partner. And that is the time we have 48 hours to inform them whether the product is of bad quality or anything. In terms of exactly or return from a customer, nothing is the if it gets damaged due to what they have or like SLA is mismatched, then obviously the responsibility. Otherwise, we are not responsible for the product.
Does the customer know that he's receiving from Pickering or he's receiving?
Yes. So all the partners, we have a communication on WhatsApp as well as chat with the customer. Company level is a different. It's a packet and it is managed via the customer is there.
One last question: how do you manage the cash? Because there will be unique orders and similarly reverse logistics.
Reverse logistics, we are not really into that currently. From a food point of view, we are giving it to place. So when I come to your house, we can connect on your way. Otherwise, if you cash, you have to report with the return package in the email to the company. You have to close your cash with it. Then we have CMSL facilities like this to collect cash from our branch.
Do we work with brands who don't have a regional warehouse? And how does it work now?
So, anybody who does not have a regional warehouse, we need to sell that. So, then the responsibility of this storage cost becomes theirs.
And increase the delivery cost for the.
That really does not impact that because that is a FTL or full truckload coming there. So per unit cost is negligible in terms of a full truckload. And that can come via road. That doesn't need to come via train or a airship. So that ends up being a very, very good.
What is the state of perishables and non-perishables for the warehouse?
Currently, ours is in the hand. So we are opening a cold storage unit also fully next month. And we might get it to perishable, but only non-perishable.
What's the state of the warehouse?
25.
So there's been very specific. This one was like I would say that for example, I can focus on one
Very exactly like I said, it was that we opened up 3-4 months ago, you'll see a little dip in our revenue. Also, we opened up and we opened Bombay and Bangalore earlier also. We like that as soon as we open multiple cities, our losses are going stronger. That is the time we let go of Bombay and Bangalore and we prioritize them. And once only we became is when we are proper D2C brand as such, we are never working proper brand. We focus on always our same brand asking us that why don't we replicate the form. So otherwise they have to do another contracting and other things. And for us, that's a frankly a much easier way to get business to buy with that. Only observation that number in Delhi, that is an idea of entering Bombay and we don't plan to open keep opening cities. There's a rare to get these those numbers.
Especially people with like perishable or origin specific.
Yes.
What today would be
We are largely cosmetics and products to be the two sides that I say. On a more side. Slightly higher ticket value item and the conversion of gross margin happens slightly higher. Two types of those.
What's the
So there are always two sides of the software. One is the WMS software and one is the last mile. The entire last mile transportation is our own software. From a WMS perspective, we are writing the software currently. And on that side, we are also making the different dispatch. We are working on a model where, see, today, technically, when you order your shipment, there are still some inefficiencies like this. We try to dispatch that even with the order. So, the delivery boy will be looking up with that packet already tagged in the bag in your area. We will try to work on that model too. So, by that, we will try to keep it up.
To employ the for customers, so basically on how much more I always low and what I always.
Obviously, there is no standard price calculation. There's a benchmark that we start with discussing. But also, there's like what we did March, much lower, but they have got technically 100 to 200. So they get that much value. They are not profit drivers, but they are at least able to maintain the kind of manpower.
Last question. Why would the brand move out of you?
Yeah.
So, for example, and who do they go to, for example? If you talk about the clear segment, alternative, the reason that they go to
This business is slightly mixed. I say there are very few front runners in the business, but still the companies go loss of time. Those are not really concerned, but we need to ask the other like you need to share. We were more scared of that you being a smaller company, communities who are more to 10 lakhs per day. These are more concerns currently that happen. Or it could be definitely extremely that happens. But that has been much better than that. More or less, I think the top two companies have left us for another reason. Either they are exhibiting facility exhibitability, depending because if they do not generate too many sales from their own channel and then 95% business is coming from marketplace, then obviously it becomes a very high cost for them. So for consumer brand must have a focus on their own channel to remain a focus area. Then would be invest in this kind of a lot of stuff. Not really cost, because cost is something will end up being, even if you do warehouse somewhere else, will end up being not 25, 80 rupees. So those, as I said, right now we are there for a slightly decent gross margin. So they're not running away from the 50 rupees. They are more, they could convert into 6 dollars.
What's the plan for the last step? Is it something you see as a company more, as a franchise model?
Largely because we do not need the number like a relative 5 or 100%, because we are not more like a 4-hour delivery. We are not actually working with a delivery shop. Because that one must be with the other kind of brands we work with, they not be comfortable sharing effective margins. So if we go into 4 stores per city, we are much more comfortable having a company also that we can do in the world.
Okay, so are you done with the questions? So thank you so much for that. Can we have you now let me go on for the second entrepreneur for pitching. We have the SAS bar, and I want to state Rishika Naik Shetty, founder of SAS. A huge clap everyone out here.
Hello everyone, so my name is Rishika Naik and I'm the founder of the SAS. And so
So basically, Stats Bar is we're getting into body care space and we want to revolutionize the body care industry by being fun and effective. We want to elevate your daily skincare rituals by our functional products. So this is just a landscape, the Indian consumer landscape. Beauty and personal space is growing at 11%. And we're seeing that younger consumers are purchasing more. People are starting their skincare routine at the age of 13 and 14. And the youngsters influence the bathing body at home. So the Gen Z landscape, so they are heavily into body care routines. They basically have started skincare before the age of 14, and I like to call them skin because they know what the ingredients are, they know what is effective, everything that works for them, and for them, self-care is very, very important. So why are we choosing Gen Z? Because the Gen Z basically is moving from Ayurveda to biocompatibility. By biocompatibility, I mean ingredients that are natural, but also actives that work for it. They're moving from skincare to haircare and body care. And you've already seen the haircare industry being recognized. The body care industry is the next phase. And they're moving from having perfect eyebrows, no glass skin, to having to embracing bushy eyebrows and textured skin. So they're moving from beauty standards to embracing imperfections. And they're very comfortable in their skin and they want to also flaunt it, they embrace their curve. So that's why we're looking at the Gen Z. And the gap in the market is that they're not able to get a community, they're not able to get a full experience because everything is focused on ingredients. And we are working to solve their issue because they depend on their peers, they depend on the influencers for recommendation or whatever it is that they require in the body care and skincare space. So why should our SaaS plans exist? So basically, we want to focus on the 80% of the unserved niche, which is body care. And how are we going to do that with hybrid formulations? That is combining, exfoliation, lotion, and a body wash together. These are the kind of formulations that we want to use. We want to focus on textures. We want to focus on the experience, that is the packaging, that is the whole, how the customer receives the product, how the customer experiences and feels the product as well. And most important, we want to make sure we're solving their body care issue. We're not looking at skin types anymore, we're not looking at oily skin, we're not looking at dry skin, because skin is dynamic. And when you move from country, from like if I'm in Mumbai, it's more humid, so my skin is more oily. But the moment I move to Dubai, my skin is more dry. So skin is very dynamic and you want to address body care issues in skin. And if you look at the competitive landscape, we are in the middle between science-backed and Ayurvedic brand. We want to be more young because what is really missing is a fun and effective brand. Most brands are serious when they talk about ingredients. We want to be that fun brand. Global examples are like Bubble, Glossier, Drunk Elephant. Today, the shelves of Sephora for Drunk Elephant are literally being emptied out because of teenagers and young adults. Because even though it's active skincare, serious ingredients, it's a packaging that really attracts them. It's a whole brand experience that Drunk Elephant is providing to users that makes them come back for you. And finally, we are more towards the mass premium than towards the mass because we want to kind of be an aspirational brand rather than be a very big mass brand. So the current traction. So we've grown from 2019, where I started this brand as a small business, but today I am running it more like a D2C from 2020. Before that was a small business, more creatively inspired, and now I'm running it like a proper, D2C brand and seeing the number, seeing the retention, and seeing the numbers. So even though we've not grown much in 2020, and we were changing our entire space, we focused on moving to market, and now we see that every quarter we increase the number. And this has happened because we body wash has made us more more attention focused people are coming and purchasing it again because our body wash has actives, it's got ingredients that really work. We worked on this formulation for over a year, and that has really brought in and shifted the game for us, going from a gifting to a body care brand, and see that now customers will come to us for body care and look at us in a different way. The earlier this was a gifting brand. That has increased our repeat rate. It has also increased our average order value. It has increased our LTV over the customer as well. And this is the unit economics as we stand today. Last year we had two months which we won, like we covered once we launched the body wash, and we were able to increase our data as we progress and new SKUs and new products. So this is the plan for the next 3 months, 1 year and 2 years. In the next 3 months, we are currently at 50 lakhs. We're going to scale it to 40 lakhs since we're already onboarded in 9 India, and we have purchase order value at Keynote stock. So from the next 3 months, we see a 30-40 lakhs of MMR. And in the next 1 year, we plan to reach a 7 CR ARR. And in the next 2 years, we'll reach a 20 CRR by introducing more kiosks and designs, because we see that offline really converts. And what has changed for us? So earlier, we were a gifting company, and with that, the LTV is not really strong. So when we moved to portfolio, we already seen that the LTV has increased. Earlier, we were product focused, and now we are more completely focused on building a brand experience for the customers. And finally, we've gone from a single channel to multiple channels. We're now on marketplaces where the customers are shopping. And our focus earlier was to acquire customers, and now we are really working on making those channels for customer retention really strong. And our go-to-market strategy is to create FOMO and create virality, which we've seen with the all products. We launched them in Jan, and we're sold out in a lot in the first while. So our go-to-market strategy will be viral products and to make sure when they come back, they get it. And these are our range of products. Currently, we have soaps, we have candles, and we have the body washes. And soon we are going to launch moisturizers, sunscreen body sprays, anti-asbestos sprays, body balms, and frozen food scrubs. So they are all based on innovative packaging and innovative products that really work. And the funds that we're going to, are going to utilize these basically for product development. We're going to use for marketing expectation. And for key hires, I need to hire a COO, someone who can really take the business to the next level. And for that, that is what we need the funds for. We also need funds for kiosks and storage store. And to build the retention and to really build the community for us, that's very important. And these are some of our customers. We did a phone survey with our customers to just understand what is working for us, what is not. And we found that 95% of customers really are happy with the whole product experience. They did not come back because they thought it's a gifting brand. So we're now changing that perception for the customer, and like I said, that helps us bring the customer back. And the impact that we want to create is that we are a women's team, like 100% women. And we see only 23% of women in workforce today. So we want to make sure that we have relevant role models, and we create a safe working environment for these women. That's why we're 100% women team. And we also want to get into sanitation and environmental, like we started to a smaller scale. But our vision is to have a bigger impact for the country. And finally, we have Mr. Anupam, who is a minister. What I'm looking for is the COO, and that's what we're going to do with the funds that we raise.
So we spoke about feedback. So what's the feedback you have?
So earlier we had a video in the last 5 months, we go to the body wash, 5%, we believe now we introduce email marketing, WhatsApp, contacts. So we're really focusing on getting fit. Now we want to increase it at our industry. We set in the next 5 months, 6 months.
Coming from the channel.
So it's only 100% for yeah.
Okay. And how much are you really spending per month? So for 15 lakhs in this, how much are you investing in performance marketing?
Yeah. So we're spending around 3 to 4 lakhs. So the vast is anywhere in 0.5 to 3, and then a lot of organic is happening for its.
And you mentioned about products that you are going to introduce.
Yeah.
When is it likely to be, and why not just one?
Yeah. So body wash is the first product we launch babies in the body wash itself. And what we see is that customers like to like buttons. Or after body wash, what is still new sample. So you want to make a before and after for that body wash. And feel that the brand which customers will come back for body, whether they can do body and online people satisfied. So whether it's a body wash or sunscreen or
I think firstly good packaging. I think the inspiration is a milk carton. A lot of us on the table felt that it's too voluminous. It's for 1200 rupees you're selling quite a lot of volume body wash. This kg is much younger than the typical tea that consumes water. We see it really 30. Right? They are not brand oils. We see what happens because a lot of the consumers mature and realize that they pay a lot more active. And now we are seeing a lot of, as you rightly mentioned, active skincare brands. So, how do you want to position your brand? These products are how these result. So now are you moving toward the more serious also now, or you want to remain in that novelty?
Basically, when we started with results. So what attracts people to our brand is the results. And what we've seen that people see back is follow. And what we want to do is we want to make so we see the element at the moment. It's either sequence, like black and white, in gray, then we have other brand. But what is missing is like a fine brand like in India. Which is something that these and I understand the volume is going to introduce sample packs, going to smaller volumes for it. But because we have some just for we're a small brand, so we have to take what is when to run that. But having said that, even though they are market because it's and they give discounts, they are delayed, etc. They customer usually gets it.
A couple of questions seem like what is the current mix of consumers you mentioned using the current mix is similar to the age that was current
So most of our TV comes between the age of 22 to 25. And there is some parents who the parents are purchasing the kids who are like teenagers. So that's what we see. So that again the customer market and the consumer is still different in this.
And just two questions. What were they using before they decided what is the trigger the purchase?
So before that they were using body shop, and if you were purchase first initial months to buy, and we bought that expenses to just keep this product go. Once you see the product, it's a really love because it's very unique. Secondly, it's a very unique combination of the middle bottle. I didn't get it more into the details, but it's got like actives as well, it's got like lactic acid, it's got ceramide, it's got three types of protein. So the product itself is very superior quality and they kind of come back after the experience of the product. The first purchase is definitely the happy.
And what is the really compared to previous this year?
Yeah, so for back and body, the For us, for the retailers, I think that is double the cost. But when we use a smaller package, once we are able to further everything, then each.
What happens if you lift back to the same brand or you going to somewhere else if you pay with?
So this information I do not have. Yeah, so we see that the retail class within the one quarter we are already shipping with us. So once I will have a record like economic numbers.
Firstly, it's beautiful. Can you talk a little bit about, as you thought about making something like this, the call outs are more, more focused on ingredients that are not, at least don't do scientific. That's not the perception sometimes. I know you're not going for it. Versus something like a chemist, yeah, percentages, so this is not wrong. This is lifestyle. Is that correct?
So it is lifestyle, but we do not want to just create a lifestyle that we want the products to be better. That's why the things are built. We are going to start to kind of also kind of introduce that style that show that the products are effective. It's just not lifestyle. But only going in lifestyle that the customer will be. So we want to make sure that they stay on to us with this product.
Yeah. Whether it's good or bad, but what are the companies asking for?
First, like I said, one experience the product. It's the product itself. It's very high quality. What they experience the product. They come to packaging. So they see the packaging. They don't really. We are still not counting brands. So the hesitation, they want this product. They purchase. But then they become like a group of manufacturers, and they go and tell like how the product is. They become at the moment, like Bhavan Body focuses completely on fragrances, and that's their USP. We are not seeing our fragrances are a part of moving the TV in house fragrances, and really helps to create a mood, colors, patterns, but main thing is that we also have products that are effective. So I wanted to come back to purchasing. So what we will do is we will build that. So we are like putting in codes onto the and how we're doing that is by doing the SaaS where we're trying to get this TG in our product. We launched a small study where we send samples to them, get their feedback, get them to talk about the products. Then we will also plan like online events where the people really start doing what they do online and keep them informed on what do hackers do, what is the whole there's a lot of myths that brands and like there's a lot of misinformation. So we want to be clean on this brand. We're not focusing on that this is good to your skincare, but promising will be effective. Clear your body acne or anything like that, but it's going to be doing it's going to do something as a product.
Any NPS survey validated feedback from customers?
So we had done an NPS survey which was on football. Then I was told that you need a document. So we did like 1,000 customers over the last 2 years. We called for different we got a 95% they were happy with the product. It's not just for the book. Now we still have to go consumer survey that is on paper.
Sorry, I didn't understand the last one there.
Currently, we want to raise 1.5 CR for our new product launches and market penetration. Like I said, I want to have this go.
This is for
For The main thing is that you want to do for product development. Because we don't just
Not marketing or not branding.
so that we are very comfortable that we will be able to do that. If we have our products in place, we see that the point we really get the marketing, we can manage that. What we need is for marketing penetration, and we will need to at least scale it, and that doesn't come controls.
Well, we have one more question.
Yeah.
Not a question, but just a general comment that we have seen this all brands that are early, when I say early, when the new customer are different. And when you go to a segment like this, where a lot of consumers, for example, feel that there are no products for me, you're getting to that stage where you're targeting a particular persona, and that persona looks at Amazon, looks at Nike, and feels that there is no product. There's a lot of content work that they rely on, a lot of uh, influencers, for example, they can relate to. And I think the products that you can do as next stage, I think should be completely driven by those people. Uh, Even if, for example, it's for a small PG, the requirement is there from them rather than saying that these are, let's say, the top 5 products that are selling on Amazon. Can I get to the 5 products that PG, the sassy girl, the persona, really needing it, that is not. I think that will be a very important aspect of doing this. If the PG can go back, think of it like this: that what is that PG telling her friend? Why should I recommend this product? So that is the question mark.
That's why we are building the community. So the products are coming from the teaching itself, and we are looking at problems. So we want to solve, for example, current products with some pigmentation, but that's not what they are looking for. They're looking for growth, they're looking for body hair, body acne, and those kind of products are not available in the market. For example, we got the simple then that they are more prone to like sweating, perspiration, and there are premium products which are really good that people there are very few brands. So we're looking to them itself for our product ideas, and we're obviously using our expertise and our innovative ideas to come up with that package and then we'll experience more. So that's why the community building is very important.
I'll give just one suggestion. When you do your fundraise, whenever you do that, try not to spend too much of the cost in terms of salary. You need more money on marketing, branding, more out there because you're a D2C brand and you probably need to spend much more than consumers. Trying to understand the rate or increasing how to use that. So I think more money needed to go there.
Fund utilization, we're going to allocate the funds. But what I've realized is that I need somebody who has the experience, so I don't need this. So that's just one key hire, and then it's all going to be market penetration. It's going to spend on product development, so then we allocate the funds to the
So thank you so much, Mr. John. Next question, Turia Foods Private Limited, calling upon Mr. Richie Noye, founder of Turia Foods Private Limited. Can we have huge round of applause, everyone? So here we have Miss Rishi. We have to round of applause everyone.
Hi everybody, my name is Rishi and I'm the founder of Lua. So I launched Lua in 2021 with a vision to bring local Indian flavors to the limelight. And knowing that India is an agri-rich country and our biggest asset and the face of our nation in the global audience is our spices. At Tilwa, we are on a mission to bring flavors and unadulterated spices to every kitchen. Our product line includes delicate pastes and spices. The total addressable market for spices in India is 14 billion and is growing at a rate of 17.5%. At Tilwa, our product range includes over 50 SKUs, including full spices, single powder spices, and blended spice powders. What we are doing is starting a dominant market. While spices is a very large market in India, but spices is a very large market in India, there has been no evolution in this space. And while others look at spices as a commodity, we look at spices as a specialty product. What our spices are is our focus on quality, the fact that we have a traceable and secure origin product approach. Our product packaging is very premium, so it is unlike others in the segment. We use resealable bags in our product, so that makes life very convenient for our customers. And we are also working on tech integration to put a lot more emphasis on our traceability. Some of the problems in the spice space that we have noticed is that one, it is largely an unorganized sector. So there is a lack of organization which results in inconsistency in the quality, and this end user often gets product that is of a subpar. And we focus on branded and well-versed spices. So we prioritize on a rigorous quality control. A lot of product standardization which we have in place for FDA, and we adhere to very specific processing methods. The other issue is that there's a lot of adulteration. So adulteration of spices is widespread across the country, and this is often a practice that is done to increase the yield, the profit margins, and also the shelf life. And because spices is such a raw ingredient, it's very hard for the end user to pinpoint and say that there is some sort of adaptation that is happening in their product. And we practice this by being very transparent with our products. So what we want to do is offer a top quality product at a very competitive price. And the kind of processing that we do and the kind of sourcing that we do, it gives our customers a lot of insight into our processing methods. The other issue is that in the market, especially in the Horeca space, there is a lot of old and stale spices that are available, mainly in the whole spices. So, for example, if we're in 2024 and there's a new harvest, what is available for cumin, for example, would be of the previous year or the year before that. Spices is something that we can use for the fragrance or the aroma. And if the spices are old and inconsistent batch on batch, what happens is that the chefs in the commercial kitchen have to backtrack and have to sort of change their recipes. And we focus on farm sourced spices. So we focus our spices from farms and valleys across the country. And what this does is that it ensures that our products are of a very fresh quality and also ensures that we get the best purchase rate. Some of the advantages that we have over others in the space is that our products are digital. We focus on traceability and single origin. Our spices are sourced from farms and markets, and we as a brand are a plastic brand, and we are looking which chefs to make all our blended powders. Moving on to our next product range, which is ready to cook range. This is also the product range that we launched in 2020. So the total addressable market for ready to cook in India is 460 million and is growing at 16.3%. At Tilwa, our ready to cook collection comprises of 5 regional recipes. These are 5 recipes from 5 different states of India, and what's being special is that these are all 100% and they don't have any other additives. Some of the problems that we're having in this is on the lifestyle. So choose ready to cook or ready to eat type of products are they either have a lack of time, skills, or inclination to cook, Using our reputable data, but we need to build complex Indian recipes in just 3 steps. It is very convenient to use. You don't need a lot of ingredients, so you don't need anything like salt, oil, etc. The other issue is that there is high evaluation. So most of the deliverable products that are available in the market, they have some sort of additives in it. And because of the use of the additives, the taste of the recipe is not perfect. At Kunua, our products are all natural. So we go a little beyond saying that it's preservative free. We also ensure that there are added colors, flavors, not the abundant ones. There are no acids, stabilizers, no thickening fluids, no emulsifiers, none whatsoever, which makes our product a 100% clean label product. And because it is so additive, it tastes very fresh. And lastly, a very big problem, of course, is the recipes that are available in the market. So while there are Indian ready-to-cook recipes available, they're often the run-of-the-mill potato onion-based recipes, and there is a lack of option when it comes to regional Indian recipes. At Kunua, we are very passionate about regional Indian recipes. Our range includes 5 SKUs. These are 5 recipes from 5 different states of India. Like we have the board Vindaloo, we have Malabar Dali from Kerala, we have Malabar Dali from West Bengal, we have Heroes from Bangalore, and Pakistana from Delhi. And because there are no any additives, it tastes just like home. Some of the advantages that we have over others in the states is that our products are clean label. We are very focused on regional Indian recipes. Our products are very versatile, so the consistency such as is not very thick, not very thin. The consumer can do a lot more than just a gravy or a sabzi. Our products are vegan and gluten-free, so people with dietary restrictions can also use it. We are a plastic neutral brand and we work with chefs to develop each of these recipes. Some of the things that we consider are more is one is that we are a clean label brand. The kind of business we are in, we need a product that we will use on an everyday basis, not just once but multiple times. So as a founding ego, it was very important for us to ensure that anything that we put in the market is 100% clean and doesn't have any sort of additives and is safe to consume. Second is that we are focused on traceability, so we use locally sourced ingredients and advanced spices. So it is that our products are very easy to use with the ready-to-cook arrangement to make a very complicated recipe in just 3 steps. We work with chefs, so all our recipes are made up on an intensive R&D and are made by them. As a brand, we are impact focused. So at the moment, we are a plastic neutral brand, but we're very cognizant of the impact we can have to the planet and society. And lastly, our packaging. So we have a very contemporary packaging. It's unlike any in the space, and it's a kind of packaging that resonates with the Gen Z, millennial, and global audience, which makes up the most of the buying. Now, speaking of our business verticals, so business verticals are divided between enterprise and consumer India. The enterprise vertical contributes to 90% of our revenue, and this involves with us engaging with hotels, cafes, restaurants, where we sell Kunua branded spices to these organizations. Our other vertical is a consumer India vertical, which contributes to 6% of our revenue. And this involves in us selling directly to our customers through our website and Amazon as a channel of sales. We have the enterprise vertical. We launched Cypress last year in Jan, and since then we've been the only brand to disrupt the B2B spice market. Currently, we're supplying to over 100 hotels, cafes, restaurants across the city of Mumbai. In terms of quality, our products are 100% natural. All our powders are made with the highest rated spice, and we have a 12-month shelf life on all our products. In terms of the range, we have 15 single spice powders, 8 blended spice powders, and 20 spices. And we source all our products with pounds and money across the country, which ensures that we get a very superior quality at a very competitive price. Speaking of the traction that we have seen in the last quarter, in the last 4 quarters, so we've seen a sharp growth across the 4 quarters, and the reason for this is that we've been brand space in Bombay, and we're the first and the only brand that branded whole spices in bulk, especially the whole spices. We have a rapid customer retention rate of 100%, and this is because the chefs who work with us, they vouch for our product for the quality, and the purchase managers, they vouch for our product, for our brand, for the consistency and the customer support that we do. Some of the brands that we work with are Sola Bottle, Umbrella, Basic, Soap House, Korean Marriott, Hamada, etc. We currently have regional only in the region of Mumbai. This year, we are intending to expand our geography into Pune and Goa. Next year, we're focusing on the north and west of India and the year after the south of India. Moving to our consumer retail products, the consumer retail product range includes 5 ready-to-cook pastes and 8 single origin spices. In terms of the quality, all our products are clean label and we with the highest grade of ingredients. We have a 12-month shelf life on our spices and 18 months on our ready-to-cook. In terms of the pricing, we price our products very competitively. We are cognizant of the fact that spices is something that every single Indian uses, and we wanted to give premium experience at a very affordable price. Our spices are priced between 40 to 115, and our ready-to-cook range is priced between 150 to 225. Moving to the action that we see as the graph is growth in Q3 and then Q4. The reason for that is that we launched our spices on D2C in August of last year, and that was contributed to a lot of our growth. At the moment, we get over 1,200 new orders, new customers per month. We have a retention rate of 27% without doing any retention marketing just yet. We see an ROI of 1.3 and a current channels of sales are our website and Amazon. And for the future sales channels, we're working to onboard on quick commerce like Blinkit, etc. We're also working with Amazon to launch our products in USA and Canada. And we also want to onboard with other marketplaces like Red and Flipkart. Future products which we have in the first this year. So with spices, we are launching 8 more spices and also working with chefs to create blended spice covers. With respect to the ready-to-cook range, we are launching 3 classic kebab marinades this year. In terms of the operational overview, so with respect to our ready-to-cook range, our manufacturing is completely outsourced. This ensures that we don't have any CapEx costs. For spices, we have an in-house packing and processing facility. This is done to ensure that we have a stronger hold on the QC and also improves our margins. With respect to the research and R&D, that is completely done in-house. All our recipes are developed in-house. And for fulfillment, we fulfill all our D2C orders in-house, and for Horeca orders, they are fulfilled by. In the last financial year, we saw over 2,000% growth compared to the previous financial year. And I'll also take you through what the journey has been since we launched. So when we launched in 2020, it was the middle of the pandemic. I launched with my personal savings, did not take any loans or any money from my parents or anything like that. So I was very comfortable growing it in the first 2 years just to get a sense of the market and my good market. So the first year we did 8 lakhs in revenue. The year after, we started contract manufacturing our ready-to-cook paste. This opened up some time, and the first thing I did was all the US FDA approvals for the ready-to-cook range. That year we did 40 lakhs in revenue, and then 11 pallets of our ready-to-cook range to USA, which contributes to most of the revenue in that. The year after, we did 15 lakhs in revenue. Last financial year, we did 3 crores in revenue, and this was really because we also launched the spice range that year, and we took a slightly different approach because in the first 3 years, I understood that D2C, while it's a very attractive space, it is also a very capital intensive space. And because I didn't have that kind of capital and I wanted to build our revenue, I decided to go a different approach and try out this, build product trust on that, and then launch the D2C. For this current year, we're projecting 10.9 crores in revenue, and next year we're projecting 21.9 crores in revenue. Some of our key highlights are that we are a EBITDA positive brand. We have 12 months of shelf life on all our products. All our products are 100% clean. We have US FDA approvals on our products and have also exported 11 pallets of our ready-to-cook range to USA. We work closely with Amazon to launch our products in US and Canada. And we are also in talks with big trade to explore how we can take up products to Australia. In terms of the gross margins, we have a 75% gross margin on D2C and 35% gross margin on Horeca products. We're currently raising 4 crores at a equity valuation of 17 crores. And we have a lead investor, Beyond Seed, and the co-investors at AVD.
important question. First one, the fact that you journalists like our business and practically assessment. I think packaging is really lovely. So it's a great thing. I think that just one thing I think this brand as a good as a strong opportunity as a India global play. Somewhere like India smallly think the US especially with the kind of product you have fresh. Good investors are comfortable about doing something similar to tea. Yeah. And we can connect after
I think for all of these things, thank you so much.
Your background and a bit about the team.
Yes. So, my background is that prior to launching Zubla, I had over 10 years of experience in marketing and brand. I was one of those rare students who interned throughout college right after I graduated, right after I finished my MBA. So, right after I graduated in mass media from Mumbai, I launched a marketing agency. With that agency, it was called Search Digital. I worked with a lot of brands that were in their early stage, always out of Bombay. Case Coasters, Coffee, Smiley, Race, Yummy Beauty, Origin. And because those brands were in the early stage, myself and my team became an extended arm of their team itself. So that was my background. And apart from me, my father was full time with Noah. He joined in 2021. He has over 35 years of experience in sales and distribution. He's sales and distribution for Farida for us. And his experiences in two key markets, India and China. And prior to joining Noah, he was working with the startup group and set up service for them in Bombay. And in terms of our advisors, we have Arjun who is advising us to scale and grow.
And on the sourcing side, how do you guys go? Is there somebody dedicated out of the you, your dad, who does the sourcing?
So he handles most of the sourcing. The way that the sourcing actually works and the way that we also got into spices is that with the ready to cook, because the ready to cook range is all natural, it has a very high dependency on the raw materials. And because it's Indian flavors, the spices play a very integral role. What we realized in the first 2 years is that the quality of spices that we were getting in the local market was very inconsistent. And that led to inconsistency in our end product. So over 2021 and 2022, we started sourcing from across the country, one by one, built up our network. And initially, it was all done by me personally, where I was scouting and then funding and trying sampling. But at the moment, all the sourcing is handled by my dad.
One last question, which is more detailed. Can you break your product portfolio down into, let's say, CBC, whole, you said curry, or gravy, for example, you elaborate. On then, for example, how the portfolio look when I look at the type of, let's say, spices that you have?
Okay. So when we look at the range, it's ready to cook and then the spices. Ready to cook is fairly simple. There are 5 SKUs which are paste-based products and 5 flavors from across India. With those spices, it's divided into whole spices, single powdered spices, and blended spice powders. In terms of our verticals, spices is Horeca as well as D2C. In our D2C product range, it's fairly simple. It's 8 SKUs, 4 whole spices, and 4 powdered spices. With Horeca, it is 22 whole spices, about 15 single powdered spices, and 8 blended spice powders.
Sorry, which is the largest and where are you headed in that in the journey itself? When we want to become more of blends, are you looking for more gravies, or where do you aspire to be eventually?
So we aspire to be the biggest and the best spice brand in India. And the way that we're doing it is that what I have seen as a gap is that there is no chef's choice when it comes to spices. There are chef's choice when it comes to other products, but not spices. And that's something that blew my mind. That spices are used by everybody. Every single one in this room has haldi powder in their house. And all the restaurants we go to use spices. But why is there no spice brand that chefs are resonating with and becomes chef's choice? So that is something that we are aggressively going on. And what that going to do is also build up our D2C. So because of the chefs that we have, they become a community. They become a flag bearer. They are the ones who talk about our brand locally and proudly. And even right now, what we just started doing is started creating content with the chefs of them talking about. So right now we have an ongoing series with the head chef of Olive from Soda Bottle Wala, who's talking about how the quality has been balanced. So to answer your question, yeah, we're focusing more on the spices, a lot more on the Horeca space, which is in turn impacting our D2C as well.
Firstly, I think once we have customers and financially it's so it talks a lot about civil organization. I think this is one of those cases where a lot of people said it. So there's a lot of greenwashing that's happened so far. And now we've had these articles come out and say, oh, this one is not that good. How does a consumer know? That's one question. The second part is I know you talked about traceability. So this on the website as well as on the plan. Because how it is.
So I'm so glad you asked this question because this is something that we're working on in our more of a step mode. So when we say traceability, for example, the turmeric that's said in this box. So it's a turmeric that is grown in Meghalaya, in the Lakana region. The reason that it's a superior turmeric is because what adds the super spice in turmeric is the compound turmeric. Most of the turmeric available in the market are grown across India, whether it's Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, has a curcumin content of between 2 to 4%, sometimes even 2. Lakana is the only region in the world where the curcumin is between 9 to 12%. So, when we say traceability, our turmeric, if you're buying on a website, only coming from that. Now, this is something the customer does, something that we want back. And to sort of bring this to light to the customer, we're actually working on tech integration, where in 9 to 12 months, we will have this ready for the customer, where they can go and they can see which region the spice was sourced from, what is the quality of the soil, how is that impacting the quality of the crop, what are the nutrients in each of the spice, for example, the gas content, the coconut content, etc. And also how in the last 10 years, climate has impacted the yield of crop in that specific region, and what is our speculation for the next 12 months, for the next 5 years. This is something that we're working on in the backend. We're not really talking about it on our website or on social media or anything because it's going to take us 9 to 12 months to put it out to the public.
Who's helping you with this? It's hard to do.
So there's this person called Santosh, he's based out of the US. We did a small angel round last year, so he came on board as a lead investor in that. And we have set up the supply chain for Tiffany & Co. in US. He is the one who is helping me with the tech integration for this.
Understood. Another question for this what Kaushik asked earlier. If you say your revenue into two parts, so that's Horeca, what B2B, and then B2C. On the B2C side of things, what would the revenue be and how would the cycle be?
In the B2C side of things, so our revenue at the moment for B2C is about 5 lakhs. That's split mainly in spices and a very small chunk is being contributed by the place. The reason for that is right now we are not marketing the place. We're not doing any ads on the place. We're waiting for a fresh batch of the place to come to us. So we're not pushing that at the moment. And in that, and also in terms of what we're spending to 4 lakhs.
No, that's actually because a lot of people seem to have something on the B2C side of things trying to market. US is a big thing.
Yeah. Well, the way we are looking at it is that we are counting more on the repeat rate and the retention rate because once we have the customer, this is not the kind of product that somebody might or might not buy. They're definitely buying it. It's just a matter of whether they're buying it from you or they're buying it from somebody else. So as we scale and as we get more user data, our focus is going to be to ensure that more number of people are buying from us. Potentially also look at a subscription model a year or two down the line where we have a larger reach. I love the platform.
I was just asked this, but I just want to get a number. If you were to split your revenue in terms of percentage by whole spices, D2C, blendings, and paste, what would that be together?
In Horeca or in?
If you have a separate numbers, you can do it separately.
Okay, so in Horeca, I would say about 65% to 70% actually is whole spices. Main reason for this is that once chefs get the spices in their kitchen, they like to roast it and make their own things. The rest, I would say less than 10% is our blended spices and the balance is the single spice powder. When it comes to D2C, majority of our sales is spices. Revenue is negligible at the point because it's not the stock because we're not doing any app around. In that, our hero products are chili and Lakadown turmeric, and it's happening to be the exact split of that.
What's the price premium to market leader both historical and D2C?
So pricing strategy has been that we sort of observe what kind of brands there in the space. There are regional brands, there are legacy brands, and premium brands. So we price the products slightly cheaper than the legacy brands like for example, our chili powder on our website is 115 and Everest would be 112. We price it slightly cheaper. Idea being that we want to give people a different product experience in a more affordable price point.
And on Horeca, do we undercut competition?
Yeah, we're very competitively priced when it comes to Horeca as well.
You're able to operate on 70% margin after that.
75% for D2C and 25% for brand.
But you mentioned that for D2C website, you are compared to an.
Yes, that's right.
On the basis of seems to be at the 97% mark. So you're saying that it's something
yeah. So if you go on our website and even on Amazon, for example, our Kashmiri chili powder is 150. But if you look at Everest for Everest, we are 5 rupees more expensive than what we price. Do you have any more questions?
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for her? That was a very confident presentation. Now let's go ahead with the fourth entrepreneur for the Princess Hall, inviting on stage two founders of Secret Alchemist, Akash Walia and Ankita Kulani, with clapping shout-outs everyone out here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ankita Kulani, co-founder of Secret Alchemist. Secret Alchemist is an aromatherapy-based personal care brand. So today I want to talk about first the problem, right? The increasing level of stress and sleep and anxiety that India is facing. We are all well aware that India is the second country, the sleep deprived country in the world. 74% of Indians are suffering from stress and anxiety, and those have a lot of ramifications on skin and hair as well. So you know that when your stress levels are not in check or when you do not sleep well, skin ages faster, there is acne development, there's collagen production reduction, the pigmentation of hair, there's more graying of hair, and the number of root causes generally occur from sleeping less and being stressed. So we have come to the conclusion that beautiful mind is equal to the beautiful body is when your stress levels and your anxiety levels as well as your sleep is better, it automatically has a great kind of a repercussions on your skin and hair. So a little bit of background. This brand actually started by my mother. She's a certified clinical aromatherapist from Shirley Price University in London. She has started this brand 30 years ago, and it's her legacy, 30 years of legacy that we are taking forward. Now, what is aromatherapy? Apart from having the heritage and lineage in my family, just to give a little bit of a background, this is such a loosely coined term. Aromatherapy is the use of essential oils to have that therapeutic response in your body. It's a natural alternative form of therapy for healing your mind, body, and soul. It primarily works in two fashions, through inhalation and through topical application. Inhalation is when you inhale the aroma on your pulse points, when you apply it, it has that therapeutic value. It triggers the olfactory nerve and signals the limbic part of your brain and helps you to calm down or help you balance your hormones. Also, a topical format where you actually massage it into your skin, it keeps the lymphatic drainage, increases blood circulation, and kind of helps you elevate your symptoms, whether it's joint pain, PMS, and other factors. So it has a science backing with a lot of research done on the ingredients with lavender, having therapeutic value for anxiety, stress, and levels, as well as it addresses the root cause of the issue since aromatherapy is a subset of Ayurveda. Now talking about the legacy, even though this brand was started by my mother 30 years ago under the name of 24 Karat Remedies, we were running it like a cottage industry till date. And today we are at that inflection point where I'm working with my husband Akash Bala with his ops background and taking this company to the next level. We are going to be launching in the personal care category as well. So when we launched the brand, we had a lot of learning, right? Apart from the amount of research and formulation and R&D that went in with my mother and the team of clinical aromatherapists, when we launched the brand under the name of Secret Alchemist, we realized that 75% of our sales were actually coming from the roll-on category. You guys have it. The top two roll-ons are the sleep-inducing roll-on and calm, which is the stress and anxiety-reducer roll-on. When we launched, we were selling it via our own website and major e-commerce players like Amazon, Nykaa, quick commerce like Keynote, as well as sustainability platforms like Brown Living, UCare, and Amara Earth. And we also were successful in the last few months to kind of break through B2B tariffs as well as urban companies where we were trying to supply them for their body treatment services, as well as we are supplying to Hilton Children's Spa for their spa services.
Right, so I think over the last 2 years, we have had great learnings in terms of what's working, what's not working. Actually, the rollout products that have been working very well, with the formulations, with the smell, people are coming back. But I think one of the challenges we saw was consumers were not understanding how to immediately use the rollout, right? It's not intuitive in nature. And second is, people are treating it as an alternate medicine, which it is. But I don't want consumers to just use it when they have a migraine or when they are falling sick. I actually want them to use the aromatherapy product on an everyday basis. And I think that's where we started to see the personal care space. The personal care category in India is the second largest growing category after skincare. It's growing at a 30% plus CAGR. Overall, the B2C space in India is about $14 billion, and within that, the D2C market is about $2.5 billion. This is a market that we are going to be targeting. There have been brands in the market like a Wow Scale or a Plum or even a Fox Scale, which are D2C brands. And there is a consumer that is able to access to D2C brands over above the larger brand incumbent brands that are available in the market. And this has been done globally, right? So there have been brands like aromatherapy associates, like the Media Remedies, which are now valued at over $2.5 billion plus, that have done this globally. Aromatherapy is actually an Indian concept. We want to get the global concept of putting aromatherapy in personal care back in India and grow the brand in India itself. This is how a landscape looks like today. So we have the functional category, which is the areas of prevalence of the kind, and then we have the natural category, which is saying biotech or even mama for that matter. On the higher side of the premium side, we have forest essentials, which is typically a 1300 rupee average selling price. And I think we are going to look at 900 average selling price point. Kama Ayurveda is a similar brand in this space, but has forayed more in this field. I think we are going to focus more on personal care category because we want to be the third product on the shelf after skincare and haircare product. So this is what we are going to do, right? We are going to do two of our hero formulations, which are pretty much in front of you. And we are going to put it in a clean form factor, which is more mass acceptable, which is just making it less simple. So these are the two products that we are going to be launching. Calm, which is we use during the day. It actually has positive effect on your anxiety and keeps you calm through the day. It's a day cream with SPF next to also gives you sun protection. And the night cream called Dream, which gives you a better sleep, a deeper sleep, and it basically is your night ritual before food. And in terms of the target market, I think we're very clear that we want to target women between the age of 28 to 35, 37 years of age, typically working women who are coming back home and are tired and don't have the time to use a 5-step, 7-step rituals that we see on Instagram, but want to use one product to just get better sleep, or want to use one product to be calm through the day. We are vegan, we are cruelty free, we are made in India, and we are manufacturing this in GMP certified facilities as well. One of the biggest growth levers that we are depending on, apart from the personal care that we are targeting, is getting the very big co-founder from the south of India, and she's going to be for conversion moving ahead. She's going to be solving for the top of the funnel for the purpose of this group, and we are not going to name her, but we are happy to do a chat outside. We are going to focus for the next 1.5 years online because that's something that we need to do, create a brand awareness out there, and we will largely focus on D2C marketplace. B2B will continue to be there. We'll add maybe one or two partners, we'll add some more orders from other companies, but largely we want to focus on creating a D2C brand. This is how unit economics looks like. A year ago it was very different, and given all the experiences I've had in the previous role in pharmacy, that's something the learners have brought into this brand as well, where we said, okay, we need to make money per order, right? And that's where we got back to the whiteboard. We were actually at a 25 lakh monthly run rate, but we were negative 15% CM2 post marketing. I think that's what we completely changed over the last year. We chose the right distribution channels. We optimize our spends, we optimize the team, and today we are 15% positive CM2 at a monthly run rate of about 10 to 11 lakhs. This is how our product looks like. Today we are at about a 12 lakh monthly run rate with the fundraise that we are going to do right now. We are closing the fund, we are getting about 4 crores by the end of June. We have commitments of about 2.5 crores already by now. And we want to target to be about 1.2 crores monthly run rate. Thanks for this platform and welcome to us.
So just to give a little bit background about this celeb, unfortunately I'm not able to name her, but it's not that Chitra was planned to get the celeb on board. It was honestly a very organic journey. She had been suffering from a condition and she was trying to find healing by taking a sabbatical over last year. She traveled the globe, went to a lot of wellness retreats and was trying to find an aromatherapy brand that did something similar. And that's how she came across our brand Secret. She found that therapeutic value. She liked the packaging, the ethos of the brand, and now she's becoming as a co-founder as well. So yeah, happy to answer the questions.
This is not a product that comes top of mind for somebody to go and say, today I'm going to go buy it. But like, have you considered distributing this on cruise ships, to hotels, to luxury trains, of course, that's business, Airbnb management platforms, right? Because it doesn't intuitively come to anybody that has a problem.
Intuitively, it might not come to you want to buy a robot, which is exactly the problem we face, right? This is the form factor. we are now deciding to enter it into the body cream format. So the therapeutic line, right? People are searching for stress relieving products. People are searching for anxiety relieving products, for better sleep inducing products. So yes, as a B2B, I think we can definitely target hospitals. Like we already cracked Hilton Shillam as well, and we have been talks with many 3-star hotels as well. That's a route that definitely we can take, and there is a percentage that we'll always concentrate towards the B2B sales, but from a B2C perspective, it's always an image-driven approach. And the learning that we had in the past was to convert the form factor, which is mass acceptable. So the formulation had a great response, but obviously the education factor behind the rollout was a challenging aspect. That's the reason why we plan to launch it in body cream, shower gel, soaps, and other formats.
So cream is the new one. What is the price point for it?
So we have decided to cap it at $8.99. It will be a 100-gram cream. And we did not want to keep it as expensive as we explained, like a forest essential or a Kama, and not keep it maybe as cheap as a sanitize or a Vaseline. And that's why we'll be keeping it in a mid-range of $299.
For that, $8.99, what is like market size that you see? So, like how do you envision market? So today, the entire D2C PPC space will be about $2.5 million. And at that price point, I think that's where we today lack a brand which has been able to target. So let's say a forest essential should have got a 300 crore revenue, whereas Mama is thousands of crores of revenue. I think we can clearly target at least 600 to 800 crore market for ourselves, apart from other brands in that space. Have you thought of selling B2B to salons or to urban company, etc.?
We are currently supplying to urban company as well, and we are in talks with a lot of salons like JCB, Whitehall that we are supplying to as well. But that will be a part of channel of revenue that we are kind of concentrating on. We want to be a consumer B2C focused brand.
And the brand will start as the brand stands for aroma itself. Like what's the brand proposition to any customer? And will we only focus on body care as a category? That's my say.
So we'll start off with body care as a category, as a personal care category. And from a consumer perspective, it is educating the audience about the essential oils, right? Today, Foxtail Minerals, they educated the consumers about salicylic acid, hydrochloric acid, things that people or consumers are not aware of. We are going to be educating the consumers about ylang-ylang, lavender, geranium. Even today, our website has a certificate of analysis of all of these ingredients published to educate the consumer of its therapeutic value. So it's the essential oil that view of the products as well as the selling points of the products.
Why not launch perfume? Essential oils from the most
So that's where aromatherapy, right? What we are trying to do is one step further. All of the products have a certain smell composition, but what we are trying to do is make it into a wellness-driven brand, right? The idea of medical aromatherapy is to use that set of essential oils in that perfect combination to have that therapeutic response in your body. And today, with the rising stress levels, sleep issues, anxiety issues, there is no product that helps you manage your symptoms on a daily basis, a lifestyle product that is before the symptoms is chronic in nature, where you need to kind of pop up with on a daily basis just to maintain a good mood, sleep better, stress less. We are planning to kind of focus it into a wellness routine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and all the best to both of you. And now, without further ado, calling upon the fifth entrepreneur for the Richard one, Mr. Pradeep Watts, founder of Wonder Looms with a bus. Can we have huge shout out everyone out there?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pradeep, and I am here to show you something interesting and fun. So, my brand name is Wonder Looms, and we are an adventure-inspired apparel brand. And I started riding in 2011, and now it's been around 1 decade where I have been doing this, and still I do this. What we found was that there were riders, there were travelers, Indian specific, We used to go to different places and trekking and everywhere, but were not able to find suitable, fashionable utility products for themselves. That time Decathlon had just entered, but they were also not able to cater sector-wise and region-wise apparels. So me and my partner we found that gap, and we created stylish yet practical outdoor gears to empower the adventurers. This is me, Prateek Vats. I have already traveled around, I have already clocked around 1 lakh plus kilometers on road biking. I was also invited to Thailand and Malaysia for the ride. The cute looking guy is my co-founder, Dipesh. He takes care of the operations and the production. Right now he's in Kalyan fighting with the vendors to bring our costs down. Story so far. So we happen to raise our seed fund from basically from different syndicates from Pune. We also were showcased at Kantun Power Shop Razor Edge. We were the first episode and the highest views till date. These are our pathfinders. They are one of few of the angel investors, and plus they are hand-holding us. We managed to get Mr. Ramadoi, who is a Pantabhushan and our ex-MD for TCS. These are the products. I am sure they are on the tables. These are the riding jerseys. We make, we make bandanas. I just want to put you all this thing. Before we introduced the riding jerseys to India, riding jerseys used to come from abroad, basically from Europe. They used to be imported from there with an unreasonable cost put to them. There was no tag time to when it will be delivered. Plus, European jerseys used to be always, the maximum temperature in Europe will be almost 28 or 22. There you know what's the temperature outside. So we introduced the riding jerseys. We put mesh panels, we put reflective strips. There are enduro parks, dedicated enduro parks in all over the world. But in India, we have jumpers to do off-roading riding and trekking. So we had put that, so there was a very big validation for that. Bandanas have been there from past 10 years, 20 years. They cost from 50 rupees to 200 rupees or something. But we researched about a unique patent technology from Sweden, which is called polygenic. We managed to get that to India, and now all bandanas are polygenic. So every product what you see right now, which is there is a story behind that. The feedback comes from the community itself. So that's why the products are here. These are the marketplaces we are present here. These are the B2B tie-ups we have, and we are exclusive wholesale merchandise for these products, for these brands. Power Drift is an automobile factory. We were upgraded as an OEM vendor for Hero MotoCorp. So that's last quarter, that's another achievement, one of the agreements we had. Now our presence offline, so we participate in the biker festivals you can see from Manali to Kanyakumari. We are also present in riding stores. We did an experiment where we distributed, to increase our reach of distribution, visibility. We had did a pilot and we got a good response. In 2024, we will be focusing on the PV model for riding stores. These are the photographs for the biker festival where we participate. From Manali on the left hand side to Goa. Just to give a small note, you can see this is hardly 8 by 8 of the stores. But in 2 to 3 days, we are doing more than 4 to 5 lakh rupees of sales out of these stores. So this shows that how much the customer is liking our product. International present, we are proudly first Indian apparel to represent our Indian athletes in Dakar Rally and Baja in Mexico. Dakar Rally is supposed to be one of the toughest motorsports rallies in the world. Mr. Ashish Gawani from Pune were there, and we managed to endorse his apparel kit. Indian subs, Vistara in April, Vistara Engineering magazine featured us. The best part was that we were compared and we were in the list with the iconic brands like Zara and Nike and Puma. We did a project with series for Yaria 2, where there was a climaxing of an off-roading event. I flew there, and so we were the official apparel partner for them. Like IPL, now Indian Supercross has also started, and we were, we sponsored the apparels for a Bangalore team, and luckily they won also. Our community, our strongest part, we are right now we are almost connected to more than 60 to 70,000 riders in India. These are the few clubs which we have, catered to. I have a WhatsApp group where I have around 200 to 300 riders who have rode with me because I was in aviation touring company before. And before launching a product, we get a hands-up validation. How does it look like? How will it, what's the commercial part of it? Like, will it sell or it will not sell? Who getting an ये बहुत अच्छा है, ये बहुत बकवास है. Very honest and good feedback. So that's the community. Just to give you that, this is September. I took a tour to East Ladakh, and the second gentleman here, the second rider you see is me. Our financial growth. Now let's go to the numbers. This is our year-on-year growth. We completed 2.61 crores last fiscal year. Our journey from the last year journey was, so if you can see that first quarter we did only 40 lakh rupees of business, but the last quarter we were almost 95 lakhs. So it's more than 136 to 140% of growth, where we had logistic issues, we had inventory issues, the money came in late, so we were able to cater for that. Our financial year from 22 to 23-24, we managed to increase our AOVs, our order size. We had a good exposure in marketplaces also. Revenue. So 37% of our total business last year came from B2B. 63 was from D2C. Last year September only we started with marketplaces, but we are growing on average around 20 to 25% month on marketplaces. Amazon and Myntra are, it's a good platform for us. That's what we understood. Offline also gives us a total 10% of our total revenue. Happy customers on social media. Why have I put this photograph? Till now you could understood that it's only a riding. We only cater for riding. Yes, I am a rider. My partner is a rider. So we have a very strong genre and very strong hold on this. But you can see that people wearing our fashionable utility products at multiple places like hiking, even at paragliding, and at casual trekking and all. Our learning, this is very important, as we are from a tier 2 city called Bhopal, and we are right now functioning from Bhopal itself. So making a proper optimized team it's a challenge for us. Markets research and procurement has to be on an international level. So last year we went to Canton Fair, and we were amazed to see new products and new functionality which is coming in India. We are in process to procure that also. Now the vision ahead for 2024, we want to be the premium brand for India. Why do we always look at Patagonia or we look at Colombia for a premium adventure apparel? We believe that within few years or maybe, India will give a premium brand to the world called Wonderlooms. So that's what our vision is right now. Yes, we need to Indianize it also. So Ladakh as a lucky charm for us. We want to put a small part of that in all of our apparel designs. It has to be disciplined. We want to also explore cycling sector and the hiking sector. So that's a vision for 2024.
future premium products are these, what we are launching. These are based functionality and fashion. Polygyny bar plan is already in production. Our financial growth says that we should be doing 6.25 CR this year, and we have a target of 16 next year. Our ask right now, our ARR is 3.6 CR with a valuation of around 20 crores, and we are only asking for 3 crores. So we leave you with this photograph which I clicked in January this year. Life is an adventure. This is an actual photo from Shanti Stupa Lake, and that's it. So there are two passionate bikers trying to become business owners.
So this category in India, how is the Indian market growing right now? I know it probably will grow, but what is it right now, and do you have any stats? Is there a report especially on this?
Absolutely, sir. So after COVID, what the Indian channel has seen is, what the Indian travel tourism has seen is that people are now doing more of road trips, either by car or bike. So they want to go to exclusive places, not on popular places or where the crowd is. So if you talk about, I have Madhya Pradesh data to be very frank, like small places like Tanderi and places like that are going at, and they have experienced more than 180% of tourism. Now let's come to our genre where biking comes into play and trekking comes to play. You have seen that every company wants, as I am working with automobile company, two-wheeler automobile company very closely. So now what we see is there is a 37% of growth of the 400 cc and above bikes. So this brings that now the pocket is coming high. Everybody either wants to do a off-road or a tourer. Right now, like Abhishek Dala is one of my friends, Philosophia. He has written data that more than 1 lakh people are in Manali to go to Leh because yesterday there was a heavy snowfall. They are stuck there. So you can see the amount of people all over India going to different places to explore it, and off-beaten places. So off-beat places, they are it's exploring lots of.
Are you seeing more traction through these e-commerce portals where you're selling, or is it through the automobile communities and all that? I mean, which part of the business is actually growing?
Sir, the online business is growing. So our website has always done, it's a winner for us. Why? Because we do 44% of our total business from website, and OEM and B2B is more of as they are third-party manufacturer. How do we beat the rate of a manufacturer who is in Tripura or Ludhiana? Why? Because we give total solution. We design for them, we procure for them, we do logistics. Just to give you an example, right now anybody from this place goes to Hero Motocorp agency, buy the Xpulse, Mandarin or a Kalimba. There will be a welcome kit within 1 week which will come to you. That has been procured by us. It is coming from our warehouse. So these are the tires which we have. Right now I have around 20 lakh rupees of PO pending with me for different two-wheeler automobile. Helmet, no sir. We are not. The slow and steady win the race is my funda. जितना कर सकता हूँ उतना ही कर सकता हूँ.
वो ऐड है ना नौकरी.
Another?
खरगोश या.
To be very frank, it's a very clutter market, sir. And my expertise is not there, sir. And as soon as the international brands, so the upper hand what they have got is that the ISI mark and the dot mark are the game. That's a very big.
And when you have the thought, right, which allows you to think about giving customers with tailoring. Law requires people to wear helmets. If you get helmets, people will come to your website without asking them. Automatically, other products get visible. Keep that as a factor.
I will take this as a feedback.
Well, thank you so much.
Any other questions? I don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss that. Please.
Can you tell me a little bit about your fabric? Is there any kind of proprietary blend that you've created or some material innovation that is happening on the fabric?
Ma'am, to be very frank, I don't have a patent or I am not filing for a patent because it's in ladies. But we are working on material. Like right now, what you are seeing is not the dry-fit material which anyone in the audience is wearing. It's a dot net material. When we weave it, there is a capping. So as soon as the sweat is fall in that, there is immediately there is a preparation of the sweat. So these are the innovations which we are doing on the styling, putting strips. Polygyny is one patent technology what we were able to get in India, but we are working on it.
So, a couple of questions from me. Is the consumer coming to you for designs? Is he coming to you for performance fabric? How do you see that? And linked to that would be that what was the consumer using prior to, let's say, coming to you? Was he a decathlon kind of consumer where what was he buying before he was doing this?
So the customer is first of all coming for designs to us. The design and the utility is the mix what we are trying to give them. In a competitive Indian price, it's not cheap. I am not selling cheap. Right now, my jerseys are the second most expensive jerseys you can buy from Indian market. But when he sees the design and the utility into it, he totally sees that it's a value for money.
And if you were to pick one design and utility, what would be the consumer? Why is the consumer coming to you?
So design. So design is one thing which we are doing it. We are keep on innovating on the product and utility. So we get good feedback. And continuing with your question, sir, how did we, what were they doing before that? So now motocross has been widely spread in India, but it's an inspirational brand. It's an inspirational product. So I want to start that. I will start one day, but at least I can wear this jersey. So if we sell 100 jerseys in a month, 90 jerseys are bought by the inspirational riders. 10 are done by the hardcore motocross. That's the most.
Sorry, one last question. What's the price?
I come from Bhopal.
Did you ride here? Bhopal to here, did you ride here?
It was too hot, sir. My wife said, I still need you for a few years. So I was like, okay, I'll go by car.
Good choice. What's the price premium and accordingly what margins do you play?
So in D2C we are paying around 65 to 67% of gross margin. In B2B we are doing 55 to 57, according to whatever types we have with different automobile companies. And so on.
So just one last comment from me, not like a question. In general, when you look at audiences like this, as you expand your audience, because at some point in time, like you said, you already said that you get to hiking, you will get to people who are, say, maybe runners, because you have the product with you. Maybe more you get to joggers, for example, right? People who are casually walking, jogging, etc. One of the things that you have to keep in mind is not to probably make it very hardcore performance apparel, because in some ways then people just get put off by the product. ये मेरे लिए नहीं है, ये तो वो लोग हैं जो साल में 3 बार लगा करते हैं. If I'm going once, do I really care and buy, product like this? So on one side, obviously, you want to make it aspirational, saying, "हाँ, वो लोग पहनते हैं तो मैं भी पहन सकता हूँ," but on the same time, you don't want to make it so performance-led that people get intimidated by it.
Yes, absolutely. I just had 3 seconds that in 2023, our learning was that few of the designs were very loud, right? So now we are coming with a collection with a very subtle. Utility is same, but the design is very subtle. So you can wear that in maybe in a mall or in an office, like a premium polo t-shirt. So that's what it's
slightly different point. It's like saying that there is a Citibank and there is an ICICI bank, right? So there are certain set of people who will look at an ICICI bank and they'll say, "मेरे को यहाँ नहीं जाना है, this is not for me." But they're very comfortable getting into an ICICI, an HDFC, IDFC, etc. Right? So just be sure of what is the audience that you are building for, because you will not be able to expand once you have a very strong persona in built up.
Absolutely. Right. I think that is right.
Pratik, what's your bestseller? What's the bestseller?
Jersey, sir. 80% of the jerseys and bandanas. So 60% is done by jersey, and these polygyny bandanas 30%.
What's the price point of this product?
So this is being sold at $299, $329.
I think I would echo Kaushik's advice because see, you mentioned aspirational brands like Columbia, North Face, Patagonia, etc. Today, the larger diaspora consuming these brands are not the hardcore adventure seekers, right? Absolutely. Every person who walks on the street aspires to wear a Columbia jacket or a North Face down jacket, etc. So I think also start creating products which the non-core audience can start with.
Yes, that's our thing. That's what we've seen in Tata also. It's the same what we see.
Thank you so much for it.
Thank you so much.
And now we are heading towards the last pitch for the pitch hall. Calling upon founder of Grow Billion Trees, Nidhi Singh with thunderous applause.
Nurserylight.com, where we were helping garden lovers to build their beautiful gardens. We have a D2C platform and there are 6,000 plus products and services listed over there. And in last 10 years, we were able to build a community of 52 lakh garden lovers with us. So, here at this initiative, Grow Billion Trees, we are providing sustainable solutions to corporates and to individuals. And we have a mission to plant 1 billion trees by 2030. After that, the cycle repeats on its own. So, we have 72 lakh trees with a revenue of 1.3 CR. And the impact, we were able to have 689 farmers we planted, and we did a green cover 492 acres of it. So our platform is working towards the biggest challenge our earth is facing these days. And across the globe, many of us are working towards the climate by tree plantation. We have organizations, corporate, individuals. Even in COP28, many companies took the pledge to plant billions of trees at 1 gigawatt. So, as our journey for the last 10 years when we were doing a Nurserylight reform, we were supplying plants to NGOs, we were supplying plants to corporates, and there we have seen every year on some special days, the tree plantation is being happening on the same piece of land year by year. So, our surprise to that, what happened to the plants? So, the last year plant came. So, that motivates us to take this initiative. So, here we are taking care of literally two things. One, every tree we plant should survive. So for that, we have the intense SOPs to take care of, and we make sure in 3 years we did the third-party audits, we did the gradual health checkup of those plants. After that, they are able to survive. The second thing we are majorly taking care of the transparency. Because बहुत सारी बार ऐसा होता है where like individuals also, corporates also, they come, they do employee engagement, और हम tree plant करते हुए चले जाते हैं. We didn't know what happened to that. So every tree we're planting, we are issuing the tree certificate having the QR code. When you scan that QR code, you will have the exact location of the tree where it has been planted. We'll have you with the yearly audit reports by a third party for 3 years. We can give a gradual update after every 6 months, after 3 months, how our plant is doing, how you contribute towards the environment, and how you help those farmers who buy the tree you have planted. So, with the research by the reports of McKinsey and others, sustainability market will cross $5 trillion by 2030 across the globe, and 10 billion trees have been planted every year. So, in last 3 quarters of 23-24, we were able to onboard 61 sustainability partners with us. We are working with
brands like Landmark, Panasonic, Heineken Pharma. And also we have shown a very strong interest from the individual. Like this February only, we will help Rakul Preet Singh to make their wedding carbon neutral. We did the carbon calculation, they are going to emit for that event, and we did the carbon calculation. We suggested them the number of trees, and we planted the forest in Goa, and issued the tree certificate, and the tree certificate we gifted to each of their guests attending the wedding as a return gift. And she get a very immense response from her relatives, from her friends. So, at Grow Million Trees, like in last 3 quarters, and I would like to say like it's on its road. So, we created a layer of implementation partner in local area of like across India in many regions, and we have to develop plans. So, by aggregating the demand with the agrotech, we are able to do the land analysis, plantation, and aftercare of those trees, which we are planting. So, if we talk about unit economics, we are working with a 74% of gross margin with a 47% of contribution margin. So, this year we are projecting to plant 12.5 lakh trees with a revenue of 23 CR. And here today we are requested to raise a fund of $2 million, and that will be utilized with the building of technology, team, and the targeting market to achieve the goals we have set. So if we talk about the competitive analysis in India, recently Bharat raised the fund of $8.7 million, and if I talk about the raised figure, it raised $10 million in 2021. So here's the team, as I already mentioned, Nandu Singh, who's majorly taking care of the technology and the marketing as well. Satyen Kumar taking care of the operations and sales. So recently we covered by social different media coverage as well. It's NDTV, Outlook, Business, and like standards. So like we can't change the lifestyle. हम वापस जाके caves में तो रह नहीं सकते. We can't stop commute. We can't stop using transport. But what we can do is we can plant more and more trees to offset the carbon we are emitting nowadays. So it's the time we just have to give back to the society. Every celebration, everything we have in life, हम साथ में ये भी कर सकते हैं कि उस दिन जाके just 2 पेड़ लगा दें. So it will help to the society as well, to the environment. Thank you.
Great presentation. Something that I want to understand is, do you envision this platform becoming a customer-facing platform or a business-facing platform in the long run? Right? Because scaling B2B seems more logical, because I'm guessing your plantations are phase-driven. Right? You will have a batch-wise plantation that's being done, and then each of the customers you acquire will get allotted a lot or a batch, and then they get a certificate against it. So it's easier to build volumes B2B than going B2C, where demand might be harder to predict. So how do you expect this platform as you scale up?
So yes, like as B2C is into our DNA from last 10 years, we are very good at SEO in this like small span of time as well. If you go and search anything about tree plantation, will come first. Whatever comes to your mind, just try it out. So yes, we started with B2B. The ratio for B2B, B2C is 50-50% for last financial year. But now yes, it is getting changed. Now it's somewhere around 80-20 between B2C and B2B. But yes, of course, B2B have bigger orders, we are doing it in a batch. But for B2C as well, whosoever is coming to our website, raising a request for a tree plantation, we are clubbing those requests and we are doing it in batches. So we are able to provide that rates to our B2B, B2C customers as well. So it's working.
Can you just go to the numbers slide? I probably didn't understand the revenue and the margins well. You did show some yearly numbers, right? How does the revenue work out? Like, just go back to the previous slide. No, the one that had projections. Yeah. So can you just take us through this? Like, the number for this year was how much? You said
this year, this financial year 23-24, we are able to plant 1.72 lakh trees with a revenue of 1.3 CR.
How do you get the revenue per tree? Like, how does that?
So it is like there are 2-3 kind of products, because we are doing it with rural areas as well. We are doing it in urban areas as well. With rural area, we are working with the farmers. We are helping them with the plantation, initial setup and all those things. So when we are working with the rural area, although the infrastructure is ready, farmer already have those facility कि वो अपने खेत का मतलब जो उनके plant लगे हुए होते हैं उनका ध्यान रखते हैं, खेती करते हैं, they have drip irrigation sometimes.
That's more services kind of.
No. We are doing tree plantation for them, but that when we are doing it into a rural, it's just 299 rupees per tree for B2C customer. But when somebody asks us, like maybe corporates that we, because our company is staying in Maharashtra, in Pune or maybe in Mumbai, I wanted to do in Mumbai, then we are working with the forest land, maybe the trust. So there we are just selling the lands and we have to do all the things, the security, the maintenance, the plantation, and of course plantation we have to do that as well. So that is quite costly, that is very rent. And if companies are looking for the employee engagement and all those things, so those are different packages of the choice, rural or urban.
Friends, how do you price? Like, they just give you a turnkey project and it's certain budget.
Yes. They have some budget and maybe sometimes they have the number of trees with them. They wanted to ask us to plant. So it's totally depend on the area they want to do. They want to do with agroforestry. They want to do with forest. So it's like that. And if they want to do employee engagement, right now we are working with Reliance. They wanted to do plantation in Basana. And we are working with Mankind Pharma. This 15 we are doing the event. They wanted to do plantation in Ayodhya for all of their doctors across
How much margins this year would you make on a revenue of 23 crores? What's the net margin? How much would that be for this year?
For the 23-24?
25. Yep, or 23 crores?
Yeah, so margin would be, the gross margin would be 74%.
And net?
Net, it's like CM2 will be 30% after marketing, and if you can see CM1.
And after CM2, how many expenses do you have?
So like we are right now we are EBITDA somewhere breaking 20.
Alright.
Yes, and we are like it's just 2 months we are working.
How do you go about scaling supply here, right? Because you will have to find partners with land areas, and then these partners will have to scale as you scale demand. Would it be easier for you to start looking for your own supply with capital? Like, is that a part of the plan?
No, it's not, because when we are working with locals, we are working with farmers, so it's better to be local there. Because they understand the language and they are comfortable enough and they know what to produce at this location, the native and all those things. So we are like not focusing it till we do the implementation by our own, but yes, of course, we have operations. We are managing and we are keeping a deep track of the SOP. We have defined this has to be done. So we have managers in our team and we are working with the implementation partners there. And we are with the projections we have already starting building the pool of landscape, kya availability hai, and in this way, like we are of course focusing on inventory as well. The funding will focus on that as well. So we are doing that. We are working with, and many of times it also happens when corporate is asking for a bigger thing, then they have some 90-20 days to find where to plant and what to plant. So whatever we have, we suggest them, this is the location. So we are keep working on the supplier side and the demand side.
And for the customer, can I choose what kind of trees I want to gift or plant?
No, we are just doing the native, but you can choose the location. You are able to do that. If you want to plant in Kolkata, if you want to plant in Hyderabad, if you want to plant in Bangalore. But if you choose the location Bangalore, then plant the native species, because that's the whole idea, to preserve the nature. Anything else? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so right now, I think the jury is going to take the decision. I think, do you all need 5 minutes? So till then, we are going to play a fun game, okay?
And I don't want anyone to go out of this conference hall because after 5 minutes we will be announcing the results, who are the winners of the pitchathon, and we are very, very excited to know who is the first winner, the first runner-up, and the second runner-up. And I'm very excited to know that. But right now, let's play a small game. So I want all of you to please stand up, except the jury, they can be sitting. Do we have some music, please? Do we have some? Okay, so I want all of you to get up. Why? Because everyone is feeling very cute. So this is a very fun game wherein you all will feel like a child. You will feel like a kid. And I purposely want you all to play this game with me. Okay, so you all have to move from your place, okay? So you all can walk, whatever you want to do. The music will be playing and I will be saying a number. Like if I say 5, you have to make a group of 5. Okay, if I say 6, you have to make a group of 6. It's similar to networking. So right now you have to network with each other. Okay, and if you leave and if someone is left from the group, that person is out. Okay? Alright, so shall we play the music? Okay, I think we can move from our places. Yes, keep moving, come on. And I'm telling you, you all are also going to get it with it's an award of 25,000. Okay, don't move away from each other, have to come closer to each other. Okay, so group of 6. Group of 6. A group of 6, come on. Okay, so I just can't understand. Y'all are like some big entrepreneurs and y'all are like, y'all have a problem with numbers. Okay, so how many ways? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This group is perfect. This group is perfect. 1, 2, 3. You need one. You need one. Please ask someone from your group. I'm already there. Oh, good. From here, 1. Please raise your hand. 6 people from this group. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I think ये वाला group में out हो गया. Okay, तो आप लोग थोड़ा सा side हो जाओ. Let's play music again, please. And I want all of you, please एक दूसरे से लड़ाई मत करना. Okay, move around, please. I want this group also to join them, please. Like I said, it is a part of networking. Okay? Okay, now a group of 9. Group of 9. Did you all count? Oh, that's nice. The ladies gang. Group of 9 ladies. What about these guys? Please raise your hand, count. 9? I think they lost it. Right? Are you 9? Yes. I can count. Please count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's like 11, 12 or something. I'm like that. Okay, so that group is out. Only these people are playing. So do we win the hamper? No. You all are going to play. Okay, play the music again. Okay, I want all of you all to move. Where's the music?
Where's the music?
Okay, I want some nice singer here. Who's a singer? Who's a singer here? Can you raise your hand, please? I think there is someone.
I think Elite is a nice singer. No. No, Elite is not a nice singer.
Not karaoke.
Okay, yes, please move around. This group, someone is about to win 25,000 from Abhishek. So, okay. I don't want you to move alone. Most of you all are. This is a networking space. Okay, now a group of 11. Is a group of 11 now? Please raise your hands. I think our girl gang is left now. So now you're like, what is this? You're like, I think this is the perfect match. Okay, raise your hands please if you all are a group of 11. Hello, what is happening here? Which is the group? Please segregate yourself now. Segregate from one group, then there should be two groups. One which has 11, one which doesn't have 11.
Yeah, all these are also.
Okay, so okay, so that group has 11. Yay! Now that group is going to come on stage. I want that winner group to come on stage. No, please. Wow, what a lovely, wonderful.
We can't carry it back.
11 people, huh? I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. Can we have huge shout out for them? And now you'll have to do a fashion walk for us. Yay! Yes! No, this is a fun session. Y'all are winners. Now you'll have to show some attitude. Yes or no? Yeah? So who's going to lead the fashion show? I think Sejal. Okay, Sejal, you direct them how they are going to enter and who's going to come after you. So you please. Okay. Yes. And see, you'll have to walk in here, give a head ramp here, and then walk back. Okay? Do everything like how models do. Okay? Ready? So, please, I want all of you to cheer for our models here. Come on! Yay! So let's begin with Sejal. Woo! Hey, lovely. Then we have Ankita. And then we have, I think it's the names also. Wait for something also, please. I want to see who's the best person who's walked. Okay, so we have Vishwas. Then we have Karan Raj. That's the confidence we want. And then someone without the tag. Okay, then we have Sai Charan. Without the tag. And then we have Karan. Oh, okay. Awesome. I think there are two, three people left. You know. Wow. So tell me who was the best person who walked here? Kiski walked best? Yes, tell me.
Yes, ये तो कैमरा को पूछना पड़ेगा. I think Moshmi will tell us. Yes, it is the confidence. I think इसके लिए आपको प्राइज मिलना चाहिए. क्या बात है अंकिता जी के लिए तालियां हो जाए. ओके तो एक लास्ट गेम है जो है बहुत ही प्यारा सा टंग ट्विस्टर जो बहुत ही इजी है और वो आप लोगों को बोलना है. जिसने भी बोल लिया उसके बाद मौसमी आई थिंक यू आर गोइंग टू गिव 25,000 ना लाइक यू सेड. ओके सो इस मौसमी पे मेरे पास मत आना ठीक है. She is going to give. Okay, very easy टंग ट्विस्टर. एक बार सुन लोगे तो सबको समझ आ जाएगा क्योंकि समझना ही पड़ेगा. समझ के समझ को समझो. समझना भी एक समझ है. जो ना समझे मेरी समझ में वो ना समझे. नहीं ये नया वर्जन है. ये दूसरा वर्जन है. आपका दूसरा वर्जन होगा लेकिन आप वो भी बोलोगे तो भी चलेगा. Yes, I repeat 5 times. Don't worry. Yeah. समझ के समझ को समझो. समझना भी एक समझ है. जो ना समझे मेरी समझ में वो ना समझ है. Okay? So anyone wants to go for it? Your motion. Yay!
So the right way of saying this, it's समझ के समझ को समझो. समझना भी एक समझ है. समझ के जो ना समझे मेरी समझ में वो ना समझे.
Is the winner only. Wow, 25,000 done. तालियां हो जाए तो Karan, everyone out there.
इसको समझ के समझ को समझो. समझ के समझ को समझो. समझना भी एक समझ है. जो ना समझे वो ना समझे.
Anyone else who would like to try? The ladies are taking leads. What happened to you guys?
समझना भी एक समझ है. जो ना समझे वो मेरी ना समझ में ना समझे.
So, who next is taking the lead here? From here? I think you want to. Yes, you want to. I think you want to. Yeah, please once. There, yaar. Come on, Siddharth.
जो समझना भी समझे. जो ना समझे वो मेरी समझ से ना समझे.
आप इतने भी ना समझ नहीं. Okay, so last. किसी एक लास्ट आपको ट्राई करेगा बिल्कुल जी के लिए तालियां हो जाए एवरीवन आउट हियर.
यहाँ पर सिर्फ मैं एक समझदार हूँ, बाकी कोई समझदार नहीं है.
So can we have huge round of all of these lovely people on stage here? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being such a sport. Thank you. And 25,000. Yes. And I want to know who is one very nice singer. Moshmi was telling me about someone. Yes. Yes, Moshmi, please join us. Can we have Moshmi on stage, please? Can we have a round of applause, hundreds of applause for Moshmi here? Please. Okay, so I wasn't prepared for it, but I'll just try and 60 lines.
कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। थामा रोका इसको किसने, ये तो बहता पानी। कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी। झूले से इसमें नशा जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा। Actually, that was really nice. Thank you so much, Moshmi. Okay, so any Gujarati here? Moshmi Gujarati. Apart from Moshmi, Gujarati, yes. Please join us on stage. Okay, so I have a very fabulous, iconic Bollywood dialogue, and you have to repeat it in your language. Okay, that is going to be a lot of fun for all of us. Okay, so the first one is बाबू को शायद जिंदगी बड़ी होनी चाहिए, लंबी नहीं। Is that true?
फायदा जिंदगी लंबी होनी चाहिए। पहला जिंदगी मोटी होनी चाहिए, लंबी नहीं।
One more. Yes. So the other one is बड़े-बड़े देशों में ऐसी छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती है, सेनोरिटा।
बिल्ली मोटा-मोटा देशों में आवी नानी-नानी वास्तव चलती रहे।
Well, thank you so much. That was lovely. Monish. Thank you so much, Monish. Okay, so any Bengalis here? Any Bengalis here? Yes. Huh? Yes. Please join us on stage. Yes, Ipsita, please join us on stage. Yes, we are playing the game. You have to join us, please. There's no other way out. You have to support your team. So now what you have to do, I'm going to like what we were doing till now. We are playing a lot of games, but this is a new game that we are playing. Okay, so I'm going to be telling you one very iconic Bollywood dialogue and you have to repeat it in Bengali. Okay. Loud and clear. Okay, so the word, this one I think would be nice for you. थप्पड़ से डर नहीं लगता साहब, प्यार से लगता है।
থাপ্পড়ের থেকে ভয় লাগে না,
समझ नहीं आया। Can you still repeat it again?
থাপ্পড়ের থেকে ভয় লাগে না, ভালোবাসা।
Oh, wow. Okay, so one more for you. एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर फिर मैं अपने आप की कमिटमेंट
अच्छा हम भी रिजल्ट भी हुआ है ना
कमिटमेंट हो ना I don't think that he knows more.
We can exchange.
Join. Yes, support us. Yay! Okay.
Yes. Yes. एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी फिर मैं अपने आप के लिए भी सोचता हूँ
একবার যখন কথা দিয়েছি তখন আমি নিজেরও শুনবো না
Okay, you have to be here. Everyone is getting 2 chances. Okay. So I think ये English kind of mix है. Don't underestimate the power of a common man. इसको Bengali में बोलते हैं. Don't underestimate the power of a common man. इतने सारे words.
Yes. I have to translate all the English.
Okay, one more. Please. Don't underestimate the power of a common man.
সাধারণ মানুষের ক্ষমা থেকে কোনো কিছু করে
Oh, thank you so very much. So, any Punjabi here? I don't think. Yes, we have one turban man here, but he's not listening to much. Any Punjabis here? Please join me on stage. Please come. Yes, you are being invited on stage. Can we have huge round of applause, everyone? Very nice. Okay, hello. आप मेरी बात ही नहीं सुन रहे हैं. समर जीत के लिए भी जोरदार तालियां हो जाए प्लीज एवरीवन आउट हियर. तो यहाँ पे मैं आइकॉनिक बॉलीवुड डायलॉग बोल रही हूँ और उसको आप काफी बिल्कुल ओके. तो आपके लिए ये डायलॉग है डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल भी है ना मुश्किल भी है. डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल भी नहीं ना मुश्किल.
डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं नामुमकिन. डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल नहीं नामुमकिन.
बहुत बढ़िया पंजाबी. अरे यार हो ही नहीं सकता नहीं रुको मैं आज भी सीखे हुए पैसे नहीं उठाता.
मैं आज भी सूट में पैसे नहीं खाता.
Wow. Thank you so much, Sabarji. That was lovely. I think now the jury is also back. And I think they are finally done with scoring. Okay. So I request all members from the team, all our entrepreneurs, team members, and the joiners back in the conference hall because we are just about to reveal the winners of Pitchathon. Okay, so I haven't received the name of the winners yet. So who do you think is going to be the winner? We are going to be announcing 3 winners. One who will be receiving the first prize, then there is a first runner-up, and then there is a second runner-up. Okay? And right now we've played a lot of games, but there is very less energy and I'm not enjoying it. Can we have huge shout? I think we got a lot of that from your coffee break also, and the caffeine should have hit you. It should have. Yes. Everyone who's having a coffee can raise their cups, mugs up in the air, please. And who has ever had coffee in life, please blow your heart on fire, please. Tanya Bajao, come on. Yes, that's life. Feels like you all are in the growth stage. Otherwise, I'm sorry. You all have to work hard on yourself. Okay. Alright. So are you all excited to know who are the winners of Pitchathon? I think I also have some guesses, but I don't have the final results. So, no. Now I think I will be having. It's a secret, but it shouldn't be a secret to me. I should get the results. Okay. Okay. So, to give away these awards,
Okay, guys, any guesses? Seems very popular. Just because two VCs asked them questions. DSG, Fireside. Everyone asked them questions, right? Fireside is confirmed, right? You get the words. Yeah. Really interesting.
okay, so I have the results with me. I think so. Are you all here? Are the Pitchathon founders here with us? Do you have all your ears open? Are you ready to listen to the name of the winners and I can see you also? Can we have all the founders raise their hand or maybe stand up or something like that? So that we'll be able to know. Yes, okay. Alright. So, our first founder was Mr. Siddharth Batra. Is he able to be here with us? Yes, can we have you shout out? Okay. And do we have your Rishima Nayak Shetty from the SAS bar? Can we have you? Do we have Richie Dave here with us? Yay! From and do we have Akash Valia, Akita Kadari from the Secret Hospitals here with us? Yes or no? Yeah, here with us. Okay, so do we have Pratik Watts from Waterloo here with us? Can you hear yes, that's the end of the one. Okay, and do we have Little Sing from Grow Little Tree? Okay, so, very last questions. Okay, so, this is my last wish for you. Please join us on stage. For a group picture. आपने से सभी के लिए जीता है, बस पिक्चर की वजह से। ये सब झूठा अभिषेक सबकी तरफ से it was a facade, so sorry, आपके की preparation की कभी खत्म होता है सब। मैंने देखिए बहुत मेहनत में नहीं थी। Okay, alright, so please, here are all the paparazzi for you. Say trees, say cheese, say weekenders, say the SAS bars, Tuva Foods, Secret Alchemist, Wanderloops, and Grow Little Trees. Okay, now next. Thank you so much, like I said. Bye. Take care. See you. But आप लोगों को यहाँ पे खड़े रहना पड़ेगा. And now I would request the jury to join us on stage. Can we have you round of applause? He was so excited and he got so many insights because of they asking the right questions. Okay, so we have with us on stage Mr. Abhinav Bhagerao. Can you round of applause? Sushi Pandya, Sudhir Munga, Surabhi Kulwar, Nagnesh, Pooja Shirani, Kaushik Das Gupta here with us. And can we go for a cheese? Okay, so I want to ask for your enjoy the one. Okay, so why are you always so excited in life? Yes. Only people who have money to invest. You have a briefcase and they want your briefcase. So right now let's just help them take their briefcases and let's now announce the winners. If you would like to sit down, you all can. Okay, so मैंने आप लोगों को सीट पे बिठाया but मैं फिर से बताऊंगी. As you all know, because right now everyone is speaking and I want all of you to be running here and there. So, okay, like I said, the results are out and I will be starting with the first runner-up. Okay, first runner-up, please. Fingers crossed, कौन हो सकता है first runner-up? And to give away the first runner-up prize, I would like to invite on stage Sudhir and Surabhi. Can we have huge claps? I think we are not doing it right now. So we will be inviting on stage Yogesh and Pooja to give away the first runner-up prize. Can we have huge applause? Yes, you get to do mine and get blessings. Blessings are bigger than money, is it? No, probably. Okay. Also, I would request Mr. Crosby to join us to give the set of awards. Can you Okay, so announcing the first runner-up, and it goes to Pick and Glance in You don't want your money, I can take it. Or you may not. Thank you so much for taking us on stage and to give away the winner prize. जिनको first prize मिला है. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Aviram, Shuchi, and Arjun. Can we have huge shout out everyone out here? And I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek Shah on stage. Yes, we announced your name already. So Arjun is asking who's winning. Yes, okay, so shall I announce? Yes. Are you ready to know who is the winner of the pitchathon? And the winner is So she wins 25 lakhs from D2C Insider Egypt. Can you have a huge shout out for that? Congratulations. For being a part of all our pitches today. Congratulations to all our winners. This pitchathon was so insightful, it was so informative, and it's only going to help us grow and lead our way. And right now is the time, ladies and gentlemen. It is now my privilege to invite the esteemed founder of D2C Insider, Mr. Abhishek Shah, to deliver the keynote address on D2C Insider. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause.
Hi everyone, good evening. Abhishek here. So great to have all of you today evening, and thanks for coming for the regional summit in the West. We are like 60 in the last couple of years, so good to see new faces in the and good to see all the old faces also here. The believers and the supporters of the community coming forward and thinking about jobs coming in the on GPs. So it's such an amazing feeling to see all of you here. I would like to take this opportunity to also maybe tell you guys a bit about D2C Insider because a lot of you might be new here and wondering what is happening, why is all this happening. So some of you are obviously there since time, so you know the history, but a lot of you are new to this. And we also have someone here who was in town and able to get her on board to do a workshop. So we get everyone to know what is our mission, vision, why are we doing all of this, and where are we headed. And I would expect all of you to become proponents of this community and ecosystem and pitch it and where you can contribute. So it's important for you guys to know what we are doing and why we are doing it. So guys, we are D2C Insider, we are a community called D2C Partners in India. We started 5 years back as a WhatsApp group. What is our vision and mission? Why are we doing this? The primary objective for us is to make Indian brands global, right? To make India a brand mission, right? That's what we believe in. And I think it's great pride for us to see the ecosystem grow. We started with 18 and actually a WhatsApp group of 15, 20 people coming together. So let's do something around D2C. Arjun was actually one of the first members. He's the original gangster. So, and we were all lucky, right? Because we had all the right people, we had Aman, other people, from Man Company, and a bunch of these folks, deep from Sedona, all of these have gone on to become pioneers of the industry, right? So that's how our community has also grown, right? And when we started to, we had a single agenda. We said that we all trying to disrupt, we all trying to build the, we all the underdogs, how we come together, how we help each other, how we compete with each other, but we also want to, the underdogs want to be the equivalents, right? So we don't see ourselves as competitors, we see ourselves as competitors, right? And back then, I mean, D2C was not a key, right? I mean, there's nothing about D2C, right? We could obviously see D2C happening in the US, and back then we had Thomas J. Club, Big Out, and Away was a luggage shop in Coca, and a couple of these brands which became 100 plus. And we all knew that India is waiting to be, discovered, right? But manufacturing was always a strong base, right? But we were maybe lacking in branding, like luxury marketing, packaging, distribution, all of this. And then we saw a new age of entrepreneurs coming, like Arun came from Mama, right? From HUL, right? So we had all these professionals coming in and building brands already, right? Thanks to Flipkart and Amazon and Facebook and Google having the highways of payment, infrastructure, logistics, customers, and all of that, right? So we saw this really happening and we said, can we enable this? Can we actually catalyze this? Can we all help each other? And luckily, we kept doing that. Corona happened, that became a huge wave for us. It actually started. And we always kept it a founder first kind of a thing, right? We never allowed, initially the brands only community, later we opened it to enablers and investors. But we defined our vision and mission as basically, enabling, new age commerce from India and making India a brand industry. Over a period of time, as we kept doing things organically, we started to wonder that what is the purpose, right? What is this operating for, right? So we came together and we defined our guiding principles, right? And this is what is actually has, put by, the period of time, right? As we build the company. Everything we do has to pass through these filters. For example, this event, right? What is the objective of these jobs? This all because we want to build certain value, certain growth for our community. So we defined 4 pillars for the community: access, network, knowledge, and capital. Right? So we said these are the 4 things the community needs. If you can able to enable these 4 things for any entrepreneur, they'll be able to scale the business, right? Access is what the community provides. Today the community has 8,000 founders. We have the founder chapters. We call it, like we name it, we want category chapters, we want women chapters as a what we want to do. So the means we have. We have chapters all across India. So from Kerala, we have chapters, right? We have different colleges that we have, right? So access is the first thing we provide. So today if you're building something in D2C, you join our community, you have access to everything. You can actually bring Arjun there and say, hey, I'm looking for this help. He's actually replied to you. And he's done that to so many people. We have someone like from your we have was open capital. You can go and book a capital, you can talk to every time, right? So it's a paid forward kind of culture. People really are open to each other. And that's something unique I've seen in this community. I've not seen this community. Giving entrepreneurs and part of Ola entrepreneurs and many other communities. Generally, communities are very, I mean, the activity levels in our community, like high because people are very open to each other. So network is the second thing. So this event is the network. The idea is we do one-to-one relationships. So 5-10 people you can connect and we talk to, right? Because every founder goes through that journey. So it's very, very tough journey. It's a lonely journey. So having those network of folks who are in a similar journey, I think it's a game changer for founders, right? Some messages, someone messages me, I'm sharing through a tag, they go to the last 6 months and this is going to get people. Right? So I was like, wow, this is the use case I never thought about, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult part, right? I mean, when you're building a company and you're looking for certain things and you're funding, generally it is funding related, right? Things are like a difficult part of it. But yeah, I think same with India, factory man India. So we have a founder, like very popular brand, factory is not affected, right? And the guy won months, right? So I think having a network of people who you can talk to is also business, right? Yeah, we are on the same boat. Life is not that difficult. If you can do it, I can also do it. But people come and meet some of the successful entrepreneurs who have seen higher because and I think that meet is very, very important. The third thing is knowledge. So we are okay if you come together and decide what parts of the journey, someone is starting out, someone is at first stage. How do we pass on this knowledge, right? Networking is great, access is great. So we created a program, we created a 3-month bootcamp, and out of it, first month is we have more than 30 mentors from the community teaching in that. And folks like Arjun from Fireside, I think this is the folks. The idea was that how do we create a book to pass the knowledge from 100 crore brand to 10 crore brand, and the 10 crore brand can The idea here is to put brands in the community into titles, which is our core for the large brands. The large is capital, right? So, yeah, you contribute to the system, everything is great, very much. But without capital, how do you grow the business, right? So that's why we have all these things in the ecosystem, right? But we also felt that as founders, we also want to very good capital business. So we created a super angel fund there. It's a kind of angel fund, that has 25 entities in the fund. All founders, zero founders. We have 75 founders, we have a IC of 12 founders. This is also part of the IC. And we meet every alternate Saturday, we have business. Only funded so it's for the people, people, connect. Fourth thing we define as our guiding principle. Whatever we do has to add value to the ecosystem. Whatever we do has to be growth for the ecosystem, the brands in the ecosystem. Because we are a growth community, we are not a morning diverse community. Whatever we do has to help the creating ecosystem. For example, women has a chapter, East has a chapter. Whatever D2C is currently doing, there's a lot of potential. Can we talk about some interventions for those regions or those areas that we do? And the last is my favorite, global expansion. So a lot of people are thinking so we have a very long-term view of this, right? And we will take the global market and why not? I mean, we have retail, manufacturing, the source of origin, and it is only take 20 years, but this is a very long-term vision for the community that we want to see Indian brands grow. Right? We want to be a launchpad for Indian brands, and that's why we take some chapters and we are planning our where we take 150 brands to play, what I make, initiatives and open doors for founders who want to launch in. Going a lot, but this has been some of you have been part of it. Just started as a group of people. I think more things. We did our leads by accident. We did our accident on the community. We did our community. We have a newsletter which was our community, right? Newsletter. I think it's very proud of the community. The way people comes forward. So many founders, procedures. We have a class in tonight. All of these people are going to see people to come and get back to the community. That's important. So yeah, this is how you not you can register. This is just one line of the events. Yeah, this is not something people say. June 98. We these all are very actively involved and active followers. Not the first and it's all like Canada, right? We are in the same boat together. We want to like do something good to the status quo. Okay? So we are a community of 100 offers. So when anyone comes and tells us that anything about 2 time is I listen to this every time. It's my time. So I think the whole idea is that this is a way which we cannot follow. Because India has always and stuff country, India has been competition. And if you look at historically, when it was strong, and it become international, right? We have a strong right? And this is India kind of the liberalism is booming. We have seen ads emerge. Not went to IPO in 7 years, right? Obviously, now you can say that I have only hard. Next 7 years, we'll have another market. Right? And now it will see hundreds more markets, right? All the markets are like that. Like, why you create two new markets? Well, this is like all these communities, so we are all run on WhatsApp, right? So that's crazy. On WhatsApp. So these are all the chapters we have. We have marketing chapter, chapter. So depending on what interest or problem statement, all this chapter in the community is all the founders of all the logistics community. So if you message there, say what delivering the founder of radio, you guys are there, right? So the direct access to the media, right? Problems can be solved in 2 minutes, which you might struggle for 20 days. Yeah, this is our bot. We must have used the bot. So what helps us basically connect people in the community. You can go to the bot and see people looking for VC and you can connect to a VC. Yeah, I'm looking for a co-founder. You can type anything like what actually is something you double opt-in. So let's say you want to connect to what will be considered when Abdul says, yes, I want to thank this person, this is what we can do. Right? Because the big problem we faced with the community was, initially we had the Google form, right? So everyone had access to it. And then was family, right? And unless the like, we had to actually remove the access, and then people started saying, "I will access this." So we created this bot, like we created this bot will do it well. Yeah, that is our digest skills. So weekly newsletter on the site for different markets, right? It's like a family of data goes out. We have a editorial team that creates this every Sunday. Every Monday this goes out. Very proud of this. We have 49th edition. And we're being able to do this, and we have more than 60 and open reviews there. That is shows that this is relevant. The 5 membership to launch, not yet launched, but basically the idea is to launch a membership in the community now. Given that we have launched with the launch this. Yeah, these are our events. Guys, we do cities all across India. After this, we have everyone in Bangalore, so literally each system need also engage to find additions, regional summits that we do have a larger format, this event works prospects and panels and all that. So even if you do a more casual meeting itself, right? You meet for hours, 70, 80 people in smaller cities, and then we have a national planning. We like a single platform, right? That we use common ecosystem and India to come forward. We are planning this sometime in the next 6 months. But yeah, needs is like planning for engage the community. This is the event programs are talking about there. Each stage plan, 5-10 lakh money, and we use security money for the right to go. I think the idea is that we all do that to by reinventing, learn from the best. People who have done it at a scale, and then together we review session, a reward program, we give access for the VCs, and we have a demo day at the end of the board, where the teams that we are there where we launches. And from the first cohort, we have 15 brands who are volunteering funding of the demo day. And one of them has started sheets. So I think it's a great trade-off for investors also, because they know that the launch structure program, the basics are in place, the metrics are in place, the cohorts are in place. It's very easy for them to these are some of the mentors of the cohort. So very proud of it. And now these people have higher experience and then they have this and people are like who can shape what is required. So people take out their time on looking students to people have to one of the events. Right? People actually change it. Someone had something in Goa and changes flight and take out, right? So I think just the culture of giving it forward. When people say that I think the reason is even if 2 out of 5 people or 100 people get back and they get positive impact out of this, and looking at their impact, they feel motivated to see that this is really something in their journey, right? And that is the reason we do it more. This is another for agents, but I think because you are lost at multi-stage fund and then you that's because the agents are coming. Please go and apply. Operators have value to me. Many people are already and we don't put in there are user fans but we are more than we operate the same and these operators can do actually help you they scale brands we have charged from Google we have from founder we have the who's who and they're all putting money putting this money because that is required that pay forward and they want to work with you and help you. Yeah, that's it. And I think we'll move on to our next session, which is fireside chat with Arjun and Lokesh. Sangeet. Great guys, I think all of it. Many of you want to volunteer, please come forward. We have different initiatives where we can involve. We have to be the chapter, we can find things like the brand, we can run a grab of the brand, and everyone stops from we have actually about that, right? So the idea of really that you want to sample. If you become an influencer, it's not better than that. So please take these goodie bags, please post it out on Instagram, please go shout out to the brands. I think more support we can do for community brands. I think these are all amazing brands. You know, these are those founders also putting up samples. Imagine a sample from a brand to 200 people, right? 200 people. That's a lot of money. So let's make sure that we support them. And also we want to thank all our funders to the event, community partners, Wisely. We have absolutely worked with and that's great. That's all of us. So great to have you. And thanks a lot. Yeah, that's it for me.
Well, thank you so much, Krishna, for such a warm and welcome. And we deserve huge hundreds of applause everyone out there. Okay, we are ready to proceed with the event, and it is time for fireside chat or navigating the entrepreneurial journey. And I'm pleased to introduce the speaker and the host of this insightful fireside chat session. Please join me in welcoming with warm applause Mr. Arjun Vedya, co-founder of V3 Ventures. Arjun Vedya is the co-founder of V3 Ventures, an early-stage venture capital fund backed by Women. And also to his credit, he is the founder of the famous private brand automobiles. Can we have you? And I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Ankit Juna, founder of Mumbai Ice Cream, a legacy brand known to serve premium ice creams with a wide variety of flavors to choose from. Who offers something to satisfy your sweet cravings? Well, the session is going to be hosted by Mr. Abhishek Shah, founder of D2C Insider. Can we have you shout out on stage? And let's begin with the fireside chat.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, so we're changing the format, right? So you and me question. That's about it. It's amazing to have Ankit with us. Thanks a lot for being here. No, I think people don't know you as these models, right? I mean, today's generation of personal branding, right? Where someone has built a great business and exited and now rebuilding the same category. What is that say about all of us? That's the good thing, right? I mean, that's the old school. Today's fireside was like the other guy, so no, it's a big pleasure to have both of you. I think both of you have great brands and scaled and exited brands. I think it's always good love to learn. But before that, a very quick intro. So guys, we are Ankit. She's built, family has actually built a very large popular brand which you might have all known. Guess the brand name is. I have more, right? So I'm sure everyone knows about more. It's a very successful story. They exited the brand. And after that, I think he started after the two competitive period of the company. I think he's back to the business because you can't keep the man away from the business, right? So he's back to building all the ice cream solution, which is I'm hearing from Manu and other that it's a massive brand, it's a material, So we'd love to know your journey. We have Arjun guys, right? You don't need the introduction to Arjun. He's everywhere. He's the D2C guy, right? He's the guy who started the whole training D2C. And he was one of the early guys who actually built and supported the company. He was 19, right? 21 years old. But we were interacting since 19, right? But yeah, I remember Arjun was a client of mine back then when I used to run agency called Emotion. He was a client and we were using it for Dr. Vedya. And then one day we started building and he was like, wow, what's happening there? And I started interacting with you. So that's how I started interacting with him. I think what a and the long community has come, right? Like all of this audience here. Yeah, I remember we created a WhatsApp group sometime in 2018. I think 19. I think it really sort of kicked off with COVID. There were so many people who needed help, advice, how to restart your business. I think that's what we started doing for the first time. So 2021, and then there were just too many WhatsApp groups. And my WhatsApp, I just don't call up guys. My WhatsApp, how many people are inside? But no, it's always really nice to be here. And the last time we were here was January, the day before I ran the half marathon. It's just very nice to bring you all together, and thank you for doing this all the time. Great, thank you.
I mean, I think it's not, so I'm a third generation. I completed our legacy ice cream business in 2018, end of 2018. And from there I started, the first few months were, okay, wow, can't believe this is over and all of that. But then you start investing, all of that. And then I started one other brand for a tab in the nutrition space, but then looking at email that I really struggled with that. So, I was still, she's actually the right fit for the role she was nutrition. I really with the last time, so I wanted to do something, but then I realized I don't know about it. So I just waited out, and I wanted to wait out COVID. And that's when I decided
a nice vacation in Dubai.
Yeah, we moved to Dubai, and that's when I really actually went back to Dubai to India only. I'm not one of the big calling for we started and when you hear that I want to do it again, and I'm glad I did. This has been like we started in October last year, and summer has been something crazy. And
yeah, and then the numbers are actually like a fire.
I mean, look at the I mean, actually,
this institution, understand the country. And when this article is really there, it's there that a lot of people like who for second time, like generation of founders, who have a lot of business, and it makes sense, right? This is having that trust, especially now. Also changed. Earlier it was more family business, personally. Not cool it was more like it would be run professionally. It would be run. But I think that's massively changed because one, it can be run up to and that is the reason that kids keep capital on day one.
So like Arjun said, right, after getting this course, to please, probably you ask me, when you go to the business, you can get money because for very knowledge. Why don't you go over it? So yes, almost 90% of it is invested by the family again. But getting an external venture capital and equity on board gives us a lot of discipline, right? I mean, my standard answer every time I think of the word budget is I'm answering it to the board, and otherwise, before that, the board was going to ask the funding. Now, as a we have a board, we have external investors.
It's hard. It's hard.
I mean, my dad is also thinking that way as well as the external investors. So definitely, it definitely adds a layer of discipline and accountability and and it makes you want to deliver. Otherwise, how much do you record? You want to tell you that how by the way you it's a big difference in that also. So I always say this, I said but I always say that I want to do everything I do with my business. So raise capital, go through the grant. It's okay, let it just work. But I want to do any business that I do for 70 years to become a brand. My grandfather was a refugee from Pakistan. He came to India, started a small shop in Ahmedabad. But he will do the same thing over and over again. We are bound. We don't have the liberty. We will do it in 7 years, 5 years, whatever it is. So how do you do that much faster? That is where you come to the and it's also changing, right? We don't want to build an actual business, but what happens is there is a quick commerce fleet that is there, there is a digital management that is happening. People are changing the generation. I think Arjun
not for that, it's I've tried to do God and all. And other ones,
I think it takes a lot of it comes back to rebuilding something because we also have really seen that success is easy, right? You don't know like it is that. So it takes a lot of guts to like come back and I mean I started very different that also. What do you think, guys? What do you think, guys? Just starting. But yeah, I think a different part. It actually comes from a banking background. Before Dr. Vedya, he was banking. Even I back. So if you know this background, the first to study in banks and after that, so he took that and it was offered. You got it online, sold that business in and then basically after that he started he created world best in India, right? So he's become busy and I think he realizes that he has to be on Twitter. I can show them the come on. So I'm here on a Saturday, food is not possible. There's a different joy of it.
Every time I went, we had that business and the founder. And he said, you're doing this, that. Not the excitement. See, oh, I'm going to my family was one. I love this. I love to say that to how my company is. I think that should
I'm sure actually, why didn't I do this? Man has a sexy business. How much? Not this. So you're ready for it very fast. It's a very it's not 25 it's a very exciting time to be anyone in this. Because Ankit said that if you do everything for 70 years of success, that 70 years in art used to like 7, 8, 10. That's the oldest set of brands that are existed. I remember in 2015, when I started in 17, like someone would say 100 CM, that is like impossible. 1 crore a month that you 1 crore a month that you were celebrating. And then today, you are seeing all of those brands that we 100 crores a base. 100 crores a base. All of the brands that thought they could never do it are now talking about 1,000. Brands that are starting out saying 102 years or 22 years. So I think there's been a massive change in evolution in the ecosystem, the maturity of founders. People like Ankit didn't give us a chance, but give somebody else a chance to invest. But these kind of entrepreneurs were there. 7 years ago, you had a chance to invest. 7 years ago, I wasn't as excited as Ankit is. Now, if you just start, she would be. I mean, but I think that's what interests all of us. I would say maybe there's a difference but intellectually I'm the most intelligent in the country. I need 30 people every week who are one or two of them it's not an industry topic. And you can I'm not that good at speaking. You can feel it, but you can feel it. You can feel the buzz and you can feel the person. I think that is a important reason. Absolutely. I think it needs a lot of operators to become investors, a lot of investors to become operators. Because I think the thing of operator being a pure investor, I mean, that is what today operators is investors, operators that empathy of understanding. And like I said, I think the systems change so drastically. 5 years back, today we have founders which I think because of era there is also but I think the good companies still have a lot. Absolutely. I have a question. So, look, I think we have the business scale. When you enter that business also, it was a brand, it was of some scale. And so that starting work, making packaging, selling the first set of products, the first set of customers. You would have done a very long time. A long time. You sold Hammer already, very large brand, very large. What scale was it?
We exhibited about 500 crores.
And then you have to pretty much like conceptualize a brand, do branding, do trials of brand, go selling to customers, go convince people to do it. That is completely new, right? That is something you probably did.
Yeah, so I, in the past, I jumped on a bridge. When I started, my father, my grandfather, my father, then I came on to order to do, again. And obviously, next generation, they come in with a lot of ideas, a lot of excitement, motivation, ambition, and all that. But when we started Coco, I think the biggest, he was a king's day. And he had so much, I so much people also think about it. But I was very proud to go about it. But I also so I had, and once we started, it was just, I think that was the best, the most exciting time. Creating the logo, creating packaging, creating the brand, and work with design, a great company to work with. We still work with them. 150 is I think the reason why we were successful is because we did, we were very stable about it. We set up our own, we had a privilege of capital. That's our goal. So we didn't fall, right? We didn't fall in and that's what we do this. I mean, to be very honest, I knew exactly who to hire from. That really that's another. I always believe that you play in a circle of confidence. And I told myself this. Other, I told my assistant to do this. I run an FD. It's very successful, not very. And my output is not very successful. We run about 100 hours. But it's again a legacy doing well. But with the actual business, I was like, I started to it did okay, but it didn't play, didn't change anything. This is how I should do it. I am very happy. If this, I still do what I don't succeed, then I will, what my family gets. I'll happily do it right. And I will enjoy also the money and then I'll move on. But clearly, what I done, and it's been a great, first 7 months. The summer has been nothing short of, I mean, yes, as you got excited, but a lot of, we sold almost 5 times the amount of ice cream that we had projected last year. So it's very projected last year. We thought we still got 8,000 liters of ice cream per day. We landed selling 50,000 liters of ice cream. It is actually, it is only, it is, if by 25, it is 100 crores of revenue. Only good. Everybody doesn't need ice cream. That's why I think because we have capacities to do. Now we are by next time we want to have that liters per day, hopefully. And now we are going to want after summer is when we ice cream has a very seasonal and it drives the US market Bombay. So now we will launch the other markets of West India and all that India. And then we take it forward. So for me, my best market is 70 or 47. So the joke is that
no, great. I think maturity is just investors like creating a new age brand, right? This existing. I would say not even new age. Even all of us, right? Everyone is competing. All the skills, the structure, is going to be forward. And I think everyone has a see, a lot of operating and was talking about the whole idea of the underdog. All are we all want fighting the equity. They are also small and small overall. Because it's very we are fighting. It's not a underdog. Coco is still underdog. maybe not take it, but personally, make it very quality or quality. It's wrong. Just something with the dollar. There's so much to learn. The matters that the utilization of African marketing is just not about like, but it was about keep this up. It's consumer with some of the way actually on the advantages absolutely without any value of discount or price and all of that. Just availability and access, right? So I was just giving you a zero year and really basically saying it in something like that. Right? So I totally underestimated it. I came out of that last it was called that. So 2 days ago, I was already back in PSC and then spoken to my listener. And I saw got my India's track rated. And I was like, I and I ordered jersey for myself, one jersey for my wife. And like, it's not big sell the fan jersey, but obviously I don't know why it's not a consumer. And every time I go on Amazon, looking for it. But it was exact, it's some 2 rupee donation I did somewhere. I didn't even think because before I was looking at home, and that experience is unbelievable. So I think actually what we thought free essentials, that would help. Kids toys and underwear, clothing and fashion. So a year back, inside writing to our and the teams in now they said we have checking I know the consumers can't get it, right? But it's very difficult to use like that. And today, I think now that thing is fashion, lifestyle, everything is just the hardest thing is getting it. It is not a hard we want to sample. Yeah, we should. You got to convince him to give ice cream for free. I mean, it's shocking. Shocking. Guys, but actually coming back to post Dr. Raja and starting weekly. And you mentioned that perspective for you, obviously, I completely agree. I'm just thinking about it. I think it's a great role to be actually able to be founders. Because you've been there and done that. I think you're a true founder who actually knows. You're not an idle counter as a counter as an operator. But it's generally a little bit like that. Right? So I think that's the best part because he's still a founder at heart. The other side. But it's a great combination of that. To have someone who has been the other side. There's a lot of really good stuff. But I think how has been the journey building? What are you seeing in the system now? A lot of people are saying, yeah, you can funding brand scaling, all that. But what do you see? Where do you see this whole thing going on? Look, I think the journey to VC was actually more. When I sold the business, it happened quite fast. So I had pretty much nothing to life in the summer of 21. The world wasn't open. So I actually tried to after one week and so we skiing. Well, 6 months we were staying in the sea, and then we were staying and I started playing 12 hours of because other than table tennis, coaching and squash and the coaching, I nothing to my garden. Like absolutely nothing. There's zero to one.
At 29, you can't have that, right? So I started giving time on my calendar. That led to meeting a lot of founders. We had some capital, investing some of our own money, angel investments now, Kishan, yeah, at that time. And then started teaching, educating. We started enjoying that. Using cohorts. Now I started meeting. Instagram was only something. Okay. LinkedIn was the end of it as well. But I think I started feeling these things there. I obviously had not met these because we were in the process of saying others. And I got this opportunity to sort of co-build out a fund with a large private equity. And it just seemed like a very interesting, exciting thing to do. Through the journey of 2 years, actually built a strategy from scratch as well. We built a fund strategy, a place in the market, a team. Abhirab agreed to join us a year ago. And it was just me writing solo time. And now we are sort of 6 investments, 5 in the platforms, 11 investments in 1 or 2 months. I think, honestly, it's been a journey of discovery. First, to say, by the way, I'm not a founder. Initially, when I used to invest my business, I would see how we are like, once a week, let's go on, one more and stuff like that. But that's not realistic. That's not the way to do it. Compared to the company and not your role in the company. So that sort of journey of learning, journey of actually building pieces of like, VCs, VC fund guys, which you can say, they're just talking in the air, right? But then actually figuring out what the gaps are, studying that, on understanding what we want to do before the company comes. And then eventually actually making the investments, working with the companies. I think my biggest learning actually has been that I'm not the captain of the ship. Right? You're very used to seeing you go wrong. Let's do this way. Let's do this way. A lot of times actually because of the knowledge you have, sometimes you can't even see it possible. So when I made a business today, I overthink the business so much because there are things I could do. Because I could do that, right? So I think realizing your entrepreneurship and then saying, okay, I think only this works. You are good at it. For example, our first investment, they are fantastic at digital but they may not be fantastic at doing organic work. So I don't help them with the understanding that is really important. The other thing, when I was with my wife, she said, hey, what's your output this week? I said, I must have been founders, but none of them converted into investments. And she was like, so pretty much you did nothing. But actually, the learning or the realization of that, it's a long game. And so, someone you can really like, Vipul and Lydia and the audience, they are part of like second D2C cohort. And I know that for 3 years, and for a while they weren't able to do the business so fast, they kept on fire, right? So that realization, we're not sure to be transactional, we're to make relationships, be here on the Saturday, and lose founders. At the end of the day, it's not just about the one investment, it's about the one investment you make and the other one you make. I think that's important. Even if I'm not an investor in a company, that doesn't mean that the company ever needs some help to this sort of you have to be open, you have to be accessible and be open to that. That was a learning that I didn't have so much while I was in.
Yeah, I think when you're operating, your eyes are like
also the little.
Yeah, and I think now you always just keep your eyes open. You never know where you're from. And yeah, I think not being that operator to draw the line because it can be very, very, very it's also not correct. It is not, yeah.
good founders don't need that. Actually, if you own 10% of the company, you can never run the company. It's not your job. So great. So coming back to you, I'd love to know from you how your experience at Hopper has been different. Maybe you can give us a couple of anecdotes, how it was different coming into a family business, which have been experienced now, going from scratch and building this up. What has been like 3 incidents or learnings or examples of how it's been different for you, and how are you like reskilling yourself from to this whole new world, come out of this kind of world and building from scratch. You mentioned that you already have a business, you already have a team, but building a brand, I mean, it's a generational brand. You're trying to compare that now, and now you're from great. Now you have a lot of others. How's it feeling? How's it going? We'd love to do the experience. I think everyone would love to.
So, first things first, the journey went that I sold our business. You go through this stage where you feel like you're not about to go. Done it, there, and that. And then, you realize that now, like I just said, you're right now. And then, again, I'm saying, this went through a lot of struggles. I didn't close to 1,000 employees during COVID, no business. I mean, the biggest challenge I faced is everybody knows how capital you just sort of as a 1.5 years old. But your business cannot afford for you to infuse how much capital is it. And you have to lay off 700 people in 1 month. This is a local business. This was in a restaurant. Just before, I'm very good, but March, April, May, whatever, it was all shut. The restaurant business, after we had identified, right? So we restored our business, all of that can happen. So, the whole challenge at that was brought me along. That also, I think, so one of my friends, I reached out to him, and he just Khandani raised and he told me, my grandfather used to give me money. The reason, and they all went back to the 80s, 90s, and then they came back. The reason, the ego was so big that they said, how can we ever do this? So they kept selling a personal asset to fund the business. He said, never do that. Your personal assets don't mix it. And that's why I always said, people also ask me, why did you do that? That's also one of the reasons. It is not my capital, it is my family's capital. Right? I am running this business. My entire family, my dad, why I do this, So, but I'm even Mumbai, I'm always in Ahmedabad, I work every day, every week in Ahmedabad. So, it's those challenges, I was very clear. I think one of the things that made me it was just getting the team there, figuring out, and that was the best part. The one thing I missed the most was my team. So I very shamelessly called up ex-colleagues of mine and I said, I'm doing this. Can you do this one more time? And I said, it's so good to have you back. That guy can give me 2 guys. I have always been here. So now literally what is the word? That's been the highlight of my explains the street. I always say, I think it is a circle of fun. Exactly, what kind of distributor work, what kind of team works, what kind of markets work. So if you know something, you have to leverage it. And that is what is working. The one thing that my biggest one is that somewhere you have to don't underestimate yourself. So I honestly did. And 5 years, this after second business and going through COVID and going through the ups and downs, I genuinely I took a big personal effort. And I think like as a line of time, it's before you pivoted. So and now it's just about just continue being grounded, being humble, figuring out how to spread this across the country. Because Gujarat has been our home, it's been. I know it will be a lot easier. We have the real challenge will come when we launch. I'm very nervous for launching Mumbai because Mumbai is a different animal altogether. Mumbai is Gujarat. Yeah, and there are older company also. Hardcore was successful. So I think we start there.
Gujaratis we are from Hardcore.
In our restaurant business, we are in Gujarat, now we are in US. Because very clear that Gujaratis are, that's what learning, we are a North Indian in Gujarat. Because if I want to open here, I said, if I open a North Indian restaurant here in Punjab, then I have to make so we go to where the Gujaratis are also opening and we see some development.
That's amazing.
I don't know answer your
No, I think it's amazing insight. Follow the Gujaratis. Yeah, follow where the audience is. So the money is, money in the audience. But you just mentioned on the conference of the date, I think you all entrepreneurs go through that. Maybe you didn't go through that the first time because you were already scale, but you must have gone through that a lot of times in your journey. I remember your LinkedIn posting said you launched offline form, you adopted D2C. It was actually new for you at that time. It was not even called D2C. And then today, you are because we so I think in hindsight, everything makes sense. But when you're going through that journey, how do you like navigate that? What do you think are the role for business systems? A lot of people here are looking for that. The community actually helps everyone, get that inspiration. But in your journey, had some stories of. Sure, yeah, look, I think in hindsight, I think it's amazing. It looks like an overnight success, but it takes 5 years, 10 years to be an overnight success. And sometimes I feel like the way content and the way the media has portrayed things. I also felt a lot of times when I was running organizations that why am I doing anything here? Why am I doing it? I can't raise capital. Why am I doing why am I doing this? I'm also putting the effort, but look at these people, they are doing so well. This newspaper that this big investors funding them, this big family office from Ahmedabad funding them, and I'm not getting anything, right? But and there were a lot of instances like I remember one very, very clearly where actually two, where obviously my dad was seeing the angst that we were going through it on the ground, and as a father who shared the business, he was like, "Chal, I want to meet my friends." And I went to meet one of his friends for GP and one of his friends for MT. The guy who went to meet for GP met me for half an hour and said, "Your dad is a very successful fusion business guy, family ka paisa banna." And the person who went to meet for MT within my building, we had taken 1 hour of this on the Sunday. And he cut the meeting in half an hour and he said, "I can't help you. I have to go to my team, but they will not give you any preference." He said, "Left over." And it felt really shit, honestly. But then, at that time, you think, second, yes, I left a private job paying me 20 lakhs at age 24, 25 to be doing this. 20 lakhs at 26, like 35 lakhs on floor now. But I think that, only once we were able to dive into those numbers, today, failure is not easy to accept in over that time. Because I don't go to school. No, you've been through it. As the failure is not now acknowledge it. There's all this rhetoric that failures are happening, your sleep celebrated on. You can't be having a party when you fail. Sorry. But you have to give that acceptance to that. Avoid being successful again. I never want people celebrate failure, all of that, so you can't do it. But it's just easier to accept because you've seen it so many times and you've seen that there is something that happens after it. So I think a lot of times that I thought, I was running the fundraise, 75 failing meetings later, I don't know what to tell my wife. Your fundraising quarter. Yeah, I was running the fundraise, she was part of the fundraise, because we spread responsibilities. 75 meetings later, what do I tell them? It's not happening. They were part of the fundraise, but they were 75, 80. They, in meeting so many people, and I'm not okay. I thought your family funded initially my dad, but there was an end to that money, and I was reaching very close to that end. Whatever that number was that my dad agreed to do with the business, I am not wrong. No, back then. Back then we were. So I think that what I sort of take back from that is that every journey is not linear. Maybe outcomes is different, but every journey is not linear. Yeah, but first year not usually so high for everyone.
And so, like, you gotta accept the graph.
I think no one's everyone is not.
Yeah. But you gotta accept the graph and like survive. The graphs can survive. Yeah, survive.
Yeah, so I think that's the point of the where everyone is willing to help each other. Someone who has made it, someone who's struggling. Maybe two people who are struggling will also be like the mix of people like that they are Facebook, maybe you know, Facebook. But the fact is that so I think the idea is people like you who have made it, whatever. Whatever. Everyone has their own journey. But if you can get back from the here, inspiration from you, I think I have seen the impact of that. When people come and say, I'm doing the aspects for you. And he told me that he spoke there. He's like, yeah, I want to do this stuff, right? So then,
sometimes actually, it was really hard in the early days. And this one volunteer friend, he was like an acquaintance. We had this handful of Nebula. And he would go to all his friends and say, this brought me already. He would call me and say, that's what I mean, right? And that's all I needed at that time. This was going as hard as right? So I think like these small things that matter, you can be that for anybody around you. It's massive even if you don't know.
Yeah. Ankit, after you exit, obviously you're part of the journey, and I'm sure you're getting busy. But how are you giving back? What do you do back? I'm sure you mentioned you're in a position of privilege, right? And you have been through a successful exit, you've made money, now you're rebuilding power. You are also helping funds. I think you also back to angel investing on your own, right? So how are you making this ecosystem evolve and what role do you think you can play now? Given that you have the ability, experience, and the hindsight to like back a lot of these entrepreneurs and how many companies have you invested in and how you
But answer is, Ankit said it, he would, he's here to take up the challenge with the children.
You can just scratch him after the session. We had a
So we invested actually in some really cool companies. In the last company we actually for the first check it was a company called Keynote. It was a jewelry women giving us
I invested so much.
So to reach this fact, I interviewed Ishan for a job and I'm starting and I really liked so much that wait, write the first piece and go build this out and see where it goes. And now for living for source of and
nice.
So we got a bunch of it's really clear. We got a EO from 2 crores.
Wow.
We couldn't we also checks to companies like Kumara and Express.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean I've also done a lot of investments also. But this has been a great learning journey. You know, we have a whole family office where I make a and I used to make a lot of offices. But I enjoy now I'm tired. Now I am I don't know why, but I'm just so exhausted from now I don't know injustice feeling. Right? So I keep I also look at it. But I think the last 5 years have done so much that now I'm being a little selfish now. So between Bombay, Hyderabad, and family and all that, I think it's one of the biggest still activity we're learning a lot. So, as I said, we're all to look out for new investments and all that. But
I didn't mean investment.
No, I know. But like even so, there is the energy that you derive from teaching.
That's what
it's amazing. So what I see is that our family office we are actively involved in meetings and we might not like we might invest in 1 or 2 companies a year, but we are also like constantly like we build our models there, we do all of that. I head up a family office, in fact, she is more well connected with she's an operator expert. The entire 30% of the job is to I outsource this to her, say that just make sure that we can give back and do the best we can. But yes, so far I'm always open to try. It's just that I want to do it. I did it in the past. I don't have a very honest.
No, no, I think it's perfectly fair. You do it when you have the luxury of your time. But I would urge you to keep doing it more and more because you can't imagine what it hasn't been. I think a small details, 2 minutes of conversation can change someone's trajectory. And I think Arjun has very actively doing that. Yeah. Guys, I think we'll open it up for Q&A. We can take 2-3 questions, guys. I'm sorry this session lasted too long. It's such an interesting conversation. I wish it would have lasted longer. But if you guys have any questions, okay, please go ahead and shoot this. Exactly.
Any questions?
Anyone, guys?
Hi. Yeah, I am and I accomplished two brands. One, the certificate for imported merchandise, which is set on marketplaces, and the one that I recently started, which actually I'm asking a question about. It is a business statement from Mumbai. You want to launch other products in the same segment as well. So my question to you, Amritsar, would be, how does someone go offline because when you're bootstrapped and initially, how do you get stores to take you more seriously and you really don't have those kind of marketing budgets and you're trying to offer them the best possible margin and everybody has their background and everything. So how do you get them to place the product? Because online apps are new, but LinkedIn will not take you seriously till you reach a certain number. Not all stores would actually keep you, even though you are small, everything because you don't have the marketing, you don't have the marketing. So usually, how do you get there?
Yeah, look, we've discussed a lot. Obviously, I know this. I know Jana's business. You have spent time as well. Look, I think at the scale that you start with initially, you cannot do all this alone. And now there are 4 channels in front of you. Right? There is offline, which is still to empty and empty. There is quick commerce, website, and there's marketplaces with limited capital. The easiest thing you can do is assign a distributor, give them 3 lakhs of stock and say, how much to do. The tougher part is getting to do because even that 3 lakhs they go is relevant unless they sell it to it. And so I would say that whatever that channel is, pick one at your scale. Get a gun at for documenting in 2019 we had a website. When we raised our first one, sales to our website was 40 lakhs. But once we were able to get that channel, then other channels move easier for us. Right? I would not create 4 channels that do 1 2 lakhs of sales in each other because we will actually put a lot of pressure on business from a marketing and a working capital perspective.
Now that I have time to think about this book, the way I would do it is, I mean, just add it over. Take one category, and you see, creating a product honestly is easier. What you're asking for is the real challenge, right? Make your cold press or whatever it is. It's not rocket science. So you have to figure out what it is. How can you market it? According to me, if I had to do it, I would do it. One, I would figure out how to crack a big B2B. It could be a restaurant chain, it could be a hotel chain, which gives you some credibility. But if you come to me with a cold press or say, try this. But if you come and say, you know what, you sell it to at least where you can build that rapport, you have some, it gives you some credibility. Like, you come and say, hey, my oil is Subway or it's used, but just give me an example, use an ordinary order, it gives you some credibility. Secondly, you have to put yourself out there, do some trials, because only then that's the real answer. I'm not saying do but if you're going to be, find out which is the largest throughput of sales of these products, and then take it from there, and then do it. I mean, trials is the problem of the house. Try some stuff in it, whatever it is good for. I mean, that's what I would do. But yeah, it's patience and it's persistence. I think that is.
She won the prison wall and she actually started with B2B and then used that capital to see this exactly what I'm going to say.
Thank you so much.
I think 7 o'clock is the
We have one more question.
I think Kaushik. I think this is a question probably most relevant for you because obviously you have sold, and now started practicing like what you have in your podcast, etc. It's like a building for time. And this is a question that we keep thinking while we invest in founders compared to us. Should we sell? Should we build for a time? Right? It is the same industry that you were in previously. There are companies, there are companies that are regional. But what has changed now from let's say 5 years back, 6 years back, that now you are maybe it's confidence or maybe something else that really gives that part of saying you are right. So this actually this one right? I'm being a little green. Honestly, when we ran I try not to use it. When we ran we put all our into the business. Because actually we need to put decreasers and put it in the back end and again into the back end. If we grew the profit is this much, but the cash flow, we exit, right? And that's where we but then that last was so long. Now the question is not a point you don't money is not everything, right? You wake up in the morning and know what you're going to do. And when you see the impact, when you see that the likelihood of the kind of relevance you want to have, it makes a very big difference. Now, what is the logical conclusion? You want to raise capital, you want to do. I want that to be created a legacy now that intergenerational. Because that is running very big, not the capital, not a business. So that's just as simple as that. Selling this and then I can't try for this is now
No, but that's a great question. I do this build that in multi-generation. That's it, guys. I think we'll take one more question. You guys can also get either here.
Yes. So sorry. Please wait.
If you can give it to him.
We'll meet you after.
Yeah, we'll take it to
Hi, Anil. Good evening. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here in this room with everyone. The moment I want to say something because I am a founder of a brand called Lassiva. We are into beverage, so we've got 5 outlets. The 5th one is coming up in Anand. Totally a Gujarat based and Ahmedabadi. Although I am Punjabi, but I am proud as well. That's समझ में आता है Ahmedabad. I have hired an operations guy who's at the airport. और कल रात को भी मैं उसके साथ यहाँ पे उनका लगा कि एयरपोर्ट में क्या होता था कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आती है तो we are into everything. QSR has a lot of operational challenges. So I wanted to ask you guys, how do we solve major operational challenges that if an SUV is being ordered to at a particular outlet, hiring local staff or somebody from Dunga to just campus out, was tough.
Now, we can hire that.
I've already sent his Ankit tweet to him that I'm already with him now. So the question is, मतलब आपका business कैसे चल रहा है? I mean, that is the biggest problem, right? Business कैसे रहा है? Business कैसे रहा है? I mean, Ahmedabad is actually a very, it's probably one of the nicest people and the easiest place to get good manpower and all of that. That's why even people have a market Ahmedabad and not anywhere else. So whatever issues you're having, I don't have an answer, but if I have something from
hopefully before 2018, we will hire maybe like we can try offline. We can do that. Also, only the catch up. But great, thanks for being with you. But I would like to thank Arjun and Ankit for taking me here again. And for all of you for listening.
Thank you so much for staying with us. But I still want to request all of you to stay back on stage with us. Well, now I'd like to request Abhishek Shah to give a feedback to Mr. Arjun and Mr. Ankit. Can we have a few more comments about Well, thank you so much, Mr. Arjun and Mr. Ankit, for providing perspectives by sharing your side of the story. And thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek Shah, for being a brilliant moderator. Well, I would request Mr. Abhishek to stay back on stage with us. And now I'd like to request Abhishek to give goodies to our jury for the Pitchathon one by one. Calling upon Mr. Abhiram Kavira, weekly lecturers, partners. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone out here? Hundreds of applause, right? Well, thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite on stage Suchi Pandya, Fireside Ventures. Can we have huge round of applause? Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite on stage Subir Monga. Can we have huge warm claps? So he is not here with us right now. And now next I would like to invite on stage Mr. Yagnesh, student ex-VC, founding partner, and CFO of Thank you so much. And next up, I would like to invite on stage Pooja Shirani, ESG Consumer Partner. Can we have huge shout out? If you don't want it, I can hold it for the next time. Thank you so much. Now, next up, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta, Marketing Capital and Investment. We have huge round of applause. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek, for being with us on stage. And right now, it's time for the much awaited panel discussion that we all are waiting for. We will kick off our first panel discussion now. Now, without taking much of your time, let's begin with our first panel discussion for the evening on investment in consumer startups. And I would like to invite the following individuals on stage as our panelists. Please welcome with me the huge class, Pooja Shirani, DSC Consumer Partner. Next up, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Yagnesh, 100x VC. With you, let's follow on stage Mr. Kaushik Das Gupta, Spring Marketing Capital. Next, inviting on stage Suchi Pandya, Fireside Ventures.
Well, this discussion will be coordinated by Mr. Abhiram Bhattacharya, and we keep it on steady and huge
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the patience and staying with us. I think we are an exciting lineup of probably the most prominent investors in the consumer landscape in India with us on the panel. Maybe some of introductions starting with Yavneesh.
So guys, Anish here from Analytics. We are a VC fund for those who don't know. VC fund, we've had a VC fund and we've invested in about 160 odd companies so far. We set up in 2019 and yeah, we also invested in a few consumer companies as well, so hoping to contribute.
Hi everyone, this is Pooja at AST Consumer Partners. Consumer is in the name, so we're very specific and proud of it. Everything across beverage, wellness, personal care, anything, happy to catch up on offline and hopefully you can interact.
I'm Shri. I'm a principal at Fireside Ventures. We are also a stage consumer focused fund. Now in Fund 3, investing across various sectors, beverage, beauty, personal care, fashion, home, lifestyle. Yeah, I'm really happy to chat with you.
Hi everyone, I'm Patrick, and it's Spring Marketing Capital. We invest a lot of growth and an early stage fund. We are slightly differentiated from the fact that we are an operator VC. We have a brand focused team which also in any portfolio that we invest in, and we try and see what value we can add to the brand. Just because we get rid of us as well. So I represent World Invest. We are the weekly early stage investment arm of World Invest. We also invest in early stage consumer brand and consumer tech businesses from C to Series A. So happy to chat with anyone after the panel. I'm going to take this off with Kaushik. In this question, the entire panel, right? Consumer is an ever-evolving landscape and still accounts for a large part of India's consumption. Is 60% of our consumption accounts for our GDP. So, what are the seminal consumer trends that founders who are starting up in the consumer space should be aware of? We can start with Kaushik. So, if you look at the brands that were yesteryear brands, yesteryear legacy brands, they always had a lens of one for all kind of brands. So when you think of, let's say, when you think of, let's say, Maggi, it used to be a large pack and a small pack, right? And they were not thinking about the use cases of what is required, let's say, in the Indian household, and to go to a tier 3 city, what is really required in tier 1 household, what is required in life of man, what is required in life of kid, what is required in life of an elderly. So increasingly, we see a lot of companies who come to us, a lot of founders who come to us who figure out that there is a specific pain point in the life of people. And because of the sheer fact that India today is the largest, by population, the largest country, you have enough number of people with that problem. And if you are able to devise a solution for that problem, I think that really hits that specific, lineup. Because we are seeing increasingly people attacking smaller problems. When I say smaller compared to what the legacy brands were doing, but they are really good at doing that because they really understand that pain point. And then there are people into specific segments, etc. We can talk about those as well. So the insights come directly from the consumer. Like I say, in the yesterday, it was largely from the distribution channels because we control about what's going on. And that's why I think the pack sizes that were retained fair point. Change utilization.
So I think there are very macro level, like a little philosophical. I think time and money are important currencies. And I think if you look at as your money increases, your time, the ability to spend more on using time either for leisure or for productivity increases. And I think that is what we are seeing overall in India today. As India has become more affluent, they are doing things, so they're spending money on time. Right? So that might mean, for example, in food and beverage, the fact is people are eating out more. But at the same time, people are also getting more conscious about them. So they're spending more time on themselves. At the same time, on fashion, right? People are wanting to look good, so they spend more time on that. They're also spending more time on content and absorbing, content on their phone. So I think overall, it is when because time is such a valuable currency, they're also looking for things that improve productivity. So I think when you look at it from that angle, we feel that there are so many opportunities across so many sectors which can disrupt this consumer who is just looking for efficient use of time and money. And that is very
If you the same lens, you also see customers or consumers ascribe a lot more value to an experience versus a product with the same amount of time being consumed. Absolutely.
I think two things to add to what they already spoke about. One is, I think we're a unique country in the fact that we're also building up distribution while we're building up brands. So the onset of the Amazon and Flipkarts of the world and then quick commerce now is also, they're not challenges that the governments are very familiar with. Everybody is fighting these active fintech for the first time. So I think that part is very interesting, and you can actually, as we've seen, build out brands which do hundreds of crores directly with your quick commerce, nothing outside of that. So that's one aspect, and I think the second aspect to add to what you just said on experiences is, I think most of us grew up seeing forest descriptions on Kama ourselves actually. They were super premium when we were growing up. And today they're still premium. I'm not taking away any of that. But today I think the amount of luxury versus premium, I think that gap has come down so significantly because income levels have shot up. So
Rich to luxury, keep your in a lot of
Again, just small addition to that. So what we are seeing here at our end, we see a lot of early stage, very early, in fact. So we are actually ground founders and really struggling and getting the products out, early stage revenues. They're starting with some of these costs that people have in terms of launching on Amazon, cards and so on. So I think there's a lot of attention that I think the consumer brands are doing in marketplaces, and that it's an easy route. And you just let's stay there and then start selling. There has to be a focus back on D2C in terms of model selling on the website or for that matter offline. And while both of them have their own challenges with cost, I think founders now I think should start looking at the product to core, right? The ICP and then try and sell with whichever platform it is. I think the way to sell is really changing, and that needs to evolve far better. Not taking those easier routes and trying to figure out what everybody else is doing. I think it has to become slightly different. That's what I'm expecting now.
getting the first consumer right and doing where the customer is. So changing gears a bit and focusing more on the investment side of things. All of us here has been a part of the journey of multiple startups. Has been an instrumental part of building a business asset. What are the pitfalls that founders who are raising capital in this market should avoid when it comes to raising capital for their business, either for the first time or for their follow-on fundraisers, in your experience?
Yeah, so I think for me, I think it's not overpromise any investor in terms of revenue, right? I think, especially in early stage, you want to be really cognizant of what is the realistic picture. Be bullish, but don't be overly optimistic. I think that investors realize that you are business better than we do. So if you overly optimize your forecast, the problem is that if that doesn't go well, your investors will lose interest very quickly.
So it's always, second, I would say, always don't surprise your investors don't like surprises in board meetings, right? You don't want to suddenly come to a board meeting and then be like, oh, I'm having a power separation. At having a plan, right? Because I think those kind of things investors lose faith then in equity as well. I think the third thing that we really careful with investors, I think, is that just ensure, and I'm saying this because I've also been a founder, that choose the right partner, because not every investor has to look style, and that may not work. It's like a marriage, so it really has to be something that fits your personality.
Yeah, sorry. I want to, I think Suchi's point is very important. The quality of the money is as important as the money itself. We have abundance of capital in India so far as early stage investing is concerned. Angels will invest, early stage VC will invest. You need to really, you're pitching to investors. The one thing that I have seen founders not doing very well is converse with investors. It just feels like you just pitch to investors and wait for the answer. I think that it should be slightly reversed too. You need to also ask questions at the end of the pitch to investors and to really know what they really think about the company, the product, the way forward. And only if you're able to align that with your vision, is probably be a much better relationship than otherwise. Because that is setting up the foundation between you and the investor. And everything else, I think, follows later. I think that would be one thing that I think you see that enough founders.
I think the art of pitching is also become more transactional. Somewhere we've lost the art of storytelling, and we founders are great storytellers, and you've seen that enough across our journey of investing. So yeah, I think just being able to tell your story and basically, I think sometimes makes the difference between a yes and a no. We've seen that in our course as well. So this was incidentally exactly very similar to what I was thinking about to say. Is I think on one side, you're seeing that the founder quality every year on year has been increasing by leaps and bounds. People coming from coaching comms, Flipkarts of over, levers of over, coming from value businesses, VCs, people who have seen and done one startup. It's just improving right at the center. And these people really understand that on one side, the consumer also has multiple options. You can be switched with one swipe. If they don't like a product, they can just go to LinkedIn and order the next best product. And hence, and on top of it, obviously, there are multiple brands which are getting the same product. Which essentially means that you not just need to know what's the story and why should it be relevant to the consumer. You should also be able to tell it in the right way, consistently over and over. So again, going back to the storytelling, I think that storytelling is becoming more and more important. And it goes back to what is it that you use to tell your story? Is it the packaging? Is it the website? Is it the content? Is it the influencer? And all of these start mattering. They are very small, minute things that people really get the storytelling.
I think the only addition to that would be if you're telling your story, it's like reading any story and deriving models from it. Right? What are the parts that investors are interested in? Look, investors don't know everything. We admit to that openly. If we knew everything, we would have our own businesses. But if we're backing someone who also knows what they are trying to build, the difference between somebody building in one sector, just have 5 people pitch to you and talk about it. There's one person who stands out and understands and breaks down the online channel, offline channel, go to market. Look, we all know that the business is being more wrong than right, unfortunately, as investors. As founders, who did it. So, better have all of the parts when you're having this conversation with an investor. Know your market size, know your offset. I would know earlier this, like today, we had this conversation about your right point is the market size. Most founders don't know how to answer that question. Just because personal care is X billion dollars doesn't mean you are. Does not mean you will. And it's perfectly all right to say that we are 100 crore profitable business in 5 years from now. Who's going to take that over from you? So the number of investors who will challenge this question may not be that fit to fund what you are building if you don't have the answers to this. So you need to start asking questions, like they said, but also knowing the facts of what you're trying to build out. Right? That is largely missing most founders who are starting up. So yeah, I think get smarter. We are getting smarter with you. Unfortunately, we cannot do it alone.
Very
To add, I think we have a lot of founders. Someone mentioned things that they try to do too many channels at once.
Yeah.
And they pitch it saying I will do like everything from online, offline, e-commerce, everything. They are not realizing all that takes a lot of capital, team building. So just really think through that strategy.
Right. My next question is related to everything. What we started seeing is the landscape of consumer investing has changed. One reason or the other, we see a lot of tech funds starting to take action, especially in consumer brands over the last 12 to 18 months is what I would say. And you are sector agnostic. Do you think the playing has changed for consumer investors in India?
Yeah, I think because of two things. There's this non-consumer businesses for consumer and other businesses, right? We know that India is a rising, no secret about it. And Indians, when they become richer, obviously will consume much more in terms of products, not just experience, but also products, and that will relate to experiences. So it's a no-brainer. So, if an investor wishes to hedge one's portfolio, one would obviously not want to miss the consumer and the whole rising from there. So far as the tech businesses are concerned, we are going there and reading some tech trends and how the brands have actually grown in terms of products. It will still take a lot of effort to kind of for a company to a tech-based company to kind of sell products in India. And also globally. I mean, for globally, if the dollars are higher, the go-to-market is even more expensive. So anybody who's building a product will definitely face some challenges. And while high margin businesses and you would have cost you're just building an at the end of it you obviously everything that is margin is revenue for SaaS businesses. But building those is tough and the markets don't reward you as much. At least that is the case so far. But I'm telling you this is going to change. But the pace of change is different, right? Which is why as investors, one would want to hedge their bet. They wouldn't just want to be a consumer focused unless the team is accordingly built. But I think that is what is happening. And that's why you see more tech funds kind of coming into consumer and consumer tech balance. Even that is, I think that's what is changing, definitely.
And for the more consumer focused investors here, do you think this is significant or do you think this is here to stay? So just to add to what Kevin was saying, and just to give an anecdote, I have a senior friend from college who is one of probably the top 5 Asian investors. Around the same time last year, there was meeting in Bangalore, what are the latest investments? And he probably made like 15 on them in the last one. None of them were consumer. I met him 2 weeks back, and 50% of his portfolio, whatever he's invested in the last 6 months, is already in consumer lending. That has been the move of the change. I think now, on top of it, there are family offices that are actively investing directly to consumer. A lot of them have some form of business which are consumer related, and they understand and they are able to appreciate the risks a lot better. And third, what we discussed, a lot of tech also started coming in for sure.
Yeah, I think it's not repeated. I think VCs, VCs have to adapt. This has been like our existence is based on it. So I think that this is an adapt. We're in adapt right now, and I think that is what every type of business will do. Even consumer funds will try to adapt in some way to the evolving consumer. So I think there is going to be that. That's something that we have to work around. Yeah, I actually feel that the word does require a team participation because it is a very different type of
dynamic, the kind of exhibit, the kind of going that we're talking about, understanding, accepting that VCs have to ingest that as well. So, going from tech to consumer is rather yeah.
No, I think to me it's the evaluating supermarket if you had a private label, right? It's the same logic. Because if you have Amazon and Amazon basics, the logic will be the same. You do a lot, and then within that you prioritize growth, and consumer is becoming that for your customers. It is realistic, very much so. And I think it's a good way because if you see folks who are sector and doing consumer, the market expands, there are more financiers to it. There are more high quality founders who then encourage to start and so on. So now the hope for people who are sector like us is that we do get to the high founders first, and they get to us in turn first. Right? I think that's the aggregate a little bit, but definitely a bit.
Just a related question. Any of you can are we seeing validation because given its intensive and there are so many high quality founders either looking to raise capital or like you're starting to see founders saying, look, I don't want to raise and I don't want to get into that. But for whatever reason, there are fewer quality high quality founders out there who are funded.
I think it's different thesis building in a funny way because there are people who have a thesis who reach out to founders and create high quality investments. I don't know whether this is a thing of high quality founders directly. I don't think some VCs are well researched to start that. And then obviously there are founders who are super well networked and know exactly the different talented countries, but they don't need them. Which means that now VCs have to at that point knock doors, right? Knock on doors, which has not happened in a long time. Because 2020 and 2021 was just flow of the flow, which everybody knows about it. But I think that's the big issue for VCs. Having said that, both sides are so it's a demand supply issue. Is it cyclical? No. The frequency of it change definitely yes. I think you see more and more informed, I would say, but more and more informed people on this.
So I'll break it down. One is the number of deals, and second is the valuation. So if you were to go 1 year back, I think most the number of deals there are 5 people building. You would find that all of those are 20 deals. Today, let's say the best guy, because of the founder, the product proposition, the consumer love, any of these can classify them as the best company in that space building. They definitely are seeing a slightly more incremental love from VCs. And I think it is also from the fact that there is still some form of risk aversion in the back of mind. People still don't want to do wrong because they have seen that capital can just go out. But having said that, the number 2, number 3, number 4, they are still getting capital because of the amount of capital that has really come into the ecosystem. The number of deals are definitely happening. The valuations for the probably the best company, best product out there is slightly, I would say, inflated. I would agree.
It's a very interesting thing I'll tell you because we fund very early stage and some of our founders, even during COVID, post-COVID, we've seen multiple batches, consumer companies raising, non-consumer companies raising. One thing that we've seen consistently, and I don't know if this is a market force or whatever, but early stage investing was never that impacted as slightly late stage funding. Right? I mean, early stage investing was, but not our stage. But when our founders started raising, we've seen that striking quality of founders who I mean, it's not about the traction to one. It's also about how they show their product. They spend more time on the product and they explain that to the investors. And we've seen market investors, I say in 8 years, kind of looking at a deal that came out from our board and the founder did develop and still 5 seconds in it, right? That was for a reason. And that I don't think this changed in our cohort, we can get better because we, cross companies go to our cohort and eventually kind of raise from the market VCs, right? And we then sit back and say, okay, in that batch, we never predict, what was the sold differentiator? Why would the founder raise instead of the other? The only difference was that. So that, is very important.
Yeah, I actually completely agree because I think that, see the cheaper we see now has become more challenging, not from the interview or valuation, but about actually finding those really big bets early on, right? And that means that as VCs, we have to be obviously be bets like this, but more importantly, I think also finding our team, right? Like in terms of how we want to calibrate, how we want to calibrate a founder. The kind of things that we were underwriting at a limit 5 scheme, we were underwriting for like a say 1 crore, 1.5 crore with information available versus doing that a daily at 15 lakhs. It's harder. That puts pressure on us, and that's the challenge that we have to deal with as
I think the unique difference is coming in that really allows offer sort of allegation. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, panelists, for enlightening us with their insightful thoughts, and very special thank you to our moderators for conducting the discussion so effectively. If we have news already, we can have that. And right now, time for the last panel discussion of the evening on innovation and growth in e-commerce. And I would like to invite the following panelists on the stage. Mr. Anurag Kedia, Pilgrim, we have huge work that about here. Next up, I would like
Perfect. Cool. So I think we have a lot of very incredible journeys here. I think we'll just get started with a quick round of intros. Raghav, would you want to go first?
Sure. I'm Raghav Somani, the CEO and founder of a company called Headphone Zone. We run a website that sells fancy headphones on the internet.
Hi guys, I'm Monish from Tech7. We are into tech. We are tech enablers. We do build e-commerce websites and mobile applications for D2C and consumer brands. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Anurag Kedia. I'm the co-founder of Pilgrim. We bring international beauty ingredients and international beauty trends to Indian audiences.
Hi, I'm Samarjit Singh. I run a venture studio which makes e-commerce services companies, e-commerce SaaS, and D2C brands. I've spent around 25 years in e-commerce.
Namaskar, I'm Amit Sarda, co-founder Soulflower. We help people to have hair on their scalp and we get people also to glow. So Skin Glow Products, thanks.
Cool. A quick context, I run a company called Bytes. We work with e-commerce brands. We help them give a large percentage of their revenue through own channels like email, WhatsApp, SMS, and so on. The topic for our panel today is innovation growth in e-commerce. It's a fairly broad topic, but we try to as deep as we can in it's audible, right? And bring out some specific insights. So I think let's start with Raghav. Raghav, Headphone Zone, it's carved out a niche in the premium audio market. Everybody knows about it, loves it. And I think what stands out is a very core focus on community. And there's a lot of brand loyalty. You do a lot of these creative activities. There's this audiophile meetup that you do, there's curated playlists, and these are very differentiated creative things that you've done. So why don't you share a little bit about how you think about brand and community strategy internally at Headphone Zone?
I think we can talk about for hours on community building and community strategy, right? I have to keep it very, very short. We're 100% bootstrapped, self-funded company, right? We've been for the last 12 years. So when we needed to grow, we needed to make sure that we grew it and funded it through profits. So right from day one, the focus was always on trying to grow the business profitably and being able to find profits in the business to be able to get the next stage of growth. Now that's a real challenge in e-commerce because ultimately the cost of acquiring customers is going up, which means that at the end of the day, if you need to find alternative strategies to fund your growth. And today we get about 75% of our revenue from repeat customers, people who are coming back and buying second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, whatever. The early days of e-commerce was kind of like the Wild West, right? I mean, you've got this 1.5 billion population that's run after everybody we can get into it as quickly as we possibly can. But for us, because we were a very niche category, we needed to make sure that that strategy came from getting customers to buy again and again and again and again. So we mastered that very, very early on. And for me, when I talk about the word community, it's just a very fancy buzzword that we like to talk about in conferences like this, but it essentially means a cohort of customers who come back to buy from you again and again and again. So yeah, all of these things that you talk about, audiophile meetup events, doing community playlists, doing offline workshops, were all in the digital era, very, very low cost, efficient ways of getting your customers to buy from you again and again. And I think that when you consider marketing from the point of view of a customer, these are the kind of things that build brand loyalty outside of Facebook ads and Google ads and YouTube videos. So that really went a long way for us.
Very interesting. Moving to Anurag. Anurag, Pilgrim's story was built on the back of very core product innovation around these exotic beauty ingredients being procured globally. And this was at a time when skincare innovation was fairly limited. So over the past few years, this beauty segment, it's seen like quite a few brands, the segment has gotten more cluttered. I'm curious, how do you think about product differentiation and customer loyalty going forward in the next 5 to 10 years in this segment?
Yeah, so like you said, beauty has a lot of brands of all kinds, which is great for the consumers and which is even better for Meta. Aminji and we were just discussing on how much all our lives depend on Meta and Google. But there is so much sea of sameness across brands, across products, that it becomes very difficult to make out the difference between product 1 and product 2. If you just hide the name of the brand, many products look the same. Large majority of the products look the same. Which is why we think innovation at the heart of the brand DNA is very critical. You need to look, feel, behave different. You may not appeal to the larger, wider audience, but that's okay. Even if you're able to appeal to a slightly smaller audience, who starts serving you, and Raga was talking about community and consumers coming back again and again. I think that's what we need. And because our products are not copycat products of what is trending in the market, if consumers like our products, chances are they'll come back and buy us because there is no parallel product in the market.
Amit, similar industry, but I think what I found very interesting about Soulflower was that you started about 20 years back, and the brand has stayed relevant. It's been winning in a very fast evolving category like skin and hair care. So I was just curious, what's the secret sauce to building this very time enduring brand that you've built? And like from a marketing standpoint, from a product standpoint, like, are there things which are very, very closely held secrets which you'd like to share?
So our whole business is based on hydrogen. Be it our oils, be it our alkali, be it acids, anything on skin, everything. So innovation only happens across hydrogen, right? So, and second thing is it's all about bonds. How do you create a bond in a reaction? But most important thing is how do you create a bond with our consumer? So we are very close to consumer, and I am also very close to all my competitors. So I go to Anurag and ask him for any suggestion or help. So he keeps on telling me, "मैंने ये कर दिया," so it gives me an inspiration. To, okay, can I really go and?
Maybe it's the other way around, Amit, as well. So
I learn so much from them. I think the only way to be relevant is to keep learning. And I think forums like this or meeting people who are like-minded, I think that is where the whole crux is. And being close to the consumer, our whole secret, you can say the secret sauce is being very close to the consumer. I was just telling Anurag that on our own website, our 25 to 30% daily business comes from our consumers who are our affiliates. They are actual consumers. They are not influencers. They are not anybody. But that's how the work, happens. So I think that is what has helped us to be relevant for last 20 years.
I think the organic chemistry analogy was interesting to start with. Moving on to Samarjeet. Samarjeet, you've been on the tech and content enablement side of things for, I think, now with Ixura. And you've observed the technology stack of D2C brands very closely. It's evolved from just solving for the basics to now tech being like a cool advantage also. I'm just curious, like there's been a lot of buzz around AI, and is that something you've looked at, and are there any views you have on how AI will play a role in a D2C brand's tech stack going forward?
I think I remember when we built Quasi and we sold it to today, both from a tech, data, and even an operations standpoint, I think the world has completely changed. Right? If you think right from the top of the funnel, today we're seeing so much of technology intervention on even advertising, whether it is using AI to create structures of ad. I'm also involved in investing in a lot of brands, we run few brands. And we've done experiments where we are able to create full-fledged video ads without conscious thought. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past 20 years, right from the top of the funnel. And in few cases, you were able to create a lifestyle imagery which you couldn't even imagine. You can't even afford to shoot. You can say, neither you can imagine, neither you can afford to shoot. So I think from there to maybe the next part of the funnel where I think targeting has become so sharp using technology that, as Anurag said, we were just talking about it, you either know your customers or you know your retailers. I'll give you an example. For one of the brands which we're building, today we are able to do retail level targeting where we're using Google and Meta ads to just show it to the retailers so that once the sales team goes to that, there's an awareness of the brand. It's just not to go into the next level where data, I think today your supply chain efficiency is extremely high because you get real time data, make decisions on when to order, how much to order, what not to order. You get the trends very, very fast using the whole data stacks. So I've seen the world completely change from extremely, I would say, from a creative standpoint, from an efficiency standpoint, from a decision making standpoint. I think tech has really gone very deep into what you call direct to consumer, from getting that feedback and translating that to product, and then changing that to the marketing category.
Interesting. I think going to Manish, right? Like you've been on the tech side of things too, and I think you've had numerous brands now set up their e-commerce websites, their storefronts, Shopify, Magento, Custom Card. You do the entire stack, and I think Shopify seems to be the default nowadays for most D2C brands, but I was just curious if you've seen any advantages or disadvantages of these other platforms. Are there different stages at which, let's say, brands should look at platforms beyond Shopify too? Would you like to share on that?
Sure, definitely. So yes, as you say, Shopify is a default right now. That's completely true for D2C brands, especially. Yes, for someone who is an early stage e-commerce or someone who is very well established also. But if you're all into D2C play, yes, definitely Shopify is the one to go with. A lot of, almost all of our clients, all of the brands or consumers with whom we work with, right? They come with this question whether we should be on Shopify or on out of commerce, that is Magento, or maybe on a customized e-commerce. The first thing is about what kind of scale they are at currently, what kind of customizations, what kind of features they are looking at right now, what kind of integration that they are looking at right now. This is that we do recommend them to go with Shopify or something. Give an example, one of our clients, Kalava, they were on Shopify Plus. They had lots of features integrated. And then they wanted to scale. They were facing a lot of challenges with their marketing tactics and to integrate a lot of other things. And eventually we asked them to move to Adobe Commerce, that is in Magento, and we just recently launched them about customized e-commerce, right? So one of our clients who were on Adobe Commerce, they are a grocery chain with 100 plus supermarkets across Middle East. They were on Magento Enterprise, and they wanted to launch quick commerce. They wanted to enter into 30 minutes delivery for groceries in their vicinity. And there even Adobe Commerce failed, and we recommended them to move to customized e-commerce. So and they do wonders into that. So it all depends on what kind of features, what kind of functionality they want, what kind of things they are looking at for the future. And this is that it is always recommended whether you should be on Shopify or Magento or customized e-commerce or e-commerce. There are so many platforms available.
Interesting. I think I have a common question for everyone who's running brands here. So Raghav, Amit, and Anurag, and maybe Raghav you first. But the question is: the founders out here are starting brands in your categories. What piece of advice would you share with them? And this could be about white spaces that are interesting. It could be about any learnings on the marketing side or the pricing side, maybe on the product side. Anything you'd like to share with founders who might be starting out in your categories?
Advice to founders starting out in my category? Get out.
So let's say electronics broadly.
I don't know how many people over here who are starting out or in the early stages of starting a D2C brands. Just raise your hands quickly. I count like 2. So the chances of them being in my category very slim still, but play to win. That's my advice to everybody. Don't do it to be second or third best.
I think the time of generic brands is gone. So for a D2C brand, they need to be very, very sharp. Don't worry about the market size. Think about, can you really convince 100 customers, 500 customers, and there are enough and more like that. So we need to be very sharp with what we are offering because the generic play is now kind of over, more so for D2C brands where the resources will be limited.
Very important advice I can tell you from my side. We were born in retail, not on online. Please do not get into any business or any attribute which makes your relatives happy. Because I know a lot of people open stores because उनके चाचा को कोई लिखती नोट पे स्टोर चाहिए थी, and that became a bigger challenge for a lot of people to sustain. So that is one thing. And second thing which I'll say, which he asked me what's the secret sauce. So at Soulflower, one very unique thing which we have been doing for years. We had a Gen Z board 2 years back. Gen Z board was nothing but maybe young people who are Gen Z. They used to come, we used to meet every quarter, show them our products, we used to ask them how do they look at our product, what are the attributes they look at. And we dissolved that Gen Z board around 1 year back. Now we have Alpha. Alpha is basically young kids, 10 to 11 years. We have around 7 to 8 kids who actually come to us or we go to them in their meeting when they all gather and they talk about it. And let me tell you that if you really want to build future or innovate more on D2C side, learn from Alpha. If you have young kids in your home, ask them how they look at that product, how they look at that service. I think that is where most of the learning is going to come, and that has been our part to be relevant from Gen Z, millennials to Gen Z, from Gen Z to Alpha. Thank you.
That's great insight. Perfect. And I also have a question for Manish and Samarji, and we could probably endorse this. But Manish and Samarji, on the early investments that brands should make in tech and content, which are the spaces you support brands on, are there any specific things you would recommend for brands both in early and growth stages? Things which brands should do early, which they maybe just skip, or anything else that you've noticed that you'd like to talk about? Maybe Manish, you would go first.
Yeah. So, say early stage investment, you say it on the tech part, or say something. As I've seen a lot of brands who comes to us, and a lot of startups, right? Early stage startups who comes to us and they would want to build Amazon, right? Okay. Or maybe like Flipkart or something. And always there's always this recommendation or advice from our side that start with very small things, whatever the basic things that you need to go to market. Don't try to be Amazon from day one. Just start with something basic where you can reach out to your audience. You can showcase your product in a good way, with a good UI UX. Just start with that. And yes, it's a journey. It's not achieving same thing on day one or say in first year itself, right? It's a journey of we just heard about Apple. They took 55 years, right? 7 years old business, and they reached at that place. And currently someone reaches at that place in 7 years. So it's all about just start with the first step. Go quickly to the market. In 2 months, in 3 months, launch your e-commerce. And then slowly keep on upgrading it rather than doing it all from day one. You get chance to grow.
I think one common theme I've seen is, especially if a person is coming from a category side or business side of things, and they're trying to build a direct-to-consumer business where website or technology is considered as the first step. I've seen that there's a kind of thinking where they think technology first and business second. I think the thought is that you have a business and you have to make sure technology enables it. And I think I've seen that as a very, very common mistake. You conceptualize a business or a product for a consumer. Now you're using a technology DNA, if you can build a DNA within your company, or if you're talking to a vendor or a company, I think what you should look for is that this is the business, this is the consumer, this is the product. Now how do we build a bridge between the consumer and the product using technology, using technology's ability to service that proposition better, versus the other way around saying, what can technology do and let me try to fit the business in it. And I've seen this as a very, very common mistake.
Perfect. I'd like to thanks a lot everyone for being here. This was great. I think we wrap it.
Well, thank you so much, each one of you, for joining us on stage, and thank you for such an enthusiastic and fabulous panel discussion. Thank you to our moderator as well. Well, thank you for joining us, and right now we have reached towards the end of our panel discussion and also towards the end of our event. And now I would like to request each one of you to kindly join us on stage for a group picture. I would like to request each one of you to kindly join us for a group picture. Everyone, yes, everyone. I request all of you all to kindly get up from your seats and join us for a group picture. And also, if you all can call your colleagues who are not here inside the conference hall so that they can join us for a group picture. Yes, I would request all of you to kindly join us for a group picture. everyone out there, also sitting towards the end. Everyone, please join us for a group picture.
ना फ्लैश पकड़ो मत खींच हाँ ला दे दे मैं सबको सेट कर देता हूँ मैं सेट कर with the kind of product that you have.
Are we all set for group picture? इसलिए माइक से आवाज पीछे की तरफ also requesting Mr. Abhishek
ये चेयर निकालो चेयर रिमूव करो वहां से चेयर हटाने पड़ेगा सर नहीं बैठेंगे
खड़े बड़ी बड़ी क्या कर रहे हैं
नहीं आया नहीं यार वो नहीं आ रहा इतना बड़ा नहीं आया नील डाउन कर रहे हो कुछ आगे नील डाउन कर रहे हो
I hope everyone is here with us. I hope no one is left. Alright, so let's cheer together. Cheers.
Wait. On the count. Ready? Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3, go! Cheer! Make some noise, guys.
One more.
Ready? 1.
Okay, guys, make some noise!
One picture.
Did you get the picture? Okay, wait, please. Stay back.
थोड़ा और अंदर आइए
Or squeeze it.
Thank you.
Well, a very, very special thanks to each one of you for being so supportive and so cooperative. Thank you, Rashika, for being an amazing hostess. Thank you so much. And I would like to express my gratitude and special mention to our partners who have supported us with the successful event. Our partner, Amazon Shipping co-partner, High-Speed co-partner, Walkway supporting partner, Unicommerce supporting partner, X7 supporting partner, JIITO community partner, Head Start community partner, TIE Mumbai community partner, Whole Start community partner, PR and media partners, PRtainment Media and Communications, Startup News, photography partner, Capture Emotions. And now, floor is open for networking, mixer, and dinner. Thank you so much. Signing off, Rashika.
Done.
Anyways.